Welcome back, everybody. The conversation continues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are Richard and anybody
Oh, he needs links.
else?
Okay.
Congratulations on your new marriage, Mrs. Freeman.
Yes,
Right?
I woke up to find myself betrothed. What?
Yeah, we were all having fun with renaming ourselves.
Yeah, I like
Oh,
that you can now have the extra. I don't know what they're calling it. Heading
Headline.
or
Yeah,
yeah,
headline.
I
think
keep
that's
trying to
pretty
tell you guys
decent.
I'm not very bright.
I know. I like plastered it in as many places as I could too.
are you saying that are you trying to convince us you're not Lucifer?
Yeah, that I'm bright. I get the joke. Ha ha. Okay, so did everybody get a chance to pee? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Hillary's is here. Okay, so I get questions for you, Hillary's, on the necessity of multiverse.
Okay.
You good? You're with that?
Sure. Sure.
Okay. All right. So multiverse is predicated necessarily on I think what is it? Closed system energy conservation, right? And the universe, our universe, would be a closed system. It's all one thing, right? So then,
Presumably.
in order to have energy forming in the help me out with the word infinitely
The infinite
infin-
void.
no well in well okay in the possibility
Yeah.
of in the possibility you need that energy to come from somewhere, so that means there's something else somewhere, right?
It's called
But
0 point energy.
0 point it, thank you. Okay, I don't know the terms. I'm just having thoughts, and some things I've noticed over the years. Okay, so that is based in the idea of expansion of what we see, and that is based in both cosmic microwave background radiation and in redshift.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, have you heard of, read of Halton Chip Arp's
No.
anomalous galaxies?
No. Haven't.
Okay, this is what changed my mind and made me a steady statist.
Okay.
It is observably true that we see red light. It's shifted toward red. It's not necessarily red. It's
Mm-hmm.
shifted toward red from center, from zero or white, right? So we see it red shifted, and that's a fact of reality. That's an observation. How we interpret that observation is still up for debate. Actually, here's why. There are red shifted bright stellar objects that are in a graduated way red shifted the amount that they are distant from a known near object, a galaxy. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so what I'm saying is that the distance from said galaxy is their amount of redshift, and the closer they are from the known galaxy, the still hot galaxy, the more red they are, and the further away they are, the less red they are. So that's cooling, and confirming of that, there's a physical material trail between the red shifted object and in a phi spiral and the galaxy and some of them, sometimes there's pairs of these coming off, and both of them are physically attached in phi spiral, and their distance is their redshift from the known near stellar bright object galaxy, which is also a new galaxy. Okay, so they see these redshifted things, and they say that, well, they're radio lobes, they're extremely dense, and they're moving away from us, and they're at the furthest distance that we can see. But that's actually an assumption. And I almost need to do a chart or something to really. In fact, let me just get rid of my green screen. Okay, so say we have bright stellar galaxy. We triangulated it. We say it's at whatever light years away. Let's say it's a million light years away or something, right? And then we see these red-shifted objects, and then you have a phi spiral leading to the objects. If those are at the edge of the universe, then there's this extremely long trail that goes like that to it.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes there's multiples of it. And there's no reason why those things would be attached by a trail of dust material out, for millions and millions, even billions of light years. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so what does that mean in real terms? They're baby galaxies. And the reason they're redshifted is because they're hot, not because they're traveling away. Now, we see actually not 100% of this, but we see that it does exist.
Do you have a wiki link to the thing that you're
I will go
describing?
immediately and find you, hopefully better than Wiki. Be back in a few minutes.
Okay. I don't know. It would probably take me a while to read any new information and try to assimilate it into my current knowledge base. Anybody else have any takes on it?
Well, I know that Nerdy did pose a question in the chat for you, Richard. How does the steady state theory account for the observed abundance of light elements such as helium and hydrogen? And Odin,
I guess the question assumes they should have aged out.
Yeah, I think that they're saying that the stars should have condensed them into heavier elements.
That's assuming a nuclear, fusion in stars. I don't assume that.
Oh, you don't think fusion happens in stars?
Okay.
I didn't
I
You're
am
really
not-
sprung out in a number of directions here.
I'm not persuaded that the long process within stars, which creates all of these heavier elements, is the right way to look at it. Here's one reason I say that. Sometimes there are coronal holes where we can focus a camera toward a subsurface and get a temperature reading on the sun. Okay, now we can only do it with our one star, so horrible survey. Okay, but on our one star that we can do this with, what we see is the deeper the hole and the more you focus toward the bottom of the hole, the lower the temperature. And if that's not weird enough, you actually see in the corona an acceleration of mass of plasma coming off. It starts going faster. It's not slowing down.
Mm-hmm.
And that also shouldn't be in the present. And there's all kinds, of course, there are hypotheses, even theories on to explain that. and they're very complex, and frankly, I don't buy it because it doesn't make sense for something to be cooler nearer the heat source.
Would the evaporation principle, of water and Brownian motion, would that help account for any of the acceleration near the chronosphere?
Would it account for some of the acceleration near the chronosphere?
Yeah, in an ice cube container, the water is jiggling around, and because each jiggle magnifies on top of the one that was before it, by the time you get to the surface area of the water, you'll have evaporation because it'll knock one out every once in a while. Do you think maybe something similar with stars?
I mean,
boy, that's a tough one.
That's my first thought.
Well, the issue that you have is that stars are plasma.
Yes.
Well, we can see the outside of a star.
So how do you?
Okay, but it's the same principle though.
No, that's fine because plasma is actual material too.
Mm-hmm.
I see the validity of the question. I am not prepared to answer that question. I can only experiment with the idea. It could make sense in reality if you had a trapped plasma shell on the outside and you were only seeing what escapes the shell.
Mm-hmm.
But we see equal radiation coming out and nothing blocking it, bouncing it back in to cause that kind of pressure that you're talking about in pressure release. It's coming off. And the only time we don't see that, we see solar ejecta, which is violent and very different.
Mm-hmm.
So right off the cuff, I want to say, sure, that applies to solar ejecta.
Okay.
But not in normal radiation, globally,
right,
of the corona. But that was just me experimenting. I don't know that.
That's interesting. I don't know. Keep going. You know what? I think what I'm going to do is that I'm going to prepare a little slideshow to kind of explain my perception when it comes to this quick topic. Because, believe it or not, DC Comics actually have a pretty good illustration as to some pretty useful images that I can use to kind of visualize that.
Okay.
So I think I'm gonna take the time one day and just create a slide and kind of explain how that would work.
Sweet, love Mac. Sorry.
And before you do that, Batman, check the private chat. I've asked you for your email if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, sure.
Giving it.
Yeah, I'm tanking right now, so if I do that, all of my teammates are gonna die.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yep, do it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is for Richard too. As the night sky is dark, does that imply that the universe has a finite age and a beginning?
As the night sky from our perspective on Earth is dark?
I don't understand the correlation between those.
Does that imply that the universe has a finite age and a beginning? I don't know. Is this like asking me if I'm a globe earther or flat earther? Is that what this is asking? I don't get it.
My response would be that since the sort of average background temperature of interstellar space is 3 degrees Kelvin, that is what accounts for the darkness of the sky. And it's only when that gets pierced by a very hot object like a stellar media that we see, something like.
I'm going with that because it's only by our perception and comparatively that it's dark.
Mm-hmm.
It's not dark.
Yeah, it's definitely not dark.
We've done Hubble long exposure of the darkest spot in space. We took a 2-week picture, Never guess what we saw there. More galaxies.
There's
Can
some
I share screen?
clarification. Let's Farm sort of clarified there. It's asking about why starlight hasn't filled the sky yet.
But
Because when
it
photons
has.
hit,
There's just
yeah, when photons hit an object, it absorbs those photons,
Those photons, yeah.
and so that's why we don't have diffusion like we do in our atmosphere, because it goes in as straight a curve. I'm going to say it this way: as straight a curve as possible, because outside of Earth, nearly everything is curves. There aren't any such thing as a straight line.
and as far as like the Earth's atmosphere inducing energy and becoming energized, even ionized, things, anomalies, not anomalies, no, like the northern lights, stuff like that, that gets induced into the Earth, which is essentially a giant capacitor, apparently, or lightning wouldn't strike. And this capacitor is now at a balance where we have lightning going up and down, and has been for the history of mankind, that situation, so that I can say the capacitor's full. Okay, the Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies. And I doubt
I
you can
pulled it
read
up.
that.
No, I pulled it
I
up
have-
on my own tab.
Okay, so I'm going to read this to the audience.
Okay.
Now, a person needs to know that Halton, quote unquote, Chip, that was his nickname, ARP, sat in Doppler's chair and has more bright stellar objects named after him than any human in the history of the planet. They even called him, quote unquote, the next Galileo. He was famous amongst his folks. Okay? So spending that amount of time, yeah. He got to name himself 338 galaxies. Okay? Which means he found them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, what he noticed is, I don't know, did they put any charts on this? Anyway, there's a list here of things he noticed. ARP 26, ARP 37, 41, 76, etc. And you can tell by the list on the notes that that's his assessment of what's going on there. Okay, so this is something to look at, and here's what I think about it. I think that we see some of this universe, and we don't know how much. So we can't say what the sample size is. Maybe it's 90%, maybe it's 1/1 billionth. But either way, we don't know how big our sample is. So however big it is out of there, we could be looking at some kind of a pocket of space and judging all of space by this pocket, which would be very flawed, which we must be doing. So I'm saying necessarily flawed. Is it what we experience? I totally agree. What does it mean? That's a good question. And how far does it apply? Can't know. But when we see things like redshift is the distance to the origination object, dude, that's not expansion. That is not an expanding universe that you're looking at when you see that.
I mean, so I guess what they describe it as being the first light generated at the start of the expansion. I think that's how they described it. I don't think they say that it is the only or sole evidence for the expansion. I think
Are you talking about the cosmic microwave? You're talking about the cosmic microwave
cosmic,
background radiation.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Now that I've caught up with you.
Yeah, so I think one of the other things that they kind of look at is the effects of dark energy, the propulsion that's pushing galaxies
That's gonna be
away
another
from each other.
topic.
They
But
look
before
at
we
that
move on,
as well.
before you move on, just on CMBR, right? Can you tell me the difference between that is the outer shell of the expansion and that is radiation coming from other stars? How would we know the difference?
No, so they don't say that is the outer um, the outer shell per se. A matter of
Of what
fact,
of the knowable?
yeah. So when they take the measurement of the CMB, right? They actually have an actual measurement for a diameter, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
That is not the edge, quote unquote, of space time.
Right.
We actually don't know. We actually
No.
don't really know.
No, my sample argument means I already agree with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we really don't know.
Right.
A matter of fact, we don't even know how fast the expansion is expanding, and we don't even know how much energy is being somehow put in the system.
Right.
Did
We
you
don't know.
finish that sentence?
It sounds like he does that sometimes. He forgets to drop down his voice at the end of it, so you know
Yeah.
the sentence. But he did finish the thought. You just have to throw the
I'm sorry.
declination in there.
My headset died.
Oh, is that what happened?
I thought it
Yeah.
felt like that.
I don't know. What was the last thing you guys heard? We don't. I was getting to. We don't know the size of the universe. We don't know how fast it's
Right.
expanding.
And you said you don't know how much energy is being added to it
Added to it,
in dark energy, dark matter, in order to
accelerate.
create the accelerate. Yes.
yeah, don't know. You can. I guess you can. There's this this former physicist who's also a Christian who did some
I've
math
held that
on it.
against him.
Well, it's a her, but she did some math on it, and to be fair, a lot of it was eventually got over my head. But I even with my understanding, I didn't even think that number is even remotely accurate. Because in order for something to keep expanding into oblivion, which is what we're assuming that based on our current observation, you literally need unlimited energy.
And
Yeah.
not to take the conversation backwards, but I did kind of I had this question in my head too. Wouldn't it still be brighter than it is if there was a steady state universe?
Wait. Compared to what?
Compared to what we see now.
How would we? Okay, we have a sample
How
of
would
one.
we know? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I knew you were going to say that.
Sorry, buddy.
I'm not really familiar with the steady state theory, so I'm not going to be much use to that conversation. But what makes Nerdy think that things would be brighter than what we observe?
That's what I'm asking.
Maybe think of it. Okay, so this might not. I'm not saying you should apply this to your daily life. I think maybe you should probably look at think of it using your common sense and intuition. If something exists that is in a steady state, is it changing? No, right? It'll just remain in that state. So now apply that on a universal scale, right? And see if you can answer the question. That's one of the things that I do. If someone asks me a question where where I don't necessarily have a complete understanding of it, I try to apply my common sense understanding of it, then answer the question, and then the person will give insight based on my response, and then you can change your response with more insight or knowledge that the other person shares.
That's
Okay, I
great
just
manipulation. It's really smart.
What do
I
you say,
wasn't-
Richard?
I said
He
that's
said
great manipulation. It's really smart.
I'm Batman.
I just read the first two paragraphs of the steady state model, and basically it's saying that it's a white hole, which is the inverse of a black hole, that is funneling energy and matter into our universe rather than the Big Bang.
That
So
still would
Nerdy's saying
require
it,
some other universe, right?
saying
Presumably.
it's called Olbers paradox. Olbers. If you wanted to have a look at that, I haven't heard of that myself.
Okay, here's one of the things that I think makes sense. At least it does to me. There are some things that don't work on other scales, on a variety of scales. There are some things that do. Energetic transfers act the same on all scales. You
William
could
calling.
call it electricity, but electricity is applied, and it's not accurate to call it electricity. So if it's true that you can cause ionization of matter through transferring energy through it, and we know that's true because a light bulb works. And if it's true that it will give off physical matter and plasma, and we know it will, not just light, and that will use it up, and eventually it'll pop, it'll explode. Or if you increase the energy, it will explode. Now we see things that are stars exploding. What is it? Something like 30 a year or something. We see stars explode, but we don't see stars form and become bright and start doing the same thing. We don't see that. So what does that say to me? It says to me that we're in a pocket, we're in a zone where one happens and the other one doesn't. Now, if I take that up to the galactic web scale, the cosmic web scale, it all seems to make perfect sense that we've seen the energy traveling through space. We've seen the differential being expressed in plasma streams between bright stellar objects. And yes, the bright stellar objects, like galaxies, are along the plasma streams. Like a necklace with gems on the strand. So we know there's huge energy between these bright stellar objects. It's not even guessing. So if that's true and it causes at that scale all of the things that we see, why do I need dark energy? Why do I need dark matter? It seems like an extra step, an unnecessary complexity, when we can already watch energetic transfer do exactly the same thing.
I mean, sure, but you have to. It's not necessarily this thing we're adding, right? See, when you account for one thing, right, and you say, okay, let's say gravity is the main component in the formation of galaxies, right? It's the main component. But then you realize that with the current mathematical explanation as to how gravity works, right? You realize that the formation and maintenance of that formation, right, shouldn't be the case with the current model. And so what you realize is like, okay, maybe I can measure this other thing, right? Maybe I can measure the effects of this other thing that we're kind of observing. I use the word observing very, very loosely, right?
You mean this thing that's necessary?
Yes, right.
Okay.
We don't know what it is. We don't know its properties. Just understand that it's having a effect on the matter around it, and gravity is having an effect on it, right? So it's I don't think it's a unnecessary complication, so to speak, because I do agree with you. The simplest explanation,
Is
right,
usually.
is usually the best one, right?
Well, I'm going to say
But
that the most elegant explanation that covers everything necessary is that is probably the correct answer.
I mean, sure, but you're going to run into the problem if someone says, "Okay, well, God did it," because to say God did it
I don't-
is a
No,
simple
don't, no,
explanation.
no,
It's
no,
not.
no, it's not. It's not a
It's
simple
infinitely
explanation
complex.
because now you have to explain what a god is, how it's there, where it is, how it controls things, how it puts its arm into physics and pulls its arm out without pulling some physics out with it.
Well,
You'd have to
well,
explain all that.
I mean, there's nothing to suggest that, right? Because you can explain the phenomena, right? You can use your math and explain it, right? And it comes back to the same conversation that me, you, and our
Yeah, but I
Muslim
don't.
friend was having, right?
Okay, but
We can explain it, but it doesn't necessarily mean we know
well,
what it is,
I don't like his
right?
argument, and I don't think it's necessary.
Fair enough.
I mean, I like William. I give him the right to come on, and so long as he's polite and engaging in an actual conversation, he's more than welcome on my channel to do exactly that. However, I do not agree in any way that's the right way to look at it. Okay,
Okay, fair enough. I'm not
just
necessarily
tell me
suggesting
one
that.
thing that energetic transfer does not explain about what we see. Just tell me one thing it doesn't explain.
One thing it doesn't explain.
Right, about the whole expansion ideas of contraction, how spiral universes act, why we see jets coming out north and south of radio lobes and semi-stable galaxies, why there's all of that,
I think
why there are nebula that are not that are still gas somewhere. Just tell me what it doesn't explain.
so. I would say that we I would say it doesn't explain the phenomena of virtual particles popping in and out of it. That
What do you
I
mean it
think
doesn't explain them? It makes it not needed. It literally just nullifies the entire necessity of it, because what energy does is it travels, and it travels the path of least resistance or greatest conductance.
I think
That's what it does, which means it never stops moving.
I think your definition of energy is probably a little bit too narrow. I say that mainly because, for example, they say energy cannot be destroyed nor created,
Mm-hmm.
right? It can only be changed. Now,
It
change,
changes form, yeah.
yeah, it just changes form. Now, in order for it to change form, right, one would agree that something else, right, has to affect it in order for it to change form, right? Like, take for example, right, if you have enough helium, an insanely massive amount of helium within a certain space, right, because of gravity and, for example, and I guess other forces, right, they'll eventually come together and they'll ignite and form either a Jupiter, uh, I say a Jupiter loosely, just humor me, right? Depending on the amount, right? A Jupiter, a red dwarf, or what do you call it? Sequence star that's like ours, or a supermassive black hole, right? Depending, right? So energy is not necessarily just changing arbitrarily. There are things acting upon energy within itself, or forces acting upon the energy within itself, that's causing it to change. And so this is,
Like what? You mean like physics and conductivity and
I'm using
paths of least resistance? Is that what you mean?
yeah. So like the path of least resistance. Like if something
That's
is
just
not,
that's
go
just
ahead.
where things are in that exact moment. That's all that is.
Yes and no, because like photons, for example, right? They don't experience momentum technically speaking,
Okay.
right? And yes, some people might argue and say yes because they do have some mass or whatever. That's a whole nother debate, but they don't. Now, what is propelling the photons in the first place, right? Is it is it necessarily just the fusion or fission that takes place that's propelling the movement of the photons, right?
But
I
why would
would
the photons be absorbed? I mean, they're gonna hit
because
interstellar media.
yes, sure, yeah, they get absorbed. They're energy, right? And so there's nothing to suggest that other energy, other different types of energy can't absorb other
Hmm.
and change, right? But what I'm saying is outside of that, there are other forces at play here that when applied, depending on the force applied, right, it will affect how that energy is going to change or move, so to speak.
What?
But he said what? So I'm assuming there's an explanation.
I don't know.
Sounds
I probably lost you a paragraph ago, Matt Batman. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you?
Okay,
Fair enough.
just like gas giants in our solar system sweep out, the stellar dust and that, or asteroids or whatever
Uh,
that would otherwise strike Earth. Wouldn't something similar happen to sweep up all this extra light that the animation was showing?
I think
um,
space is too vast.
it said it's
Although,
because space is expanding. That's why it's not doing that.
Um,
Because space is
and
expanding.
actually, no, I see the point. If we
the
would see each star, then those stars would be blocking out the light behind them. Oh, man, this is a mind fuck.
okay,
isn't it
so
great?
What?
so yes and no, yes and no, right? Re- Remember, like I think the reason why they say the fabric of space time
Mm-hmm.
is to make our thinking more intuitive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so kind of like with an eclipse, right? The reason why you see the light come, surrounding the moon during the eclipse, right? That's light traveling around the moon because of its curvature that is creating in space time,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's why you see that quote unquote corona, right? If it was a
Really?
situation where there weren't any distortions, you wouldn't see any light going from around the moon. You will just
That. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but you're
yeah,
using the wrong example. The moon doesn't have enough gravity to cause gravitational lensing, but
Yeah,
during
right?
eclipses, we can see stars that are on the other side of the sun, even
Right.
though the sun should be blocking them due to the sun's gravitational lensing.
Right.
wait. You
Right.
saying the
Okay.
moon isn't massive enough to create gravitational
Gravitational
lensing?
lens.
Correct.
Not from this. Not that we could see from this distance. We're too damn close. It's not that it wouldn't have some amount of gravitational lensing. Of course it would.
I'm straight up going to Google that. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sammy, that graphic you had up against steady
Yeah.
states used the term static.
Yeah.
But steady state universe is not static universe. It's not the same thing. So whoever wrote that, maybe they were honest. Maybe they don't understand what the heck steady state universe is.
Yeah, and it said that it was based on three assumptions, and the one of them would have to necessarily be false. I'd like to know what the three are because
I'll add that. So it is. Oh, let me get rid of the comment. As more
Infinite,
distant stars are
homogeneous.
revealed,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, in this animation depicting an infinite, homogeneous, and static universe. They fill the gaps between closer stars. Olber's paradox says that because the night sky is dark, at least one of these three assumptions must be false.
And it's the
And-
static one.
yes,
Right. It's not static. It's
It's always
expanding.
changing.
Yeah.
So
It would be interesting to consider the other two, though.
yeah, I don't necessarily think it's infinite. I just think that our local area is very big.
Infinite enough, right? Like
Yeah,
practically infinite, like for all
Right.
intents and purposes.
Yeah,
Infinite enough for
our
this
local
store.
area keeps getting bigger.
oh,
Yeah.
yep. I didn't see Dave's message out the back. That's lovely, Dave.
I
Well,
know.
that just shows why it
Yeah,
was a
it
good
is.
idea not to bring him in because he'd
Yep.
be saying all that.
He's in an ornery mood.
News unit?
So,
No,
no, Wild
Wild
Heart.
Heart.
Oh.
I obviously didn't see him come in, and he's gonna leave me backstage. Gonna leave, motherfucker, cunt, twat.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah,
mature.
He's probably had a few.
He's He's locked out of all of his Wild Heart accounts, so now he's going by his real name.
Hmm.
Yeah, so the
Okay, I'm
static
back.
part is the static part is the false assumption in steady state. Steady state doesn't mean unchanging. Static means unchanging.
Right, and I would also
But-
disagree with homogeneous. You know, there's obviously clumps of matter.
Yeah.
That's true, but maybe like
Which-
generally
but-
homogeneous.
I agree about that. Static is definitely the wrong word there, but I wonder if
Yeah.
they mean that or whether they just mean not expanding.
Hmm.
Still,
Well, the way they're using it, in order for it to be a disproval, it has to mean static.
so what if his theory was that a steady state had a still or not expanding universe, be infinite and homogeneous? How then would you approach it?
I don't know if the
Right.
universe was homogeneous. I don't necessarily think it would. I don't think planets or anything distinct would form. I think all you'll have is just one.
Soup.
Yeah, one soup of the same material
And I
in
looked
a
up
confined
this-
space.
under Olber's paradox. It says that a static universe is a cosmological model in which the universe is both spatially and temporally infinite, and space is neither expanding nor contracting. Such a universe does not have so-called spatial curvature. That is to say, it is flat or Euclidean.
Yeah, I
That's
don't.
what they mean
Yeah,
by
I don't
static.
think space would be a thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's intuitively speaking, it doesn't make sense. I don't know.
I'll tell you what intuitively doesn't make sense to me. There are nebula.
Oh boy.
Why?
Because they're made out of matter with nothing in the way. And they should condense. How do you have an old nebula? Tell me that.
Well, remember what we're seeing. What we're seeing is the light that came off of those, that nebula.
However
From
distant
however-
ago, yes.
Yeah. So we
That's
don't
fine.
know if they actually eventually got turned into a star or a supermassive black hole. Like, dude,
Fair enough.
there are. Dude, I learned recently that the biggest object that they've seen so far is a supermassive black hole that is like
At the middle of a galaxy.
10th to the power of 32 of our suns. Dude, that's unimaginably massive.
Yeah, well, I literally can't imagine it.
I
So you're right.
cannot imagine something existing that big. And what makes it even worse, right? Is that is that is that how our current explanations for how black holes are formed does not apply to how these objects, these types of black holes are formed. We literally don't know how they're formed.
I would go
Maybe,
so far to say we don't know they literally exist.
well, but we've
Well,
observed the phenomena surrounding them, of the hot
yeah,
gas that's swirling, so we could infer that they exist.
We have seen a very heavy object eat. You could say eat
Hmm.
space dust and gases,
Hmm.
and spit some out.
I think the word is massive.
Do they actually eat the space though?
Do they actually spit?
Yeah, they
Uh,
actually like
Some
we
do.
saw jets coming out of it as well when we saw this happen.
well, okay, yeah,
So is that a black hole definitionally? That doesn't
well,
A
sound like
spinning,
it.
no,
black
a spinning
black
black
hole
hole
is a
would.
mis
Yeah.
black hole is somewhat of a misnomer,
Okay.
right? To
Like
be
Big
fair,
Bang?
yeah, right.
Why do we keep doing
the
this
typical
to ourselves?
the tip. Well, okay, so the reason why I think under this circumstance this misnomer is okay is mainly because of how massive they are, find in such a small space. The distortion that they create literally creates a hole in the space time fabric, and so anything that comes within a certain
Wow.
distance of its influence, the influence being the distortion, will fall in so deep in that hole, right? And the only way it could come out is if somehow something with infinite amount of energy is able, well, I wouldn't say infinite, but an insane
Mhm.
amount of energy is able to propel it out.
Well, there's three possible ways. One is it leaves our universe or goes to a different part of our universe and is emitted via a white hole. Another one is through Hawking radiation, and the third, I guess those are the main two.
Wow.
But in here, it also again for the homogeneous, it says at large scale. Okay, but if our universe was homogeneous at a large scale, that's the entropy heat death of our universe. So that's all of these three so-called assumptions we've already discussed are false just in our 30-minute little time slot.
Can you summate that for me? I got lost.
Okay, on the Olberg's paradox for why the sky isn't bright,
Yeah.
all the there are the three
Necessary.
presumptions. Yeah, presumptions.
Right.
And we've already demonstrated all three of them are wrong. That we're not the universe isn't homogeneous at a large scale because then we have so much entropy that time would stop. There would be no change or very little and only local. Second one, oh heck, I don't even remember what they are. But anyway, during our discussion, we've all said that all three of the assumptions. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, an infinite, homogeneous, and
Homogeny,
static.
static,
Yeah,
and what was the third one?
infinite.
Infinite. Yeah. Okay.
So anyway, that's all I had.
I
Basically,
also
the
don't.
universe would be past eternal.
Past eternal is absolutely plausible, where change is always happening because of transfers of energy, and we see the energy transferring. I
Yeah,
can show
but
you
in a static,
pictures.
I mean, yeah, sure, but the part of the explanation, they use the word static. Static is in not changing.
Yeah, that's a false assumption. Yeah, but like
I
Hillary
mean,
said, all
fair,
three of
but
the
they use
all three of the
it.
assumptions are false. So it's not even it's a straw man. If all three assumptions of the false are false, they're all straw man. It's not what's being talked about.
Richard, I feel like you might be trying to earnestly get a point across here that's falling on deaf ears, and you
That's
were
because I'm.
stressing, yeah,
Yeah,
you
I'm
were
deaf.
stressing the idea of just to try to tease it out a little bit more. You were stressing the idea of transfer of energy and how observable that phenomenon is,
Hmm.
and how that phenomenon also explains, all of these other bigger questions about the shape and size and behavior of the universe. So I want to ask: are you talking about like transfer of energy, like billiard balls kind of transfer of energy, like action reaction transfer? Or are you
Well,
talking
it's
about? Um, yeah, what are you
it,
talking about?
it follows more of a. It acts more like liquid than it does solids, um, because these plasma streams that we see between bright stellar objects, there's no reason for the plasma stream to be connecting one bright stellar object to the other unless it's causing the brightness.
Are you talking about stars when you say bright stellar objects?
Entire galaxies.
And we see filaments of
Sure.
energy, plasma. We
Yes.
see that,
Well, not with the human eye, but with
right?
enhanced human eye, that is technology, we do. We literally took pictures of it. They call it the cosmic web. It looks very much like mycelium or veins in a bone. You know, um,
Or
this is what it looks like. I
sure,
mean,
roots probably, or
yeah,
yeah.
it follows the natural. It looks like bone marrow. You know, it follows the natural course of energy and how energy acts. It's but
Bring it up, Sammy. Bring up the pictures. You, we need some Google foo going on here.
it's beautiful first of all, and the scale. I mean, these streams are wider than the galaxies that are in them.
What?
So yeah, they're wider than the galaxies. It looks like if I'll just find a picture.
I'm working on it too. What is the cosmic web of
Yeah,
galaxies?
just
Galaxy
cosmic
filament.
web. Yeah,
I found an artist rendition right on Wikipedia.
oh, it's freaking gorgeous.
They're the largest known structures in the universe,
Yes.
consisting of walls of gravitationally
Sorry,
bound galaxy
I'm
superclusters.
back. I was
Yep.
listening, but nature had called. You don't know about the cosmic web, Mac?
I mean, I think I read about it in The Incredible Hulk, or maybe
Yeah,
it
I'm going
was
to
the
bring
Swamp
some
Thing.
cool stuff up.
I don't.
The
So
thing I thought, Richard, though, was that it wasn't actually following, like, there was no filaments in between. That we were zoomed out so far that the number of galaxies create these arms or webs or whatever, however you want to describe it. But if you zoom in enough, there's actually oodles and oodles and oodles of space in between.
yeah, it's. Let me share
Oh,
screen with you.
you want to share yours? Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
So
that's a terrible
here's
picture.
no, it's a really good one. It's not as pretty, okay, but there's scale and accuracy. Now these orange objects you can see in the most dense parts, these are galaxies. Okay? And the glow around a galaxy has to do with the radiation the galaxy is giving off, and the galaxies aren't nearly as big as the orange blobs. Not even close. Okay?
No, the galaxies are making up the blue parts.
What?
What? No, they're the galaxies are orange blobs. Galaxies don't
No,
form
no,
filaments.
Richard. I don't think you realize how far zoomed out we are. Those orange blobs would be huge super clusters of galaxies to get that.
Fair
Each
enough.
each infinitesimal little dot to make up the blue strands is probably multiple galaxies at this level.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Mac.
okay, so
Huge.
they're multi-clusters. The orange globs are galaxies much smaller than the total web.
Yeah.
Much smaller than any filament on the web. And the darker ones are also dots. But and maybe I'm saying this extremely poorly because I'm not a professional. I'm a heavy equipment operator, but there is this energy that's connecting them together, and you can see that these objects are on paths. They're not randomly spaced. They're creating chains.
Some people argue that it's dark energy acting upon the pieces of matter that's creating those chains. Some people would argue for it.
So the bright yellow regions are high density clusters. Yeah.
Right. Oh my gosh, look at that. So it's just everywhere. And I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot of imagination to look at that as like cells in a venous structure.
Or neurons.
Or
Or
neurons.
neurons, exactly. Which I think all follows the paths of energy because it has no choice.
Mm.
Which is why we see this like everywhere we look at all scales.
But when I look at that image there, that looks, for what we're talking about and having forces at play like gravity and dark energy, that looks pretty homogeneous to me.
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty
Like I
opaque,
can-
but it's not homogeneous.
Yeah,
because-
I get that. Like it isn't completely, but when you're zoomed out to this level, or even the thicker structures seem to disappear.
yeah.
So-
so
Which to me points to something.
It's Bob.
Clearly.
No, well,
this-
Yeah,
I
I
was
mean,
going
what-
to say it's pointing away from Bob, but
Significance do we pull from this?
geez, this is so complicated I can't even read it. Like I don't even know how to say this. Wow.
So what's interesting, right, is that they really do look like neurons, right?
Mhm.
But if you ever look at like a neuron under a microscope, you'll actually see that it's actively reaching out, trying to create connections with other neurons.
Right.
Hmm.
And so
Wow.
looking at that picture, it literally looks like a bunch of neurons trying to connect to each other. It's
Yeah.
so cool.
But what if the neurons in our brain, what if the actual physical neuron doesn't have any choice? It's being pulled by something, because it's certainly not. It's not reaching out because it wants to.
I feel like we're getting into the fractal universe.
That's what I'm saying, man. This stuff blows me away, and I don't really know what to think about it. But my goodness, man, why is that there?
Halsey already mentioned that about the fractal universe, and I said, well, let me go see if I can find my comment. A smart designer would use fractals to limit the amount of code needed in this experiment.
Well, I
Just
mean,
think about it.
look at the atom, and then look at the solar system.
Yeah. Very, very analogous.
To be fair, fair about the atom comparison, right?
Or to
The
be argumentative. I'm kidding.
I'm just saying, just humor me a little bit, right? So the explanations that we got in, or the visual explanations that we got in high school, right? They're apparently trying to find better ways to depict the electron shells around atoms instead of being like in the form of a particle, right? How would it look in the form of a wave? And so what you have is like these wave-based shells
Right.
surrounded the core of an atom.
Right, valence shells.
Yeah.
And some of them are barbell shaped, others are a sphere. There's another one that looks kind of like a snowflake. Yeah, there's all different types.
Okay, now
But
go look at
yes,
ancient
something
cave
else.
paintings, and you'll see all those same forms.
Yeah.
Richard,
Like, how the hell did they draw that?
Let's Farm is calling for a one-on-one with you.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. Well, since you brought it
Tell
up
them to
verbally,
join.
I was going to respond in writing. I'd love to. All you have to do is email me at myname@gmail.com. My name is Richard Curtis Madsen. No caps, no spaces, no special characters. Yeah.
Man, I thought Richard was gonna be like, "Bring it, bitch! I'll take you on right now." But never
Debate me, brah.
right?
That was
I-
last night, I think.
I gotta say, I did have a little bit of fun at a couple Christians' expense, but and maybe I went too hard at them. But I've been so patient for so long, and noticed it not usually resulting with certain personality types in any kind of progress.
Progress
why-
being
Yep.
Something forward thinking, where the conversation moves forward somewhere,
Yeah.
which is
Okay.
why I had to come into Sammy's stream, because Sammy went live. I see, first of all, Sammy and William Freeman and Batman and Hillary's and oh my gosh, look at your side chat here. And Mac, and how can you stay out of a stream like this? I can't.
Yeah. And
You're
conversations that don't end in, well,
Name calling and
you're just a fucking retard.
Mhm.
yeah.
Because I can't prove my point.
Yeah.
May I present? I'm sorry.
I love how dumb I am, and how, like, I realize every day how much everyone else knows that I don't. It just means I get to learn all this stuff and get that little dopamine fix that I used to describe as, it felt like my brain expanding when I learnt something. That surreal moment that you get.
Feels awesome. I love it.
It
I'm
does.
addicted to that.
It is.
You're
Same.
creating some good neurons.
Yeah.
Some good connections there, sir.
The good news is it
It's
will
so
never
good,
actually
yeah.
stretch your skull or burst it.
I don't know. Maybe if he lives long enough.
Well, isn't that why aliens have those big weird heads?
Oh, yeah, probably. No! You
No.
stop that.
With the pulsing vein.
Yes. As they communicate telepathically, the
Yeah.
vein pulses.
It's
They
wicked.
did that in Firestarter as well. In fact, Dad got nosebleeds from it.
Oh, wow.
I'm assuming there is a limit to how many connections one singular neuron could make with multiple others,
Yes.
right?
Hmm.
Do they have that listed out?
Data?
Like,
They have to be spread out enough that they don't heat up too much, to heat up the tissue.
I mean, sure, but how many connections can one singular neuron make?
Well,
Oh, an absolute number? You're not just talking about density?
Yeah, like an actual
I don't
number.
know. I don't know what the
so,
highest.
well, they do actually have a definitive number.
Yeah.
Really? Google it.
This
What
is
is
from the
it?
This is from the University of South Florida. Neurons are excitable cells which chemically transmit electrical signals through connections called synapses. There is a consensus that there are roughly about 100 billion neurons total in the human brain. Each of these neurons can have up to 15,000 connections with other neurons via
What?
synapses.
Holy cow.
Goodness.
Wow,
My
man.
goodness.
Isn't that exciting? Like, that's exciting. The potential.
How the heck
Okay.
did they even reach 15,000? How do physical reaching for the other thing?
Yeah, you can actually. They have videos of a neuron actually reaching out to make connections to another to others.
Yeah, I've
It's
seen
really
that.
cool.
Like the microscopy
Yep.
video. Like, yeah, it's twitching around and trying to like
Find
reach
it.
out to the other neuron.
But what's pulling it?
Right.
Or
I don't know.
what's pushing it to do that?
Yeah.
Electrical potential.
That's
Yeah.
what I think. Yeah.
So now think about it, right? If we can create a silicone-based brain with as much connections that can happen while remaining in a confined space, right?
Yeah.
Dude, we could literally create an actual a possible brain that could contain a soul.
I guess. Go for it, dude.
That's only if a soul is an emergent property due to complexity.
No, I think souls are independent of the actual brain itself.
Well, then what's
They're not
generating the
contingent.
soul?
I don't know, but I get
I
the
don't know.
impression. I get the impression that they're separate.
Okay, but the matter would need to be either large or complex enough to accept the soul, right?
Exactly. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. So the way how I look at how I would define, for example, the mind. The mind is the brain expressing the the persona of the soul. In order for that to take place, it needs to occupy a brain that that has the capacity to express emotions, receive sensory data of some sort, right, and express that the interpretation of that data. Fuck! Did I kill the room?
One more time in English.
This is awesome.
I'm sorry. Okay, so all right, so let's say the soul is like this hovering force that's hovering in reality, right? It has its own personhood, right? But in order for it to be expressed, it needs to be injected within a brain. In order, a fully developed brain that has the ability to allow it to actually like think, if that makes any sense, like to process data. Does that make sense? No?
I'm as lost
Here we
as last
go.
year's Easter egg here.
Okay, so think of a CPU. Let's use
Check this
computers.
out.
I was watching the picture. I have to be honest. I was very distracted.
Sorry.
So,
Here, this
so-
one
okay,
might be
CPU.
better. Ready?
Mhm.
Neurons under the microscope that I've filmed. And if you wait really patiently, you'll be able to see them connecting to one another.
Oh, baby, I can feel you already.
Mhm.
Come
I
on,
know. Look.
touch it. Let's touch tips.
Ooh.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Ooh.
Let's do it.
Oh, there it goes.
What you're
Right.
looking at here
I think we
are
just
two
ruined
neurons
that for
under the
Richard.
microscope.
Sorry.
No, why
Richard.
can we relate to that though? Why it's true. It's so visceral.
Yeah, yeah.
Like we
I've
could
got-
be that
I've-
fucking neuron, you know? I'd be
You,
like,
you want to hear some
yeah.
crazy? I'll tell you guys
Back
some
to bed
crazy
with a touch
off the
tips.
cuff, crazy off the cuff observation. The static one, the one that's not reaching out,
Oh.
it has tentacles on the end of it. They're already spread out, right? The one that's actually moving forward and searching for it, all of its tentacles are drawn toward one specific direction and are closed until it reaches a certain point where it's about to make connection, and those spread out and make the connection.
Play the sex tape again. I think there was some tips touching, not actual tip going into a hole.
Mm.
You're absolutely right, though. One's just there, spread out max.
Play
Like
the
Uh-huh.
tape
waiting.
again, damn it.
Fully.
Oh, I didn't share it. Sorry. I'm watching it by myself.
Don't hog it.
Add to stream.
Now,
Okay.
now from what I understand, this thing does not have
Play.
muscles to cause those very, very small, I'm going to call them pseudopods for now.
Nope, they're
Um,
moving together. Both of them are moving and reaching out.
Yeah,
The
but
pseudopods
what,
are
we'll
dendrites.
start again and watch. See, the bottom one's just, it's squirming, but it's not moving forward like this other one. It's like this other one's on the prowl.
The tentacles are reaching out. It's just not moving.
Right, it's like the one
yeah.
that's going forward is searching while the other one is creating. It's creating the hey, come here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they still touch tips.
But when you tell
That is
me
so
that we
cool.
create thoughts and memories and things by these neural pathways, and then you show me this physical, what almost looks like a creature,
It is.
how
It
the
is.
fuck is that my thoughts?
That
It's
is
not
your
your
thoughts.
thoughts. I wouldn't say. Well, yes and no,
No,
right?
It's the pathways.
That's what happens when you learn something.
Yeah.
It's why learning
So
something
it-
feels like, oh, yeah.
Is this filming
That's
someone's
why.
brain doing some sort of calculation or?
It
I
says
don't
it's in a
understand
petri
it.
dish. It's in a petri
It's only
dish.
one connection.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I
right
think
now,
that's the
as you're
difference
having
with
this
little development.
conversation, you are literally right now creating new connections. It's a constant thing. This is one
Yeah.
of the reasons why the brain consumes so much energy, despite not being the biggest organ.
Yeah.
Mine's not.
Oh. It's just-
But I know how to use
I
it.
think it's cool, like that idea that we are the universe pondering itself.
Mhm.
I love that. My neurons right now are trying to figure out neurons.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're just lonely, man. They're trying to find a hand to hold.
Yeah. So you know what? I think if we can create something like that, right? I think it would probably have the capacity to maintain some kind of personhood and consciousness. Like I don't think you can program AI to be conscious in any way right now because of the hardware limitations that we have.
Do you think that artificial neurons will be a possibility?
Yes.
It's only a matter of time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. I think
They already
eventually we'll
exist.
get to that point.
What, just on a really large scale?
No, just because quantum computing already exists because B theory of time is true.
I don't know about that.
Ooh. Them's fighting words.
I guess if I knew what they meant.
It's the no. It's
B
the no
theory of
true
time,
theory.
Matt,
The no
it
true theory
says
of
that-
time fallacy.
B theory?
Okay. The B theory of time states that all time exists at once, and that we actually move through this solid block of time,
Okay.
as opposed to a theory which says we're sort of the set thing and time is changing. Time actually moves forward in an arrow.
Yeah.
I
Whereas the growing block, right, is that the past exists, like the past is a thing, right? But there's only the present. There's no future. There's only potential future. And
Wait,
so
we're moving on way too quick. What is causing the searching neuron to move?
A difference in electrical potential because one of them has more positive ions and the other one has more negative. The dendrite has
Boom!
one.
Jeez, I'm so
mic
digging
drop.
that, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dendrite has one form and the axon has the other.
Yeah, I think that's essentially it.
yeah, I mean, if you look at these tiny single cellular organisms, right? How they hunt um, other single celled organisms is that they actually have sensory inputs,
Right.
right? And they sense the chemicals that's being given off by another cellular organism. Now, neurons are multicellular in nature, right? So it would make sense for them to have that capacity to pick up the signals of another neuron and form connection.
And am I correct in thinking, looking at this, it's really hard because it's quite small, but that they don't necessarily
You
need to
didn't say that.
connect it? Oh, do they not necessarily need to connect to the end? Because you'll notice little arms poking out of the sides
Right, notice that too.
as well.
You
And
just
I'm
don't want them.
that
You're just being homophobic right now.
no, I'm
You just
I'm
don't
trying
want
to
them to touch
understand
tips.
how they could connect to 15,000 other neurons. That's going to either be like a
'Cause
fuckload
they're
of
really
arms
long?
coming out of the head. Yeah, but that's why I'm
Yeah, it's a ton of
realizing
them.
that there's connections all the way down the length of it.
That's what it looks like. Or at least
Yeah.
at nodes, there are fingers.
Yeah. Especially right as the video restarts on the top side of the moving one. Look at its little arms on that shoulder.
Right.
And they sort of pop out underneath for a little feel, nothing there. Keep moving forwards.
I think it might be twisting.
Maybe. But yeah, it's so cool, man. It is so cool.
Just mind blowing. I'm going to stop it because I'll just stare at it all day.
So the thing about the chemical transfer and the chemical reactions aspect of all of that motion is it's still basically determined by electromagnetism. All of the pathways and things like that, they depend on that that discrepancy in
Do
ionic
they
charge.
call it electrochemical though?
I think they do.
Or is that different? It is that. Yeah, okay.
No, I think it's exactly it. But it's interesting stuff for sure, man.
Yeah.
So, Richard.
Yes.
So I have my my own little crackpot theory / explanation as to somewhat what dark matter is
Okay.
and why it's currently in the state that it's in right now. Okay, so here we go. Right. So, if you guys would agree with the current explanation that the universe expanded from the singularity, there were equal amounts or slightly unequal amounts of matter and antimatter, right? Now, since whenever matter and antimatter make contact, they explode, right? And there's quote unquote annihilation that takes place, right? They release a lot of energy, but they annihilate each other in the process, right? I don't think that makes sense under the paradigm that energy can, cannot be created nor destroyed, right? But it can be changed. So I think what happened is that a majority of the antimatter that basically exploded, right? They just changed into the quote unquote material that is dark matter. And this is why there is so much dark matter that exists in the universe, and why, despite our efforts to not be able to necessarily touch it or capture it or whatever, right? Gravity still has an effect on it.
Yeah.
That's my
It's not that
crackpot idea.
jackpot to me, because something I just put it down to my lack of understanding that I never understood was how, if all matter and antimatter burst out of this singularity, they would have been in such proximity. How, and we know like the power that's released when these things collide. How was it not just this one big massive explosion and then everything was gone?
I think the reason for that is because it's an expansion, and when the expansion is
It
taking
expanded
place, space,
faster than, okay.
like space is like essentially becoming a thing, and so some of them will not be some matter and antimatter like eventually stopped making contact, right? And this is why you still have antimatter still around, right? Even though there is still more matter than antimatter from our current understanding. For all we know, there might be actual antimatter suns that exist, and we just don't have a way to detect them. I don't know. Hence my crackpot thing. What do you say, Richard? I heard that snark.
No,
In your
no, it's
little
not
smile.
snark. It's just my brain. It's Aristotle made the observation that if you can entertain and seriously consider something you don't hold as true, you're probably a genius. Tonight is great evidence I'm no genius. I can't hold what you're saying and consider it.
I'm sorry, can you retranslate that into English again?
See, what you
Sorry.
just experienced, no, what you just experienced is exactly what he just described.
Yep.
It's
That was
fucking
it.
beautiful.
Oh, okay.
I just can't do it.
It's like we're all stretching our brains so hard at the moment.
Okay, let me show this, and I'll pause whenever anyone says a word.
We are looking at the turning gamma subunits and the epsilon subunits, and there's the C ring in the membrane. The F1 complex is outside of the membrane, while the F0 complex is embedded in the membrane. There's the stalk, including the delta and the B subunits. The alpha subunits are shown in light pink, the hexamer, which means that the hexamer can't rotate. We will now look at our conformational changes that are happening. The beta subunits are seen as a ribbon diagram. The ADP and inorganic phosphate diffuse into the active site, and the ATP has just been released. If we zoom into the active site, we can see the molecular structure of the substrates and the chemical reaction. Here is ADP with its two phosphates. They are all held in the hydrogen bonds stabilize the base and the sugar, but really primarily that's not just stabilizing, but also neutralize the base. Conformational changes that are happening when the inorganic phosphate comes in. There is the promotion of a so the new unit switches to the open conformation.
Everybody get that so far?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On this reconfiguration in the beta subunit, ATP is ejected from the active site. And we can start with the analogy of a water wheel. We can easily grasp the idea of it's driven by the flows to go in a direction. If the water was to flow in the opposite direction, you would see rotation of the water wheel in the opposite direction. Here we see the C ring and the A subunit. We don't know the full structure of the A subunit. Put protons on the A subunit brain space, and there's a separate egress channel for protons on the matrix side. In this animation, you see proton ring and what
Acidic differential drives this thing.
the specific direction of this rotation. And their flow to the lower concentration on the matrix side.
The buffering is so spotty. I
Starting
can't
to
anything you're saying.
robot.
Reasons for this unit direction.
Do you want to
Okay.
send it to me,
All right,
Richard,
that's enough
maybe,
anyway.
and I can.
Yeah, just enter ATP synthase.
Okay.
You'll get so much on that. I just thought that was a really good close-up one. That's why I selected that one, because the cartooning is awesome. But you also have to understand that what you just saw is like 1/1,000,000th speed. It's and overly simplified, and nothing is that clean, and stuff's bumping into each other, and there's all kinds of crap in the way. But
Here
you
we
showed the neuron
go.
connection thing where they isolated two neurons and watched them connect, right? Which is so not realistic in any way. It's so much worse than that. It's not even funny.
The epsilon subunits. There's the C ring in the membrane. The F1 complex is outside of the membrane, while the F0 complex is embedded in the membrane. There's the stalk, including the delta and the B subunit. The alpha subunits are shown in light pink. The beta subunits are magenta. In the middle, the central stalk is rotating. The B subunit stabilizes the hexamer, which means that the hexamer can't rotate. We will now look at a rendering of known structural state and the conformational changes that are happening. The beta subunits are seen as a ribbon diagram. The ADP and inorganic phosphate diffuse into the active site, and the ATP has just been released. And simultaneously, the conformational change occurs in the beta subunit. If we zoom into the active site, we can see the molecular structure of the substrates and the chemical reaction. There is ADP with its 2-phosphate. They are all held in place by a network of hydrogen bonds mediated by the amino acids in the folded structure of the beta subunit. Hydrogen bonds stabilize the base and the sugar, but really primarily the base. There's also a magnesium ion that plays a critical role in not just stabilizing, but also neutralizing the charge of the phosphate. Notice the conformational changes that are happening when the inorganic phosphate comes in. There is the promotion of a planar transition state. Synthesis of a new phosphodiester bond is catalyzed, and then the subunit switches to the open conformation. Upon this reconfiguration in the beta subunit, ATP is ejected from the active site. The enzyme then resets and restarts the synthesis of another ATP molecule. This is a summary of the events at the active site. It is also intriguing just how the C ring rotates. We can start with the analogy of a water wheel. You can easily grasp the idea of how a water wheel rotates. It's driven by the flow of water, allowing the wooden fins to go in a particular direction. Thus, the rotation happens in a specific direction. If the water was to flow in the opposite direction, you would see rotation of the water wheel in the opposite direction. Here we see the C ring and the A subunit. We don't know the full structure of the.
We don't know. See, this helps me understand why people can so readily see the argument from design.
It's
When
easy to
it's-
conclude design from this,
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
but it's all chemically necessary.
Yeah. But trying, like, it's one of those things, trying to imagine the process from a single celled life to this. Like, I guess we had, how many, was it 1 billion years? Or no, they think life started pretty soon after the Earth cooled, so like 3 billion years ago.
Yeah, like around
Something
that
like
time.
that. Yeah, which
So
it's
I
hard
guess,
to fathom
and
what that means in real terms. That's a lot
exactly.
Of the A subunit. But we know that there's an access channel for protons on the A subunit right in the intermembrane space. And there's a separate egress channel for protons on the matrix side. In this animation, you see protons flowing out from an interface between the C ring and the A subunit. But what drives the specific direction of this rotation? For example, if we were looking down, it is always a counterclockwise rotation. Why and what drives that? On each of the C subunits within the C ring, there is a proton binding site. Notice the high concentration of protons on the intermembrane side and their flow to the lower concentration on the matrix side. Protons load from the highly concentrated intermembrane side onto the C subunits, and they are released on the matrix side where the concentration of the protons is low. But why can't protons go around the other way as well? In principle, just as in the water wheel analogy, the C ring should be able to rotate in either direction, shouldn't it? There are two interconnected reasons for this unidirectional movement. The amino acid side chains in C subunits would repel the bound proton, so that when a proton loads from the intermembrane side, the C ring cannot rotate back in the opposite direction because it is energetically unfavorable. Rotating counterclockwise, on the other hand, is energetically favorable because there are no repulsive interactions. Remember, there's a concentration gradient that favors binding of protons on the intermembrane side and the release of protons on the matrix side. So in summary, the proton gradient determines the direction of the rotation, favoring movement in the counterclockwise direction of the C ring. This avoids unfavorable interactions with the amino acid side chains of the C ring.
How's that for
Wow. That was awesome.
So does it make sense that if you're deficient in magnesium that you would feel tired?
Sure.
Yeah, literally. Because you're not your cells cannot produce energy efficiently. Oh, there's Ashright.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you don't have enough magnesium, then you begin the lactic acid buildup because you're having to use a less efficient form of energy creation, conversion.
Mm-hmm.
So, why does lactic acid happen when you exert as well? Is it
It's
because
when
you
you-
use.
It's when you exert in an anaerobic environment, so you're not getting enough oxygen to go through the regular Krebs cycle. So you have to go with a much cheaper and dirtier version that results in lactic acid.
Right.
So if you had the money, you'd only work out in an extra oxygen-rich environment?
Yeah.
Okay, but by cheaper, what I mean is on the Krebs cycle, you get 36 units of energy per cycle. With lactic acid, you only get 2. But you
That's
got the
nasty.
same amount. Yeah, but you've got the same amount of sugar going into it. So obviously,
Okay.
2 is much less efficient than 36.
So, yeah, like you said, like Richard was saying, it would be beneficial to like exercise with oxygen, with an oxygen mask.
If you're wanting to exercise red muscle, yes. For white muscle, the lactic acid is actually what stimulates the growth. So do you want big
And
muscle
white
or do you want
muscle,
endurance? Yeah, white
okay.
muscle is like for growth, whereas red, like bodybuilders and stuff, and it's for
Yeah.
explosive contraction. Whereas red muscle is more, it's fast twitch, but it's more for stamina, like
Yeah.
long distance running.
So what should you have in your SIBA tank if you're working out, trying to get stronger?
Siva tank?
Yeah, not scuba.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
submerged.
I see what you're
SIBA.
saying.
Like if you went to the gym with a mask on and a tank on your
Mhm.
side. Yeah.
Um, it would
Normal atmosphere with slightly depleted oxygen?
no. You definitely want more oxygen. It's just a question of how much more.
I was going to say THC, but
Mm.
THC comes as a liquid. You can't breathe liquids, bro.
Isn't that fascinating though? Just changing the oxygen amount will change the muscles that you build.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it sounds like a defense mechanism. Like, oh, this is the kind of abuse that I have to live with. Well, I'm going to adapt in this way, so I'm better at this kind of abuse.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's more tolerant of it.
you guys should stop tolerating abuse.
That'll be enough
But it
out of
makes-
you.
Makes me big and strong, though.
There you go.
That's what she said.
Like bones toughen as you impact them.
Mm-hmm.
Bones
They
bones
say
heal
kids
from
jumping out of trees and
microfractures.
stuff is good. Yeah.
Bones reinforce due to microfractures, but you're actually adding material to the bone.
Yep, inside of it.
Yeah.
This is why martial artists do conditioning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So as the let's see, how does it? As the osteoblast attaches itself to the surface, it makes deposits in like at first flexible, but then over time hardening, like a welding a patch, or putting, maybe it's better compared to a self-hardening tire patch.
Plug. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because I remember watching watching the kind of a history documentary of martial arts in Japan, and one particular master, he one punch from him could easily shatter the bone of a human being. And it's not
bone?
necessarily like if you're blocking, right?
Mm,
And that arm bone, that
I did that.
yeah, like
I was in 7th grade. I broke one of my hand bones blocking a kick.
Yeah.
yeah, like he could easily shatter that. And part of the reason is because he has conditioned his whole arm and hand and knuckles
Mhm.
for decades right? And so he is, even his skin alone, even his skin is almost wooden in nature.
Yeah. I'll bet it's super tough. I bet he's super effective, and I bet none of that is sexy. So did you really increase your fitness? I'm not sure.
Well, for him, he's a pretty old dude, and he can, you know, punch you with a simple punch, shatter your bone.
Yeah, but has he dedicated his life to prettier, younger, healthier men that are more likely to reproduce and protecting them?
I don't know.
Okay, then he's out of service.
In that culture, I don't believe so. I think that the younger women would go for the older, more gnarled men, and then the
Really?
younger guys have to wait till they get older to get the women. Yeah,
Well, in that case, dude needs to start kicking pine trees.
that's right.
Maybe he's been doing that. Who knows?
Hope he started young. If that's what sexy is in that culture, better get on it.
Japan is was a very interesting place back then. Their practices were a lot of it was honorable but disturbing at the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah, what I can't get is the romanticism. Well, that's a long word now, isn't it?
Romanticism,
Romanticization. Nope. Don't help.
romanticization.
Wrong. Stop helping. Romanticization of that culture by Americans. That's what I don't get.
I don't necessarily see it that way. Hear me out. Okay, I think there's some truth in what you're saying, but to be fair, the Japanese romanticize their culture. It's
They romanticized whose culture?
their own culture.
Okay.
So
and
I
then
don't think
and then showed that to the West, marketed it.
yeah. Because I mean, you know, when it comes to, and to be fair, right? Despite that, they are, you know, they're pretty strict in terms of the hierarchies, and they were pretty strict, and to some extent still is, in terms of hierarchies within their society, how men and women dress, how warriors are supposed to behave, even their religious practices. They were very strict and dedicated.
So what
for the
is it?
most
We
part.
have no discipline and we think it's cool when people do?
Yeah, there's that. Just saying.
Here I am talking smack about discipline, about to go smoke a cigarette.
There you go. So Sammy, you didn't send me those pictures. If he's still around.
I knew that was going to happen. As soon as I saw that weird name and Peter
Yep.
Griffin's face, I thought something bad's going to happen.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. But I was on the bloody phone, so I was trying to do too many things at once. Well, thanks for
You
the
failed.
picture of the nice ass.
Yeah, it was nice.
Hmm.
Maybe he wanted to touch tips.
Yeah, well, now I have an email. I'll send them in your email. Oops. Carry on. I have to take this call.
Okay. So, Hillary's, what are your thoughts on my my little crackpot idea as to what dark matter is and how it came?
I've been up for well over 24 hours, and I'm just barely maintaining.
I feel you. No problem.
Yeah,
I don't
it
know.
could have something to do with antimatter. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's
That was what you were saying, right?
yes.
Okay.
It's quick. So the quick explanation is when the singularities started to expand, and matter and antimatter um, uh, got created during the expansion. Um, a lot of them um, annihilated each other,
Mm-hmm.
right? And since if you're working off the principle that matter cannot be created nor destroyed, only changed, I think that um, the result of the explanation, the result of the or the after effects of the connection, the fuck, what am I? Not connection when they make contact, right?
Mm-hmm.
After they release the energy, the byproduct of that is dark energy. And so, because there were an basically equal amount of matter and antimatter, right?
But I don't
Then
think
it
that
would
there
make
was.
sense.
I don't think it was anywhere near equal amounts because in regular matter you already have the charge, spread to make everything zero charge. So antimatter maybe was like 15% since that seems to be some sort of a weird variable in this universe. That was antimatter, and then it would have annihilated, causing superinflation. But then there would have been very little new antimatter created. So I don't think that much of that antimatter would still exist as dark energy at this time.
I mean, I'm not saying they're one and the same. I think you're
Right.
confusing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that
They're byproducts.
yeah,
Yeah.
the dark energy is basically a byproduct of the chain reaction that took place between both of those elements making contact. And I think it would make sense that if not, if it wasn't half and half, it was probably close to half because there is an insane amount of dark matter in the universe. An insane amount.
I think that's doing the equation from the wrong direction. I think
Maybe.
that when antimatter collides with regular matter, there is very little evidence of a byproduct because it annihilates, so it goes
But
to energy immediately.
so
Now it go ahead.
well the sorry to interrupt you, but the reason why I'm interjecting is to remind you, not to interrupt you.
Hmm.
If you hold to the position that matter cannot be created nor destroyed, only changed by
Hmm.
matter and energy, right? Then annihilation would not be a thing.
Sure, it would, because when the energy transformed to become matter, it got rid of that energy. When they annihilate, it's converted back into energy with some attendant loss of information.
Then that's not annihilation.
Sure, it is.
Okay, I need you to re-explain that to me. Annihilation is implying something going from existing to non-existing, whatever that
No, that's not
byproduct might
really.
be.
I don't think I could explain it as well as you looking it up. But no, annihilation is just when matter and antimatter come into close proximity, both of them poof out of existence and go back into just being energy without being matter. That's all that annihilation isn't a destruction of anything. It's what they call it for whatever reason.
Isn't that just another way of saying dark energy?
No, I think dark
How?
energy is most probably something else, and I'm not even going to speculate as to what it might be or what might cause it. I've got no clue. But I don't think that it
Because
could
you're
be.
basically saying the same thing that I'm saying. The annihilation is what I call the
Okay, but the annihilation occurred at one specific point on the time continuum. And so for that dark energy to still be around, it would have had to have just happened. You can't have it
what do
from
you
the
mean?
beginning.
Right. there's no.
Okay, the
You're not
energy
giving a reason
would
why it
spread
wouldn't
out.
be the case.
Yeah, but
But it is
because
spread. It is spread out. It's all
I thought
over.
I thought that the dark energy was mainly in galaxies, and that they were
No, no, no,
explaining
no,
that.
no, no, not dark energy, dark matter.
Okay,
Sorry.
I don't know. I don't think that that is the case, but I'm not going to try and persuade you it's not.
Well, I mean, if you don't have an, it's just again, it's a crackpot explanation based on um, prior knowledge and my intuition.
Well,
There's absolutely no math associated.
if the Hadron Colliders, anytime that they create antimatter and then perform these annihilation observations, it doesn't create residual anything other than energy.
That they can detect. Because
Correct.
you don't
Correct.
that
And
they
you're
can
right.
detect.
You're right. If it's something that they can't detect, then that could definitely be it.
Because we can't detect dark matter. We only see the effects that it has on
But I don't
actual
think that
matter
we've
and
ever
energy.
observed dark matter in our laboratories. You know, it's always something way
Yeah, I
far
know.
away.
Well, that's what I'm
So
saying. We can't it's not this. It's not this. We don't have the equipment to actually capture and use
it just seems
it to
like
measure
we
it.
would have come up with some sort of a reading when they did these experiments, the CERN and stuff. So
I mean,
I don't know.
there are facilities actually that are actually trying to do that.
Mhm.
There's this really interesting one that they made really deep underground, mainly because they don't want any surface vibrations to affect their reading.
Yeah, they don't want any galactic, not gamma rays, but anyway, whatever the
Yeah,
galactic
like
rays are. To yeah, that's why they want it to go through so much soil and water so that they can be certain that it's not interfering because they got to
yes.
cancel out all the external noise. But I'm just saying that so far they haven't detected it. If they do, it would give me a lot more confidence in what you're proposing. But I'm not going to pretend like it's not possible. It's just I don't have any reason to think that that is the case as of right now.
No, I mean that's fair. Um, I think I'm of the same position, to be frank. So I think it's fair. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that.
I would definitely stick with developing your hive mind because I think you got a gem there.
Yeah, hold on, repeat that.
I think that you should continue developing your hive mind idea because I think that you've got a gem there. You
Oh,
got
a
something
gem.
really good. Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
So I just
sure, I guess I can multitask.
yeah, okay. Oh, everybody's gone.
Richard left.
Yeah, he went for a smoke. I don't know what Sammy left to do, but he muted himself.
No, Richard is lurking.
Okay. Well, you take over so I can get
Lurker.
you now.
Well, you guys were talking, so
I gotta pee.
Okay, what's the conversation? You got to pee. That happens in real life.
How do you know?
Large Hadron Collider. Insert your paranoia here.
Oh, come on, man.
That's what people do. And I understand why. We want
I've
explanations.
been
We're
in
natural
contact with
problem solvers.
Cos. Her
What's that?
Cos knows this is a trial, and I'm going to be telling her there's two. Oh, I'm on mute.
Sammy, is that a hot mic? There you go.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So wow, that was really random. What the heck is he talking about? All right, so that's what we're natural problem solvers. We want the answer to the riddle. So whenever there's something above me, my brain is going to trying to invent reasons and rationalities, right?
I think that's natural.
Oh, it's totally natural. Yeah, it's a survival technique. But we kind of apply it where it doesn't need to be. I mean, I'm very tempted to, like, I don't know, build something in some public area that makes no sense in being there, just to see how people react.
Yeah, I think a really cool experiment like that um, would garner some. I wouldn't necessarily say attention, but perspectives. Yeah, that's kind of the reason why I like abstract art so much, because it could be complete and utter garbage, but people can take something from it somehow.
Yeah. So how do you play to the biases of the observer? I guess is the question in abstract art.
Yeah.
Well, the goal isn't necessarily to play to them. The goal is to just you know throw. It's kind of like you have a room full of people and you just throw a weird object in there and see how they react. Right? They'll pick it up and they'll feel it, touch it. They'll try to explain, what it might do, what its purpose. They'll even try to give it a purpose. They think it doesn't have one. How humans are. We're weird.
I think that's very much attached to, a garbage can is not, plastic and reinforced with metal, with a flexible plastic liner in it, that sits on the floor. That's not what a garbage can is. A garbage can is a place you put garbage.
Hmm.
It's by usage. It's the rest of the description of what a garbage can is how you construct something that's useful that way.
Yeah.
And we treat everything that way. If you cut a 16-inch log, that's a foot across, is that a doorstop? Is that something you're going to split to burn? Is that something you turn up on end and you sit on the flat surface of it? It's a chair? What is it?
It is what we make it to be.
Right. It's whatever you use it for. Right.
I've actually had a conversation with someone who actually believe that the names that things have are inherent to them and static, and they cannot be changed. And I'm like,
That's
That
like
def-
saying language is determined.
yeah, is that too?
No, it's not.
That's what they say. I ain't saying that shit.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing with the person who isn't here. I'm like, no, that's wrong. That's why definitions morph over time. Is because it's not like that. It doesn't. It's not the intrinsic value.
Shit. Yeah, I don't know. And to be fair, right? It was a conversation that stemmed between I think it's Plato and Epicurus or whatever his name is. I don't
Mhm.
remember. Where one of them was making the argument that uh, names were basically intrinsic to the nature, or they were just basically descriptions of the nature of an object, right? But you know, um, you know, the opposite argument was that no, we assign those names. We assign them based on usage.
Okay, so there's extrinsic and intrinsic properties. And the problem is that you can't have the extrinsic properties separate from the intrinsic properties. For more on this, see Crash Course Philosophy.
Yeah.
So at what point? How can I say this? if you have a red apple, part of the the intrinsic properties is it's the skin, the meat, the seeds, the inner structures, the stem, and that is apple. But then the way you perceive the apple, how it feels in your hand, how it tastes, how the sound of biting into it, the color of it, all of these things. But if you took away the sound and the color and the texture and the weight and the hardness of it, if you took away those things, would it still be an apple? No, you wouldn't even be able to perceive it. So where do you draw the line? Well, it's all of those things.
It's a thingamabob.
Yeah, exactly. It's a widget.
Yeah, I think sometimes that's the issue that a lot of people run into when they describe gods in quotes, right? A lot of it really comes down to the assigned properties to it, right?
Sure.
And sometimes those properties might be based on usage.
Oh, absolutely. Not sometimes, every time. Which is why you have to ask, what do you mean by God? And why I ask people, what's the minimum thing you would accept as God?
Yep.
Because I want to cut to the chase.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me about how extravagant a God could be. I don't care. What you end up with Bob.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, so Bob, great. How does that apply in reality, and what does that mean to me? Nothing. I can't interact with Bob. I don't see Bob. Nothing. I got nothing
Hail
for
Bob.
Yeah, well, don't bother to hail Bob, in my opinion. Like, what? Can you go to the grocery store with Bob? Does Bob influence your life in some way that you weren't already doing?
Bob has revealed his existence to me in such a way that I cannot
but what's
be wrong.
the advantage of the revelation of the Bob? How did that help you in any way?
Well, it makes me not feel as if I'm lonely even when no one's around, because Bob is everywhere and always around. So, well,
As long as
Bob
you
is
get a
everywhere, so he's always around.
Yeah, as long as you get a utilitarian benefit, I won't try to dissuade you of it.
Right. So
I'm sorry, dude.
So if you feel better and you feel better about yourself and your perception of reality, and you interact better with other human beings and your environment better because of it, congratulations. But you didn't need Bob for that.
I would disagree, because if I didn't need Bob for that, I would have gotten it without Bob in the first place.
No. You just never heard a rational explanation for what is that didn't require Bob so that you could have the same thing.
Not necessarily, because it's like telling a person, you don't need to be distraught of this experience, because this is why it happened.
Okay, why is that? Why is that not better?
It's not better because it doesn't do anything for me. Explaining, like, even if we were to, put Bob in a test tube, or a piece of Bob in a test tube, and confirm that Bob exists, right? That wouldn't really mean anything to me, right? Because he has no use to me. Bob only means something to me because he has use.
What's the use? You said you don't feel lonely. Talk about that.
So,
like, what do you mean by lonely? Like, completely alone? Like, you're the only object in space?
Well, yes, when it comes to other persons, right? Because you can have other people around you and still feel lonely. Quotes.
Yes.
Right, and so because the existence of those other conscious entities don't fulfill my the opposite of being lonely.
Your need for companionship, it doesn't fulfill
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Batman, we have a request. Could you either explain or describe Bob?
Ask Serb. He's the
Well,
messenger of Bob.
Gio and I have different ideas of what Bob is, so I was hoping someone else could weigh in.
I mean,
Gio says Bob is the same as not existing, and I said Bob is the ultimate foundational grounding for all possible gods.
well,
And I've got the text document to prove it.
The citations.
That's right.
oh no, man! Don't fall for the citation bluffing, guys. I don't necessarily see that as I don't necessarily see the relevance, but I'll entertain it. So, how I would describe Bob is the conscious expression of reality itself, or no, existence itself.
Well, let me narrow this down. If all in the universe was only this galaxy, would Bob be less important? Only this solar system, would Bob be less important? Only this Earth, only this landmass,
No.
only this city, only my friend group, only me.
No. Bob is only important because of what he offers me as a person.
Which is
Not feeling lonely even when other people around.
you've never been alone. You have perceived yourself as lonely.
I mean, sure. But if I have no connection to you or anyone, then I'm still going to feel lonely. Just because we agree that just because there are people around you doesn't necessarily mean you won't feel lonely.
Well, I'll
That
tell you what, Bob
loneliness
can't
is still-
scratch your back, but I know
I don't
people
need-
who could.
I mean, sure, but I don't require Bob to scratch my back.
Right,
I don't
but my
need him
point
to
is
feel
Bob
that.
can't scratch your back.
Sure, but
And
you know,
and when you're feeling a certain way, when you're experiencing some emotional state, if you express that to Bob, Bob won't respond.
I mean, you don't know that. Bob
Okay,
might
show me
respond.
Bob's response.
I mean, Bob's response is the feeling that my brain gives me, right? That my mind gives me of non-loneliness.
So then Bob is the equivalent of the God helmet.
I mean, sure, if you can call him that.
Okay, then Bob's a God helmet.
Sure, you can give him the description. You can. I'm perfectly fine if other people give him descriptions
Yeah.
that fit
Well, we
their
can
experience
reproduce
of him.
in the effect of the example of the effect that you give, we can reproduce in a laboratory.
I mean, the only thing you'll have to work with is basically my feelings and my brain's expression of those feelings.
Right.
So I wouldn't necessarily count that as evidence towards Bob.
No. I didn't say it's evidence toward God. Toward Bob. I said it's a replacement for Bob. It's effectively the same thing.
What is the same thing? I'm confused
Human
now.
brains in an electromagnetic field of a certain quality will experience the presence of God, or in this case, Bob. And they'll feel like they're not alone, and they'll feel like they just had a profound experience, and all of that will be experientially true.
I agree and disagree at the same time, mainly because I separate I don't think the mind and the brain are one and the same. We could quabble up. We can, I guess, go at it about whether or not those two, one is contingent on the other in order for, we can do that. I don't necessarily think it's relevant.
But I thought you were talking about your experience of Bob.
I mean, sure, but my experience.
Because if you don't experience Bob, then there's no point.
I mean, yeah, for the same reason that if I don't experience something, I don't have, any form of, I, I'm using knowledge in the colloquial sense of
Well, that's why I'm using the word experience.
it. Yeah.
Because experience is more accurate. I would never deny someone's experience. Whatever you experience is what you experience. Fine. What's the qualitative advantage?
I mean, if it means a better state of mind, then I guess
Sure.
that would be what it is.
Okay, then
Hell, Bob.
we'll hook you up with a battery pack and a God helmet, and you can walk around experiencing Bob constantly.
I mean, sure, if that's what you think Bob is. I don't
Well, that's what
necessarily
we-
agree that. I don't necessarily agree that's really what Bob is.
Well, I think there's probably rocks on the other side of the moon that I don't experience. So it's the same as them not being there. And they don't affect my reality in any kind of a notable way. So they're literally ineffectual. They don't have an effect. So in order that something has some qualitative value, it has to have at least some perceived effect.
Yeah.
And when you describe the effect, that effect can be replaced by a God helmet, which means the God helmet is just as good as the Bob.
Okay, so you're assigning the effect as the reaction that my brain is having, right? And so what I'm trying to express is that who I am not my brain. I am, right, the soul or the mind that is being expressed through
This
my
is why I
brain
keep
and my
saying
body.
experience. I'm not saying that what's experiencing is the emergent property of self from brain or the brain itself. I don't care. Effectively, it's the same thing.
Not necessarily, right?
Are you
Because
experiencing something not your experience?
well, not in regards to the experience itself, in regards to the helmet that you're giving me.
It'll cause the experience.
Well, how do
We-
you know
we can
that it's
show
going to
that.
cause? How do you know that it's going to cause the experience when the experience is basically um, this immaterial thing that is my mind?
Okay, so the qualia of your experience, in order to achieve a certain feeling about it, if you have an expectation of something specific, the electromagnetic fields that the helmet is generating might have to be tweaked so that you feel a certain way. But it looks like, unless you're not human, we can repeat this.
Okay, so I see the issue here.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think maybe feeling is the wrong word. I think state of mind would have been the better word to use.
Okay, what generates
My-
that state of mind?
The existence of Bob that I experience.
Okay, so if we replace Bob with the same experience, what's the problem?
Bob is not the experience. Bob helps
How
trigger.
would you know the difference between a
Bob-
thing and the experience of the thing?
Well, if when Bob is not around, right? I do not have that experience. So when I feel Bob, right? Feel in the mental sense, not the
Fine,
physical
fine.
sense, right?
Yeah,
When I feel Bob, right? I witness a difference in my mental state.
Mhm.
That difference being, right? I go from loneliness to non-loneliness. Can I put out a disclaimer? Everyone, please understand that
He
we're
doesn't actually believe in Bob.
yeah, we're just
It's an
having
argument.
fun. We're engaging
Yes.
in some mental masturbation. I do not believe.
No, I
in
think it's good
Bob.
exercise. It's not just masturbation.
Okay, go ahead. Go
It's
ahead.
not just masturbation. No, it's good work. It's good hard work. And this is how we work on our reasoning and logic. This is how we do it. This is great. Because this is applied. It's more than theoretical. Because there's a thing, not me, that I'm having a conversation with.
Yes.
Right. So I'm experiencing you. But my argument would be that there's nothing you're describing about Bob that the brain can't generate at its own will. That is, as soon as you feel like it's true, it becomes true.
I think you're presupposing that a brain without a mind or a soul can have a will.
A brain without a mind or a soul can have a will. No, I'm including whatever label you want to stick on the qualia.
Well, I separate the mind, brain, and soul are not all one and the same. They are separate.
That's fine. Are they cooperating or not?
Yes, they are cooperating.
Okay, and the total of what you're saying is a conglomerate, a concretized conglomerate of that total. So we're still just talking about the same thing. I never changed the topic.
Okay, so repeat what you just said again. I'm sorry.
So taking all that into consideration, whatever you experience is the experience. The experience is the same as the reality because you only know a reality by an experience. If that experience can be replicated, it is precisely the same as the actuality.
Well, if the experience, the only way the experience can be replicated is with Bob, because that
That's not
experience
true.
is contingent on Bob. You know, because
I do not
first,
think that's true.
well, first of all, the only way you'll be able to do that is that you'll have to some way get a hold of Bob, because if Bob is the only thing. Oh, hold on.
No, because you already said you've experienced Bob. All we have to do is replicate the experience and you experience Bob.
Well,
You already know what the experience is. You can tell us when it's wrong.
yeah, sure, but what I'm trying to express to you, right, is that the experience that I'm getting from Bob, right, it is unique versus the other things, but like the properties of Bob itself is what's giving me this experience, right? The mental context, so to speak, with Bob is what's generating this experience.
I'm not even going to get into the
So
morality of Bob overpowering your will and Bob having no respect for you as an autonomous being, but without even getting into that.
Well, I consent, so I don't think there's
you invited
any.
Bob into you?
Yes.
Okay. And I've got a question. Over
Sounds
multiple
so
occurrences,
gay.
no. Over multiple occurrences, does the experience of Bob remain the same, intensify, or grow weaker?
That's
It tends to be the same.
Okay, so once you bobbed, there's no need to bob again.
Once I'm what?
Once you
Once
have
you bob
bobbed,
once,
yeah, you don't need to bob again because you've already experienced the totality of it.
No, because in order for me to remain in a state of non-loneliness, right, I consistently need Bob.
Sounds like a drug.
Maybe a spiritual drug.
I'm confused. I'm confused. While experiencing Bob, can you also simultaneously, go shopping, interact with other people, do your banking?
Yes, Bob doesn't affect those things.
Okay, so Bob doesn't prevent you.
No.
From doing other things and having other experiences.
No, he doesn't.
So since that's the case, why didn't you permanently invite Bob to be constantly with you? Is Bob too busy for you?
No, I just said that Bob is always with me because Bob is omnipresent.
But you said you need Bob again and again and again, which means there's periods where there's no experience of Bob.
Well, there was a period that I didn't have Bob.
No. Since you first experienced Bob, in order that you need him again, there must be a lull.
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
Why is there a lull in the experiencing of Bob?
Because there are states.
Are you shutting Bob out?
Because there are states where I'm not conscious. Like, for example, when I sleep.
No, that's not what we're talking. We're not talking about sleep cycles. We're talking about conscious cycles.
Well, I don't.
No one has the conscious feeling of being alone while they're asleep, not dreaming. Nobody feels that.
I understand that. So that's why I said in a state, right, where I'm not conscious.
Okay, well that's lovely, and I'm sure that would be true, but I don't know how it's on topic. So if we could go back to the topic of when you're having experiences in your conscious mind, there must be lulls between experience of Bob, or you couldn't say something like, because you naturally said, I will need Bob again, which means sometimes you don't have Bob.
Okay, so let me rephrase. Let me see if I can steel man the question. Okay, so when you say lulls, right? These are basically times when Bob is not there with me, right?
Bob is omnipresent.
No, I know, but that's what I'm
my
saying.
My question about over multiple occurrences, if you would have specified, well, in all of my waking moments, Bob is always there, so I've never not experienced Bob ever since the first occurrence.
Well, that's why. So that's why I was saying
Okay.
under the situation where I'm not conscious. If I'm not conscious, I can't experience things.
Of course,
Okay.
That's granted, but if you can say I need Bob again, then you have experience of while you're conscious, not Bob.
Yeah, because I think
makes
it's
Bob
possible.
not omnipresent.
Not necessarily, right? Because it how should I put this? So if Bob has personhood, right? This and
now you're in big trouble.
Okay. If Bob has some kind of personhood and chooses to interact with me for whatever reason, right? And his interaction puts me in a particular state of mind, right? I understand that just because I experience something or something is happening to me regularly and systematically every day, right? It doesn't mean that will happen forever and ever. So there's a possibility that Bob could just not interact with me again, and so therefore I would no longer get the benefits of his presence through interaction.
Okay, maybe I need a summation of that, or a paraphrasing or something.
So despite him being omnipresent, right? The feeling of Bob, right? I can't feel that unless he allows me to feel him. Oh my goodness.
So Bob has some control over the presence of Bob.
Oh no, well yes, in relation to me experiencing him.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Okay, so in relation to your experience, Bob has consciousness and can be present or not at Bob's will.
Yes, that is the impression I get.
Okay, so then Bob has consciousness.
I think that's possible.
No. You got to commit.
You know what? Yes. Bob has
Bob
consciousness.
does have and is that consciousness its own, or is that consciousness of others that are conscious?
I get the impression that it's a singular person, therefore it's a singular consciousness.
Okay. And in your theory of spirit versus mind, you think they're separate things but intrinsically tied. So you said, unless you want to retract that. In which case, it's necessary that Bob has a brain.
Sure.
So brains are physical.
Well, I would argue that brains are made up of some kind of energy that's acting within a systematic way to express personhood and consciousness.
That's mind. But you said those three things are tied. Do you want to retract that or alter it in some way?
When you say tied, do you mean? I understand it as being they work like in unison to express mind. Like so the spirit, right, and the energy mechanism of the brain, right, they interact, and the expression of that interaction would be the mind.
Okay, do we have to assume the consequent to say something like Bob is the exception and the only exception, or could you give me a second example of a like thing where those three things are not tied together? The spirit of the thing is not tied to the consciousness of the thing, is not tied to the brain of the thing.
So I think an interesting example would be digital neural networks, right? Like, so the chipset that includes the CPU, the the central processing unit, the general processing unit, the RAM, and all of that stuff, right? The storage, right? All store and facilitate the neural network, right?
Okay, so far we have brain and mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, so far we have brain, right? The mind, no, not the mind, the
I
spirit.
assumed it had information in it already, so I said brain and mind.
No, I didn't jump to that part yet. Sorry.
Sorry.
So the software, right? The software, or AKA the instructions telling the various components, right, what to do, would be the spirit. Now, when you turn on, the computer and you run the software, right, that now becomes the mind, the AKA the AI.
No,
now
I know that no analogy can be perfect, and in order to have the perfect analogy, you need the thing.
The thing is, yeah.
I understand that, okay, but I think this analogy failed pretty quickly, where you put an unnecessary separation in there.
Where, okay, so
because the programming is zeros and ones. It's the same as the information. It's just a different category of information. So all you've gotten to so far is brain and mind. You haven't gotten to spirit. You assumed spirit.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that the actual software, the ones and zeros, right? Mm-hmm. The programming, right? Mm-hmm. I'm saying that is the spirit. The execution of that software would be the mind. And the peripherals, like the speaker, right? Or the monitor, would be the devices that it would use to externalize its thoughts being generated in the mind, and the keyboard and mouse, or the keyboard or like a mic, right, would be the skin and eardrums. Sorry, this is so terrible. The skin and eardrums of the sensory receptors. Right,
Okay,
those would be the
no.
sensory receptors.
Okay, no, and here's why.
Okay,
All you're talking about is physical things interacting with other physical things.
no, sure, but so the analogy, right? All of those things, right? Because remember, I'm trying to lay out the explanation that I gave was that a brain is at its base is basically a bunch of different types of energies working in unison that allows for the expression of a soul, right? And then that expression would be a mind. So what I'm saying is that Bob's brain, right, is just another form of energy that right now we just don't have access to.
Isn't that an appeal to ignorance?
No, I mean maybe.
Yes.
But
Yes, it is. As soon as you say we don't have access to, yeah.
I mean, sure, there's plenty of things that I think we can reason to, or come to and have inference to the best explanation that we don't
Okay,
have access.
that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so when we say inference to the best explanation, what we're saying is we experience a thing, right? What's the most rational explanation for the thing? All right?
What is the most rational explanation for Bob's mind?
Assuming the least, including everything that's necessary, excluding anything that's not necessary. What is the most rational explanation for this experience? Okay? In which case, I could say something like fluctuations in magnetic fields on the planet cause you to experience Bob. The reason you didn't experience Bob before some certain state in time is because of your actual geographic location and those magnetic anomalies that were occurring. And in fact, you had no chance of not experiencing Bob in that moment and since.
Well, that's assuming that again that I am my brain. If that was the case,
No. I'm not saying you're your brain. I'm saying you're having an experience. The experience is caused by you claim, an exterior causation making you have this experience, right? Which is not unlike a homing pigeon.
but again, right, the issue that we're having here is that you're using something that we know that doesn't affect personhood and like actual experience, the actual experience of that personhood.
Let me extend that out a little bit.
Sure.
I don't know how the homing pigeon feels about following a magnetic trail. Okay, but it's entirely possible that it feels high as a kite. It just feels awesome. It just feels like I am doing the right thing. This is natural and beautiful in its own way. And maybe the homing pigeon, they sure seem to. Because my gosh, migrating birds will do this in mass, all at the same time. There's not even like a decision in it. So there's no reason I can't say that they aren't experiencing Bob, which is just Earth's electromagnetic fields.
I mean,
What does
First-
it mean for Bob though when our magnetic fields flip? I don't mean to change the subject, but and those birds get lost all of a sudden.
It
You're
means
assuming
Bob
they
is-
would.
Well, actually, they will. And it's not an
I
assumption,
don't-
and it's already started to happen, actually.
I don't
Is it?
see any evidence to suggest
So,
that.
Well, I tell you what, it's not because whales are trying to become land animals that they're beaching themselves and dying. That's not why.
And we can test
Sure.
that with birds artificially. If you swap the magnetic field, and they'll fly the wrong direction for a couple of weeks until they adjust and start doing it, the opposite.
So you're saying that there was an actual experiment that did that to
B.F. Skinner did it.
who?
B.F. Skinner, the behavioralist.
B.F. Skinner.
Yes.
Bravo
That,
Foxtrot.
that sounds interesting. AF. 1 second. Pull it up. B.F. Skinner.
So I mean, I could just as easily say that B.F. Skinner is Bob.
Well, he's an agent of Bob.
No, he is Bob to the pigeon.
Bird.
Yeah,
Experience.
functionally. He's functionally Bob.
He's functionally Bob, yeah. Probably more predictable than Bob,
Click.
actually.
Train.
And if Bob is more
Okay.
predictable than a human
I got the name.
consciousness, I'm suspicious that a human consciousness isn't creating Bob.
All right.
Very well could be.
All right. So
Because
I
if
got
something
the.
were conscious on its own, it would have its own will and does
got
what
the
it
name.
wants as it sees appropriate.
I didn't make an argument that it doesn't do that.
Well, yeah, I know you didn't.
So here's the interesting thing, right? Maybe the reason that a lot of people experience the quote unquote supernatural, right? I guess their version of Bob, right?
Yeah.
Is because there is some force that we can't detect right now that has influence on their brains that
Okay.
fuels their belief in the supernatural. And maybe people with a particular type of brain, right? Like your brain has to be in a specific state in order to, I wouldn't say reject, but not have that effect take place. Hence, resulting in not feeling or coming to the conclusion that it's a supernatural experience.
And to that, I would say that a human animal is made up of cells, which are made up of smaller particles, which are made up of energy. And in fact, you're not only a furnace, you're also your own little planet with your own gravitational field and your own electrical magnetism that you are generating all the time.
Sure.
Your own little creatures
Or
that
ego.
live on you.
I'm saying you are,
Yeah.
Bob.
Yeah. Hail Bob.
Bilba.
Which I'm a fan of Bob. I am.
That was
I really am.
I mean, if you hold to the position that everything comes from Bob, then technically, yes, you are Bob.
Yes, but what I'm saying is you individually to yourself are the experience and the generator of the Bob.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that because
It's totally plausible.
it's plausible. Doesn't mean
And I tell you what, it can be shown, and it's a better, simpler explanation to just say you exist.
I think that's a fallacy to assume that a simpler explanation is the best explanation.
No. The more elegant, not just simpler. It has to
Okay.
not just be simple. It has to cover all the aspects of the experience and justify them in a reality that we know exists. That's what makes it most likely true, not just simplicity.
Okay.
So
That-
I think
but
the
in order
reason
to
that
do
Bob
that-
has choices and consciousness is because you do. I think that Bob can be absent or present is because you can.
Well, that's assuming that I have multiple personality disorder, and
Not
I'm
necessarily. All I have to say is subconscious exists.
I mean, sure, but if I'm experiencing a separate individual, right? The same way I'm experiencing you as a separate individual, right? Then it's either I have multiple personality disorder,
No.
or
We are Bob.
Bob is expressing himself.
No, we are Bob.
Are you saying you are Bob?
I'm saying I recognize that you. I am saying namaste. I see
No.
Bob in you, and I see Bob in me. And the Bob in me recognizes the Bob in you.
Bob, I thought I was
Because
exclusive
we are
only
Bob.
to you.
How do you
I
like
thought
that
Bob
argument?
was. I thought Bob was only for me.
Wait.
cheating
Do
on
you
me,
think
Bob.
you could contain the Bob? Come
I thought-
on.
I thought I was. I thought you only cared about my, little situation here.
No. The Bob in me is intrinsically tied to the Bob in you. We are Bob.
I guess technically, if you perceive, if you're gonna say Bob is omnipresent, however that might manifest, then he is he would literally be into everyone. And
No,
so
Bob
yes.
is the hive mind. Bob is the experience. How you like that wrap up?
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm here, trying to tank this really insane dungeon and
So
my quotes
here's
at
an
the same time.
Here's a question: If we're all Bob,
Mm-hmm.
then our collective minds as a whole is all of Bob's mind, unless there are other sentient beings out there.
Glad you made the qualifier. I would have pointed it out.
Right.
But you must be right. That if Bob is consciousness, then consciousness is Bob. That's identity.
To be fair, I am my consciousness.
So when
Fair
we
enough.
say to Christians, it's like God only knows what man knows, we're saying that a lot more literally than we realize.
This, I guess, this is even though, to be
But
fair,
here's
I
the
don't.
interesting part. That doesn't make it not God, does it?
No.
Hey, you know what? Were there? I don't recall any actual instance where God is reading minds. The Bible.
Well, that's because God can't read a mind, but angels and the Father can. That's why you'll only find those claims. And Jesus does on one occasion, I think, through the power of the Father, because he says he does all through the Father.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
okay,
woman
fair
approaches him from behind. He says, "Who touched the hem of my cloak?" Something like that. He never felt them touch it, but he knew it in a crowd of people. That's information from outside of self, definitionally.
Digital, spiritual download. Is that what you were inferring here, sir?
I don't like the terminology. Let me just say that.
Okay.
Let me just say that since we are Bob and we are all Bob and all of us are Bob, we experience through the Bobness each other.
Where's Sir when you need him?
That is, we are one.
Well, we all came from the
So
same
we
star.
are Bob experiencing him itself.
Itself.
Yes. That's not a bad way to look at it. It's the only problem with looking at it that way is it anti-personalizes it. When the fact of the matter is we all experience this.
Which is only a problem if you need your God to be personal.
No. It's
Need
not.
those-
No, it's denial of what the human animal is to say that God is not personal because you're a part of it.
Yes.
Make it-
But I'm meaning from their
Oh, sorry.
perspective. They
Sorry, I
want,
thought you were talking about something reasonable. You're talking about their
yeah,
perspective.
no,
Sorry.
no.
My fault.
They need daddy cuddles.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people that have daddy issues, and they need to feel like, you know, the sky daddy thing. Yeah, sure, but it's about equality and shared experience. I've never seen anything in the text in a consistent reading frame that looks like daddy issues. It's just not there.
I think it's just humans. A lot of it is literally humans being dicks to each other in multiple different ways, and other humans
Well,
basically trying to uh, be decent humans with the tools that they have available to them.
yes.
Be more specific. I've seen it as humans have always found this way of discovering the tools that are best used to oppress others or elevate yourself, be it through money, through power, through religion. They're all means to controlling people and being
Sure,
in control.
And we'll do that to each other when we don't realize we're one. When we perceive
Yep.
ourselves as separate, we don't perceive the hurt as hurt to self.
Were
But it
you there in the
literally is when-
conversation?
What's that?
So you go. What you just said, we had a conversation the other night about whether it would make a difference to world leaders if they were, it was part of their job to fly into space and look back on the Earth.
I heard that conversation. I can't recall my participation in it.
Because
Dude,
I
I think
always
we-
thought that would give that sense of oneness that astronauts report.
Well,
but
I
then
don't think it
there
was.
was pushback on that. You know, someone like George Bush would be like, "Well, I've just seen proof of God," basically.
Right. Right.
And
Can I just-
America? Yeah.
May I just say
You go.
something? And
You already did. Say something else.
I'm going to try my best. So, and I am very serious when it comes, when I say this. I absolutely think that at this current moment, human beings, particularly people in power, see themselves as being separate, right? Seeing the Earth on a whole and being forced to look at it for however long, or even the whole solar system, will not give them a sense of being one with other people because they have been indoctrinated, completely indoctrinated by with a sense of being separate, right?
Yeah, but Bette
the
Midler
idea
could
of-
do it.
Wait, what?
But Bette Midler could do it from a distance. We are instruments
Oh,
marching to a higher band.
I appreciate you knocking me out of my pessimism. That's not good for the hive mind.
Well,
And
would
this-
you say then? Sorry.
This is why I think, right, working within at least to some extent the aspects of Richard's idea that I actually agree with. I think humans have to be somewhat forced into that. We have to be forced to empathize with each other and feel what each other feel in order for us to get that sense of oneness again. Like,
I tell you what'll
Alien
do it for
invasion
real,
stuff.
for real. I'll tell you what'll do it for real, for real. And I
Tips,
don't
tips.
often quote Ronald Reagan, but when I do, I like to quote his speech about Star Wars, where he says, "We feel that we are separate people all over this earth, and we will until we see something actually foreign." That's what heaven's arrival will do for us. It will make us one. Hive mind.
Amen. Yeah, man. That's powerful shit, Richard. It really is. And
Oh, get a room.
so would you say
I'm serious, man. I mean, that's a big deal.
We're in one. Yeah, I think so. would you say, Batman, that I'm trying to get my brain back to what you said before. That perhaps these astronauts who do have these profound experiences would be more. Are you thinking that they'd be more predisposed to that because it's generally scientists and people of scientific minds and rational thinking who get to be astronauts? I would imagine, as opposed to sending up fucking some fundamentalist Christian president. They're going to have profoundly different experiences. Is that
Not-
what you're sort of...
No. I'm gonna go back to gonna go all zen and shit. So it comes back down to having a free flowing state of mind that is constantly moving, that's constantly flowing. The difference between I think people with a certain level of intelligence where they're able to easily absorb multiple ideas and concepts, perceptions and stuff like that, and shed certain ideas is because they are within a state that allows for them to do so. And I think that's the reason why astronauts are able to be to be of the mental state that you described. Why we, all of us, right here in this room, right, are able to be in the state that we currently are, where we see each other for really what we are, which is one. Right? We're all
So
from
you
this
don't see
earth.
you don't see a connection between intellect and this
No.
rational, free-flowing state of
No.
mind.
No.
I can give evidence that that's not the case. The first
Yep.
astronauts were actually Navy pilots, fighter pilots. Now, you can't get more indoctrinated, not free thinking, industrialized, over-schooled.
I have to wonder, did they have those profound experiences though?
Yes, they did.
Yes.
They did report those
Okay.
from the very
Yeah.
first
So then-
ones. Yeah.
So then doesn't that sort of push back on what Batman's saying about
No. It doesn't.
presidents wouldn't have this? No?
No, because
'Cause
again,
If indoctrinated lowly Navy men, I don't know why I put it that way. Gee, could have that experience. Why
you call it for what it
couldn't
is. You have to be indoctrinated in order for you to operate within that complex. But go ahead.
Okay, I'm not saying that there could be no amount of bravado that would keep you from having that experience. But I don't know of anyone who's been to low orbit who didn't have that experience. I think that's part of the romance.
So you're agreeing with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the romance of, oh my God, I want to be an astronaut.
Yeah.
I want to know what
I
that
don't know.
means, you know?
I think
I don't know how, with our feeble comprehension skills, and that we look back at this big globe, it all of a sudden zooming out. There's no countries, there's no races. It's just this creature called human down there, being a fucking idiot, fighting with itself.
yeah. So I think the main hiccup for me, right, is that it comes back down to choice, right? I think that if you have to choose um, between under gaining a perspective that is so powerful that it would literally change the foundations that have been set that makes you who you are, which is a person in power who has control over resources and other people, right? Which we as human beings, a lot of us, um, really like to have and to hold on to, right? To you have to you have to decide between giving that up, right, and and um and gaining a completely different, albeit positive, perspective. Because once you have that perspective, you can no longer see yourself as being a part of a political party. You can't see yourself as merely adopting this dogmatic view as to how humans should live.
Wait, you're right. We're going to have to lie to them. We have to tell them that going into space makes you a better businessman, a better leader, a better manipulator of people. We're going to have to lie to them.
You know what? You got to do what you got to do. I don't know. Listen, I get it. I'm being all pessimistic again. Like, have no faith in humanity levels type shit. And am I being somewhat of a proponent of a form of
I think it speaks to your current state of mind on things, where we end up. You always go back to that pessimistic, but not so pessimistic. You know what I mean?
I'm pessimistic, but
Whereas
I have hope.
there's people who tend towards the, well, I think we're getting better. I look back so long, and I wouldn't rather live anywhere than now, and that sort of positive perspective.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I think both are reasonable, and that I'm sort of in the middle. And I have
Fence
a
sitter.
question, Richard. I think, yeah, I'm PJ. So I have a question, Richard, and I think I know your answer, but I'm still going to ask it anyway. If I had the technology to, let's just use bone induction as an example, but it's going to be some better technology,
Go ahead.
so that I could get inside your head, right? And you hear this voice and you go, all right, fuck, I'm going to test it to see if I'm crazy. And you ask it, like you said, something you could not have known. And because I'm a dude sitting somewhere with a microphone and have all of humans' knowledge at my fingertips in Lord Google, you can ask me anything and I'll just get the answer and then tell you. So I now convinced you. Am I not essentially at that point your God?
Depends on the value of the information, but possibly.
Like, how valuable would the information need to be?
Beneficial to all humans worldwide simultaneously.
Okay, that's a pretty big ask.
You ask.
You asked, that's the actual answer.
Yeah. And so
I mean,
yeah,
I'm talking about give me clarity on what the Exodus is. That kind of thing. The real Exodus. The one where we leave here.
So I would have to have something pre-worked out to that extent. So, in other words, you're too intelligent to be that easily fooled. That's interesting.
What I have seen
I guess
and why
if I did have sufficient information for you, The answer is essentially yes. You would, because like what's happened with you, that let's just say that it wasn't revelation from angels, it was some technology, and it's been put into your head. You can't know the difference.
Yeah, same thing. That's why I go to the argument from information. It doesn't really matter how I'm getting the information. It doesn't really matter how I'm experiencing the information. It doesn't really matter how well I'm remembering the information or even explaining it to others. That's not the important stuff. The important stuff is if you had a large spaceship from outside, or series of spaceships, in fact a fleet of spaceships, pierce the atmosphere, would there be thunderings and lightnings between them and the Earth? And I can show in physics, yes.
So, say that first phrase bit again.
If a fleet of spaceships from
No,
outside of
before
our
that,
solar
the
system,
sentence before that.
I don't know what I
The
said.
main sort of it
Informational,
was-
the thing about
Yes.
how
yeah.
the quality of the information, the impact of the information. What's the?
But
what's
you're
the part?
saying that doesn't matter.
No.
No, the source of it doesn't matter. Whereas if
Yeah.
I'm saying, to me, it does. If, like, just because it comports to reality, whether it comes from
Yeah.
our creators and
Okay.
does tell us actual reality, or whether
So-
it comes from some dude who's made up a cool story and it's logical and unfalsifiable.
Okay, so for
Does
that I
matter.
go to the art of war, and I go to the ideas of why and when I should trust and why and when I should not. Okay, and I think all of that is relevant to that. So I can say something like, in the art of war, the first thing you want to be is undiscoverable. You don't want your enemy, if they're an enemy, you don't want them to know you're there at all. Now, if you can't avoid that, what you should do is you should make your numbers seem less than they are. And if you can't do that, then what you should do is make it seem like your power is less than it is. And if you can't do that, then what you should do is pretend to be on their side. All that follows, yeah?
Except, what about in the case if you can make your numbers look bigger than they are? Because historically, that's what we've always done, and it seems to have worked.
No, that's once
We've
discovered.
What do you mean once discovered?
That's once you're discovered.
once we.
That's
Oh, they already know about you. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So if you're not discovered.
you're right. I left out a step.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
And that is you want yourself, if you can't make them believe that you're a friendly, then you want to be as scary as possible.
Yeah.
Okay, and I agree with all that, and all that follows, and that covers it.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, flip side of the same coin. What's a friend? A friend is someone who's consistent, who tells you the truth, whether it's ugly or not. Says things that can be shown, and does all of this in concern for both the relationship that you have and your personal well-being. Okay, now what am I actually seeing? Dude, they didn't have to write this. If this is true, they didn't have to write the story. Right?
Yeah.
If it was true, the story wouldn't be everywhere. I mean, if it wasn't true, the story wouldn't be everywhere. That would make no sense. Like, why the hell are you exposing yourself? If you want me as lunch, surprise me.
But haven't to get to this point, haven't we skipped over the fact that you're presupposing that there's been a message left where I'm saying if it's
No, no.
someone experimenting on your mind and they've given you this belief,
Uh-huh.
then
Well, now you're asking me when's end time's going to happen, and I have to say we have to wait.
yeah, which is why it could easily be something that someone's just implanted in your head.
Right, and without defeating free choice, and without defeating the purpose of the planet, which is suffering, and brotherhood and sisterhood, empathy, that can't be exposed until the time is up, and it has to be exposed. Chris B. of Atheist Edge said to me,
Yeah.
he says, well, you know, a mom will take the child she loves to the doctor kicking and screaming because it got an inoculation before and it knows what's up and it knows it's getting another shot, but the mom takes it anyway. He said, where is the forced inoculation? And I said, you have thrown away the entire book of Revelation and I don't know how. Now, can I show there will be a forced inoculation? No. I can't show that because I can't show the future. I can show plausibility of how I think they do it, and that's where it stops.
But can you show that? I still haven't seen how at the fork, what turned you towards yours is reality, but whereas my suggestion is less
Peripheral
plausible.
evidence. I can't show that this woman loves me, but I can show that she brings me breakfast in bed, buys my favorite brand of coffee, all this peripheral stuff that is supportive. It is a cumulative case. Okay? So when I say
Okay.
things like you would not sit and listen, you would make me stop if I started listening that I'm 55 years old and I can probably still do at least one Superman push-up. In fact, I plan to on my next birthday. That I can leg press, I can calf press over 700 pounds. I'll give you a recording of me doing it. You know, no problem. That I have arches where I've been flat-footed my whole life. That I found my brother in a hospital in a town I didn't know, and at ridiculous early in the morning,
What the
with no
heck?
guidance from any person locally. That I have found money in the
That's
street.
how he
I have
discovered
found
prayer was real. Serb didn't understand that.
Oh.
He
what happened.
Is Serb gonna find
quick version. He had no way of knowing which hospital his brother was in. There was two hospitals. He was basically in the middle of both of them. And
I don't know. It was in the middle.
just for the sake of the story, let's just say you don't know where you were, but let's say you could have gone to either hospital, wound up at either hospital, but you ended up walking the shortest route possible of multiple routes possible to the hospital that your brother was at.
12 miles, never making a wrong turn, in a town I don't know, with no map and no one to ask.
That's what that was a reference to, Serb. But
So
I guess, I kind of see what you're saying, and then my brain says no, but maybe I'm just stuck in a regression here, but what if all of that was part of this experiment that's been planted in your head?
that doesn't make it not
Like I said-
true, which is why I
No,
go to
but
intent
it
after
makes
that.
it makes
it is true.
All it makes true is that you were given information on how to find your brother. It
That's what
doesn't
I mean by
that,
true.
that any angels are going to come back and that
No,
we were
that part's
planted
not
here. That's kind of my point.
The best evidence I have for we were planted here is punctuated equilibrium, which is evidently true and inexplicable. That if you
Yeah.
created a biodome on purpose and you only selected the animals you needed, like every fifth one or something. Or where it applied, maybe you needed every second or third one. But you could skip one in between. You could lighten your load and be a lot more practical by not collecting everything of everything. And then when we look at the record, we see skips. And that makes perfect sense to me.
I think the way I need to put it is, so you see those punctuated steps, or what do you call them? Punctuated
equilibrium, which means sudden change and then stability and then sudden change again.
Yeah. Whereas other people look at the same evidence and determine something different. So my point is, what you even see there as evidence could have been, you could have been made to think that that is evidence by this experiment being done on you.
Of course. So, but we can always say that about everything,
every step
Sammy.
of evidence that you have, like, that's why I'm saying, right back at the beginning, before you add all the layers of evidence that could exist within this experiment, are you willing to say that it could just as easily be an experiment in my brain?
Claiming. I don't believe he ever made a claim that he absolutely knows. Right? I think.
Okay. I know I can't know things that I wasn't exposed to. I know there's things I couldn't have been exposed to. I know it must be informational. I know there must be an outside source.
Yeah.
There has to be. Okay? Because your brain can't invent reality. Just because you believe something doesn't make it true. That it exists in reality, that makes it true.
Yeah.
Okay? So from there, I have to go to intent. Why? Why share information? Well, there's a few ways that you can look at that. You could share information that is true or false or some mixture of it to mislead and manipulate a person. That's true. That's the problem of the evil God, right? That's the trickster God. That's why people talk about that, is for that very, very reason. Can I prove that I'm not having communication with some evil entity that means me harm? No, I can't prove it. But I tell you what, if it, and this
Descartes'
just being
demon.
That's right. If this is an evil thing that's happening to me, it's playing the longest con ever. Like, oh my gosh, where's the punchline to the joke?
To an evil entity that's possibly timeless, possibly lived for a long time, or existed for a long time, it's only a long game in your mind.
Right.
It could be the game it's always played. It could enjoy the slow game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
no,
if you
that's
think
fine.
about it, it would make more sense than just causing you anguish for a brief time.
Okay. And here's the flip side of that same coin. I experienced misinformation. I want you to tell you how complete the evil plan is, and paying way too much attention to me as a singular individual. Like, I don't know why this is valuable, why you're bothering, but okay, let's entertain it anyway. Because I also received simultaneously at first misinformation, things that weren't true in reality but had some truth mixed into them. Okay? And those things did not, when I tried to falsify them, they were falsified. They were false. They weren't true. And over time, after, I would say more than, I suggest 1,000 experiences of this, there comes a qualia, you could say a spirit. There comes across this spiritual experience of it, where the quality is such that you come to recognize that the lies are all coming from this one attitude about information, and all the truths are coming from this other attitude about the information. Let me explain. In a what I think is a useful but will fail analogy, let's say that you had your mom and your evil aunt. An evil aunt wants to prove she's better than your mom. So what does Evil Aunt do? Evil Aunt makes your mom's famous soup, right? And you've had this soup, and it's your favorite soup. You're blindfolded, and you're at the kitchen table, and you hear footsteps come up, and a dish set in front of you. And in your mom's actual perfect voice says, there you are, eat. And then the footsteps walk away. And you want to take one taste, and you go, well, that tastes like mom's famous soup. So what do? The only thing you can do, take your hand, slide the bowl off the table onto the floor after one taste. Why? Because it's the most damn disrespectful thing you could ever possibly do. You say, no matter what it tastes like, you say, this is garbage soup. Bring me another bowl. You hear footsteps and another bowl. And you hear the same words. There you go. And what do? You take one taste of it, and because you have a sample size of 2, you throw it on the floor and say, this is crap soup, bring me another bowl. And you say that no matter what. And eventually, one of the voices changes the message and starts saying more like, I'm trying to feed you and you need to eat, and you're going to not do well if you never eat. You're going to die. And while the other voice sets down the bowl and goes, I understand what you're doing. It's okay. Keep going. Because one of them gets very accusatory. Even starts trying to make you feel bad for testing it. While the other one goes, I get it. I know you're going to throw it away. I'll go get you another bowl. That's how I decided. Because one of them got pissed off. I mean, I can't tell you how nasty. Like, could make me feel bad about me for being reasonable.
Explain.
Like the Jewish mom got nothing on Satan when it comes to forcing you into guilt. Got nothing. Just because you want to be able to tell. Like, I'm giving you perfection here. I'm giving you gold. I'm giving you everything I got. And all that you can do is, instead of being appreciative of it, is throw it away like I'm giving you trash. And you're treating me like trash. And I don't know why you're treating me like trash. I have been golden to you this whole time. Every time you ask for another bowl, I went and got you another bowl. When are you going to see that I am doing right by you? When are you? I mean, like, serious, man. And I went, aha, now I got you. Now I know that you do not love me. And that's not perfect, and it's the best I can do.
Batman?
Sir?
Hillary's comments?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of half listening because I'm still kind of thinking right now, and yes, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be so I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think your question is, I think it's normal for someone in your current state of being asked that question, but unfortunately, it's a question that is very hard to answer for most people, and I don't think you're gonna necessarily get a definitive, consistent answer. To be frank, because you just don't have
On,
access to
on
certain
the
types of to certain information.
on, yeah.
Just don't. So you're just gonna have to go and decide whether or not you're gonna accept it based on your prior experience.
N- And I guess that is kind of my point is, yes, the brain in the vat is like less obvious an answer than we are actually here existing, but is it really? And why it, I guess I don't understand why we're not more fence sitters in things like that, because we can't know. So what pushes one person onto that side of the fence but not another?
Comes down
I don't know
to
if I'm, yeah.
I think it comes back down to quite a few things. It could be predisposition. It could just be,
Hmm.
it comes down to personality, what they might be lacking in their life. Um, you know, they prioritize. There's a host of things, man.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess that's what my brain's trying to understand. Maybe I need to read up on it.
Yep. I'm sure, Sammy, you've heard the story where someone goes, they talk about their experience of God, their religious experience that changed their mind, right? And it's
Hmm.
too often based around someone was born, someone died, I lost my job, I got divorced, I became disabled. And you could go, those are
Hmm.
terrible reasons. And I agree, those are terrible reasons to get religion. And it just looks like you needed something, so you made something. So, what would you want? What is the premium situation? What if someone were perceivably by themselves and those surrounding them well adjusted, relatively happy, sober, not using drugs, uh, did not just have their love of their lives for 30 years die, etc., etc., like their life was actually good? Isn't that evidence that they didn't need something, and yet it happened anyway? And yes, I'm appealing to my actual experience. That I didn't want this. I didn't need this. I wasn't desperate or depressed or anything. In fact, it confused the hell out of everybody. Nobody could figure out why the hell I was doing this. You know? Um, but until I can prove it wrong, I'm going to say that I'm persuaded.
Yeah, and I mean, the way how I look at it is that it's kind of like, so with some people some Christians, right? One of the main reasons, for example, while they'll go church shopping or swapping,
Yeah.
right? Um, Sometimes it's just that they realize that whatever they're being taught, right? It doesn't. There's a there's a conflict somewhere, right? Or it's inconsistent with what they experience, right? Right. Um, the reasons, for the most part, tend to be very personal in nature. Like that's the thing about it. It just tends to be that way. And I'm sure you can you can reason towards it, and I think most people do some form of reasoning, right? Um, and of course, their beliefs could be wrong, right? Um, to be fair, even their reasons for believing could be wrong, right, and unnecessary. But people don't hold on to things that they typically don't find to be useful in some way. Like, and I'm not necessarily just talking about on an individual level in this context, I'm talking on a global level. Human beings tend to hold on to things that work for them, right? You might be looking at war and stuff like that as being tools that we don't need, right? And you can make a pretty good argument for that, but maybe all of the fighting that we're going to go through is preparing us for an adversary that is not of this world, that might not be for us. Maybe that adversary might have good intentions for us, but we're not picking up what they're putting down. So we decide that we're going to fight, right?
I'm
And
I'm
so all
falling
of that.
asleep in my chair, so I'm gonna bow out, but I'll listen later. Um,
Good night,
Richard,
Hillary. Thank you so much for coming.
good night. And
All right.
Richard, Assembly did have a question that seems to be
Yeah,
maybe
I just addressed them.
Uh,
I said the middle, far east.
yeah,
Um,
the region of the
I think
world he was
Richard's
born
fine.
in. Yeah.
Hillary's. I want you to know I'm enjoying learning about you.
Okay, thank you. Well,
Well,
I will talk to y'all later next time I see you online, and look forward to being friends with all of you. Good night.
all right.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night. Yeah, I'm very confused by that assembly. That happens to coincide with the region. Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying because Christianity.
Yeah, let's go with the spirit
America.
of it. See, this is what I mean. Okay. Assembly, you make comments like this. Meanwhile, I call my channel Demolish Doctrine.
I challenged last night, by the way. Go and watch it. Go and watch me and Richard fight politely.
Yes,
Right.
technically demolish some doctrine or the bad doctrines,
Well, the doctrines that don't
the
align with
harmful.
reality, and not
Yeah,
one of
that's
them,
better.
all of them. Okay? Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that truth was given to the earth and it got twisted over time, just like you think it would. Because that's what people do. But that doesn't defeat the baseline story that's all over the planet. So I don't quote unquote like value the Bible because I'm an American who grew up in a basically Christian environment, specifically in a Catholic family. That's just not the case. In fact, I saw the bullshit in that when I was 12 and I got out of it. But you don't know that because you don't listen.
And to answer further to this, Richard is doing that Assembly of
Yes.
God.
That's
And
what I'm working on now.
do you mean Richard is creating his own doctrine? Because I'm not.
Yeah, you're obviously not. He must have meant me.
Your doctrine does not align with reality either, Richard.
Okay, just point out anything where it doesn't. I'll be happy to hear it.
Yes, I think that's the argument we're looking for is where does it not comport with reality?
Now, if by your observation I mostly talk about the Bible, you're right. Now, can you come up with an idea why you think that would be? Maybe because I'm in the United States speaking English. And most people I know who are in the United States or other European-based cultures are speaking English is because they know the most about the Bible. So you want me to talk about what? Zuni Indian and the Red Star Kachina and the meanings of all the Kachinas and why they necessarily have to come in that order and why the dance, although it looks sporadic, absolutely is structured and can never be altered? I'll talk about that if you want to, but I don't think you'll know what the hell I'm talking about.
I've posted the link for anyone who wants to Debate me, brah. You don't have to speak Arabic to reinterpret the Quran, no, but to understand it in the first place, it would help. And of course, Geo. We all know what Geo thinks.
I
Crap
love
friend.
Geo. I'm not falling for his
Like,
jokes anymore. I fell for it a couple
yeah, no,
times,
me either.
lost my crap, but I figured out that he's just trolling me because of personal reasons. So I'm just going to love him through it, and he can think what he wants. It's okay.
And again, so you can come up if you want, Assembly. I would love to see where Richard's idea doesn't comport with reality, because I'm not saying it does. I'm saying please make the argument, but you haven't made the argument yet. You just keep repeating that he's creating his own doctrine. Am I wrong there?
The reason I asked him to not come to my channel anymore is because in 3 different steps, reiterating it 5 times at least for each step, I said, your arguments aren't very good. No, I said you're repeating tropes, which he was. He was just littering like he is yours right now. More than 50% of the entries were his. Out of everyone watching and commenting, he was getting better than 50% of the entries, right? And I mean with like 20 people commenting. He was typing that much. And then everything he said were assertions. And I said, those are just tropes. Can you bring an argument? And I went through like 3 different levels of this, saying it 5 times each. He never did bring any argument, ever. And he just spammed my chat. And people started complaining about it. And I said, look, dude, bring an argument or voluntarily leave. He wouldn't do that either. I helped him. I literally said, email me with an argument, any. I don't even care if it's a bad argument. I gave him my email address. Email me with an argument. I will unblock you. Still hasn't happened. I don't see why I should unblock him. Raised by wolves and pirates. Peace and respect, Crypto.
Sorry, phone call. I don't know if you addressed this on the screen, Richard, already, but has someone claimed that because you're... I know in a discussion, who knows, yesterday, last night, I think I made the claim that if the choice was between a harmful fundamental belief that believed in harming others, and the other option was a less harmful belief, that why would that not be a step in the right direction? But I don't think anyone's made the claim that just because something reduces incidences of bigotry makes it true. So
yeah, that doesn't. He's right. That does not make a thing true. Although I think that was maybe an accidental honesty that happened there.
I don't use the Bible to present my arguments. I use reality. Your arguments do not comport with reality. To me, the Bible is bullshit.
See, that's another trope that's not an argument.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
seriously,
know.
dude, you don't get it. Look, just go look up what is a syllogism and just study the basics, and you're going to catch on really quick. You just have to put 1 hour, just 1 hour into it. You've spent more time arguing with me than an hour. You could have already resolved this.
Crypto. I love crypto. I might be a theist, but I was raised by wolves and pirates.
Yes, which is why you'll sometimes hear her repeating the phrase, "Arr-woo!"
Oh my god, I never put the two together.
I was kidding. Totally made it up.
Arr. Ooh. It makes perfect sense. Academics won't entertain Richard's stories.
That's not true. I have a playlist where academics do entertain these stories. You're just plain wrong.
Okay, argument. Can you
cool. What is
explain the significance? Well, it sounds like a question. Can you explain the significance of the story of Lot, a righteous man, and his daughters, and do not bring up the Quran and their omission of that story?
I'm not looking for escapes. I love directly answering. Okay. Lot is talking about the gatekeeper at the corrupt city. Okay? His daughters, which is the same as wives, sisters, bride of Christ, all these kinds of ideas, is talking about the innocent, the youth, who they're not the gatekeeper. They're the children of the gatekeeper. And why they are going to reproduce, and why they must leave the city, the corrupt city, behind, because it's talking about the destruction of the planet, which is why they have to go into a cave in a mountain, where looming mountain means from the perspective of angels looking down upon the earth, that kind of mountain that you can go into, meaning heaven. Which is why the woman who doesn't go ahead, who was part of his wife, or in that story represented as the total wife, why she's turned into a pillar of, actually it's not salt, it's salt or ash or dust. But if you burn the earth and someone decides to stay, they lollygag, they don't go up into the mountain like they're told to, they're going to be ash. No joke. A pillar of salt. Go check out what happened at Vesuvius. So it's talking about like the oneness of the human genome and our relationship, and how we're actually all one animal, that we're all brothers and sisters to each other, we're all fathers and daughters to each other, we're all related. And of course there is some percentage, a smaller percentage, who will want to stay here and perish with the planet. That's why fire and brimstone from heaven and all that. But that wasn't an argument. It was an interesting question, though. What do you mean, why did he choose the wife? Because it's his wife. It's talking about Christ and the bride of Christ, the population. Yes, it's represented as female, because when you talk about certain aspects of language from certain cultures, it's female. It doesn't mean there's 100% females. Just like there's gender in what Spanish, if it's a car or a boat, it's female. It doesn't mean that it's literally female. It's just how you group those things and how you talk about them. Same thing with the the Hebrews of that time in that place, to give them a story and say that something that was supposed to be righteously assigned to the hero is male doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't do that. You'd say bride. Assembly of God, yes, drunk people don't get erect, especially drunk unconscious people don't get erect. You're right. But take a clue from your own observation. That's not what the story's about. It doesn't make sense to both reject and accept the necessary Christian reading frame based on the same story. It's like you value and simultaneously don't value Christianity and its opinions about the text. How do you hold both positions? When someone holds two positions simultaneously that are contradictory, there's a label for that. Sammy, I'm feeling a little bit selfish. You coming back?
Yeah, mate, I'm here. You're right.
Okay.
It'd be better entertainment if he came up and actually said these things to you rather than just.
Assembly of God, I'll tell you how much. I'll tell you how much you should reject Christianity. I'll tell you how much. Christians will say things like, gentle Jesus agrees with the Old Testament, where his God kills indiscriminately with huge multipliers of collateral damage. Now, does that sound like gentle and loving to you? But Christians will make both of those value statements and keep a straight face. The real choice is A, Jesus is secretly evil. B, the Old Testament God is an evil God, which doesn't explain why Jesus agrees with it. So that is missing a step there. That is missing some explanatory power. C, Christians are reading the Old Testament in a disagreeable to Christ way. Which one seems most likely in an internal critique?
The mistake that you make in assembly of it, because you're not actually trying to hear or understand what Richard's saying. You're so caught up in the normal Christian view of the Bible that Richard wouldn't be in a position where his God would ask him to have sex with his daughters, and he doesn't believe that the Bible is saying that. And that doesn't mean you have to agree that the Bible isn't saying that. But Richard says the Bible isn't saying that, and he doesn't agree with this concept or this idea. And I don't even think you know what his God is by the way you're
referring to
posing your questions.
Yeah, he's assigning consciousness to a set of immaterial constructs. Makes no sense. On the other hand, when that great city is destroyed, which is known as Egypt and Sodom, and yes, I'm quoting the text, it will be burnt with fire, and it will be leveled, and not one stone will be unturned, and the mountains will melt like wax. that kind of fire and brimstone. Which explains why the survivors are in a cave in the mountain, i.e. in heaven. And everything after that, like preserving seed, is talking about the next planet to be terraformed. It's not him having literal physical sex with his literal biological daughter offspring. Christians make it into that. Because they're reading it like they're in 5th or 6th grade, man. Like, what do you think? These godly people trying to make up a story about the perfect God scenario wrote about him insisting on or approving of incest, slavery, lots of collateral damage. Could it just be you're reading it as if you're a child? Could that be the case? Because you are just apparently infinitely smarter than the most complex piece of literature ever introduced to that part of the world. Ask any scholar. You go to any doctor whomever and say, who's a biblical scholar, and say, the Bible is simple and straightforward and easy to understand. They will laugh you out of the room. They will make fun of you. Oh, and by the way, they actually do that to Christians on occasion when Christians claim that. Are you saying rocks can't melt? Mountains made of rock cannot melt, like wax.
Wait, what?
Have you heard of the Hawaiian Islands?
Is he actually saying that?
He wrote it in, look. Mountains cannot melt like wax. Period. Capital T. That, semicolon instead of hyphen, that's delusional. Oh my God. Have you heard of the Pacific Rim? Have you heard about induction zones where entire sea floor is melting like wax all the time? You don't bear hate. That's fine. You don't understand what the heck I'm talking about because you've assumed my position before you ever asked a question. Now, what recent development and a ray of hope, tonight you asked some questions. That was amazing. And I'm not being sarcastic. That was amazing. You haven't even made an argument tonight, Assembly. You literally don't know what an argument is. Go look it up. I've tried to explain it to you. You don't believe me. Yes, you're attacking bad ideas. Bad Christian ideas I do not hold as true.
Yeah. And I also enjoyed and you guys are going along with this, except Batman. So in other words, me.
Yeah. Are you?
As though I'm like a Madsonite or something. No, I'm a fucking atheist. I don't believe... I'll believe evidence when it appears. If a spaceship pulls up... I'm sorry to say, Assembly, if a spaceship full of advanced humans, hot babes and shit pulls up and is like, come and fly around space in the spaceship, I'm getting on it. But until then, I'm going to wait and see.
They'll just probe you like Cartman.
Hey, Curb, I hope it's you and not a porn bomber.
No, that was me. That was really fast. I literally just hit the button to join.
Speed.
Yeah, I know.
Efficiency.
I got excited when I saw you.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
I would like assembly.
I'm becoming a mad tonight.
I heard, I heard that Serb is quite the unit there, so
Right.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
Okay.
assembly. If anyone has convinced me of anything, it's Cerberus convinced me I'm a pantheist.
Yeah, apparently.
Apparently.
Yeah, I would like assembly to prove that he's an atheist.
You're wild, man.
Hey, Serb, just to let you know,
Yeah.
right? We had put Bob on trial today.
Not Bob.
Yeah, it was a really interesting conversation. You know.
Do you want the bullet points or do you just want the outcome?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't mind both, as long as the bullet points are bullet points. I don't.
That's on you, Batman.
We're all Bob.
That's
Oh,
not
we're
bullet
all
points.
Bob.
Get to the
That's the
conclusion.
eventuality.
That's the
We're all
eventuality.
I think it even fits with the lore in a certain sense. A computer is just an extension of the person using it.
Yeah, Bob.
Yep, that's it. That's Hive Mind Hail Bob, yeah.
It's funny because we did during the conversation. The computer was used
As an
an analogy. That is an important part. So it's funny that you said that.
Yeah. You gotta remember in the book of Truthism, one of the first lines is everything is described in lack for better words. So it's just the most accurately anything can be described. It's not that it's perfectly described. There's plenty of wiggle room.
Exactly. See?
And as long as you
Was the
define perfection
neurone
that
thing
way,
part of
it is
that
perfect.
discussion?
What did you say?
I'm trying to remember if the neurone discussion was part of that. I mean, the neurone point was part of that discussion.
Neurons?
Or was that a separate?
No, that was separate.
You were here when we were looking at that. Oh, it was separate.
Yeah.
Is it though? Because I'm kind of hearing that fractal thing again. Wasn't that part of Bob?
But Sammy, that's kind of the point. That there is no, it's a smear. There is no separation. There's no way to disjoint one part from the other. To say neuron is to say Bob.
Yes, but then at that point we're just going to be saying Bob.
You guys are gonna let 420. You guys are let 420 kick us, yo. Fucking with that.
Well, it's not that weird when you think about it. Even if you just told to be completely and completely atheistic and completely natural, it's accurate to say everything is just wiggling forces. So the answer,
Sure.
yeah, the answer to every question that's about anything real anyway is wiggling forces, wiggling forces, wiggling forces.
I've got a new definition for definitions, and I'm working on it in my head right now. But tell me what you think of this so far. A definition is the full description of the entirety and the exclusion of everything which is not that. Fractal of Bob.
That's pretty good. That's
pretty
about
good.
as complete as a description of what a definition could be if the definition was perfect.
Right on.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Basically, they've been hurting my brain all day.
Yeah, pretty
You
much.
love it and you know it. Don't even act.
Dude, 420 is a mental masochist. I'll just say, like, so there were a couple of moments where it's like he's like trying to ask a question, right? And it's almost like he was short circuiting, trying to figure out how to ask the question.
It was beautiful. It was
It
beautiful.
was funny.
It's few situations where you get someone to work that hard.
To work that
is
hard.
rare.
Yep.
That is amazing. When I mean, I like nothing better when I am experimenting at the limit of my envelope. And I mean, I'm willing to admit that it's experimental, but man, some of the stuff that Serb and Sammy and Batman says that really push you, dude, that's the good stuff right there.
Yeah. Do you think that we get dopamine from that? We've got to. Why is it so enjoyable?
It must be. It must be something like that.
Sometimes I do.
Like,
Sometimes-
By the way,
you
By the way,
have
it
an
doesn't feel like
epiphany.
Bob to
It's
me.
like a-
It doesn't feel
like
like
a
Bob to me.
brain
Bob
tickle.
feels different.
And if this is going to be a thing, I'll have to drop other projects and focus on truthism. Like at least finish a chapter or something.
Yeah, we need to finish up that Bible.
I mean, you've got to be bored trolling Jills. You've got to be. It's just too damned easy.
Oh yeah, no, I mean I only troll someone on Jill's level like once in every once in a great while.
Oh, good.
Hey, sir, may I ask you a
I've,
semi-personal question? Do
Yeah.
you enjoy trolling people who actually, I guess, have some understanding of how to engage philosophically on these topics, or do you enjoy trolling people who pretend that they have some?
Can I answer for Serb? Because I think I know.
Take a
Yeah.
shot.
I think Serb enjoys both. I think Serb just enjoys trolling.
I enjoy the latter less than I do the former.
Oh, I was wrong.
No, I like both of them. If it's someone who's just pretending, the trolls are a little more simple. Like I just try to get, I'll just use something like jargon, or move them into a situation where they have to contradict themselves or something. Which is fun, but it doesn't take very long. And if they have too much pride to just admit it, then that's when it gets fun. Like that's when you get a Jill. But I like the former more because I like sort of like teaching someone something.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
one of the best intellectual trolls I've ever seen, and this was years ago in the G Plus days, where Serb was literally engaging someone in, and basically it was like two completely conversations about two completely different things, and Serb kept confusing this person, and they just couldn't tell. Like it was hilarious, and he kept using like certain words in certain contexts at one point, and then then he'll like switch it contextually, and the person would try to keep up and just like fail miserably. I'm like, oh my god. I think that was like top level trolling. And this, to be fair, the other person wasn't an idiot, right? Like, you know, the person wasn't an idiot, but it was just one of those situations where I think people learn things about philosophy or philosophizing or logic, and they'll engage in conversations, but I don't think they understand it enough to apply it intuitively, right? So like, you're not going to be, if you don't, you're not going to know if someone who's into that stuff, you're not going to know whether or not they're trolling you half the time. But yeah, that was to me like really awesome.
Oh yeah.
If that point's done, I want to address crypto because I have a theory about this. I want to know your guys' opinion. So I think people fear death because it's something we have to. It's something that everyone has to grapple with, and whether it's anecdotal or factual, that as we get older, we are more accepting of death. And older people generally say, of course I don't want to die, but I'm okay with it. And I think that's because they've had the time to get their head around it. And I also think that's when certain religious beliefs become dangerous because they retard our ability or our capability to sit and think about death and do those uncomfortable thought experiments and grapple with it. They just avoid it and palm it off onto God and an afterlife. And I think that's why so many people struggle with it, because they won't face it.
I think people are
Thoughts?
afraid of non-existence. If, pe-
Yeah, but I
if
think the question is why?
I mean,
Why are they? Because that's what dying
because
like
they like
implies.
existence. I don't know.
I don't know. I think we've evolved to just not just us specifically, but in general. The wanting to not die is sort of what makes us live long enough to have babies.
Yeah, yeah. I think
Mm,
you know what? I think the
mm.
instinctual component is really important too. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I think
Um,
there's a bit of a mix of things.
I don't know. I think I think to some extent, some people, the few people, they see death as a form of of like rest, and a
Yeah,
necessary, a necessary type of rest. Because I
yeah,
think, I don't know, I think after a while, you're going to just want to not experience anything, whether it's permanently or temporarily,
yeah.
right?
And
Um,
that's people who sort of not view death positively, as in they want to die and they want to kill people, but they actually want an end point in their life,
yeah,
which I've never sort of got my head around that because I'm one of those people where I've already accepted the idea of death and I'm quite comfortable with it, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't like to keep living. You know what I mean?
I guess the question, well, I guess it's true. You are a masochist because there's a lot of suffering in living. You
Yeah,
like suffering. I
yeah,
don't know.
exactly. Because it's, to me, something is always better than nothing, which is pretty illogical because if I think about it enough, nothing is better than negative something,
May I ask you
shouldn't it
something?
be?
If
Yeah,
if
sure.
if let's say let's say you know someone who is about to have a child, right? And let's say I don't know, an alien or an angel or whatever appears to you and brings you into the future or a possible future, right? That shows that the child that those people are bearing is going to suffer immensely when that child is born and are conscious, right? And they're going to be
Yep,
suffering for the rest of their life, like in pain mentally and physically, like
yep,
constantly, right? Now you
yep,
go back and you see these people, and the doctor tell them, "Hey, listen, your child has this condition. If you take it, bring the pregnancy to term, guess what? Your child is going to be suffering for the rest of its life." And now they're like, "Well, we don't know what to do," and they give you, um, the choice. They leave it to you and be like, "Hey, we can't bear the responsibility of this. We want you to choose it because we trust your judgment." Would you tell them to keep the child, or would you tell them to abort?
so am I pro-abortion?
No, it has don't. That's not. It's not that conversation.
Um, yeah, I see where you're getting at.
It's a moral
Man,
question about existence.
yeah, fuck. Should they get? Well, no. We always jump to quality of life, but that's a subjective thing, and who gets to make that choice?
You.
We have to. Do we have? Yeah, I know. But
Bob has given you the
in
power.
your scenario, Bob, damn it. Righto. So how bad is this? Like, it's going to be in constant chronic pain,
Mentally and physically.
mentally, physically. Is it physically disabled? Like, can it move
Yeah.
around? And yeah, damn. I, do you let them suffer till adulthood
Answer
when
the
they can
damn
decide?
question.
I'm
'Cause you
thinking. I'm
keep-
working through it.
Let's make it even more dark. Let's
Oh my
say,
God.
aside from constant pain and suffering, they are actually still fully functional.
Yeah,
And
they're conscious.
Yeah, and they're insanely afraid of dying. So if you let them go, even just a little bit, they're gonna run out into the world and suffer forever.
I would let them suffer.
Huh.
I can't believe I said
You
that.
are one evil motherfucker. I'm kidding.
No,
No,
because
I'm fucking
to me, it's about their will to live. If they want to live, then they should get to live, whatever state that's in. And then if it was too unbearable, they should then be able to change their mind. But if we decide before that they get the choice, oh my God, did you just make me against abortion?
No, again,
You're
this is not
fucking with
about
my
that
head.
conversation.
Yeah, I
Not
know,
about
but it
that
has to
conversation.
lead there. It has to lead there.
So, what I
Yeah,
would
I'll
do,
hold the arguments.
personally, I would tell them to end that pregnancy. I don't think, with the knowledge, the absolute knowledge, knowing what will happen to that person, right, and the
Yeah.
amount of suffering that they are going to experience, so much so, that a good quality of life is virtually impossible. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. It's like it's kind of like the whole conscious eternal torment thing. Basically that,
Yeah.
just kind of short term.
And see, and I guess like it wasn't a great example when once Serb threw in the extra bit, because then it changed. Like when I think of this fetus that hasn't got to have life, experience life, um, we're stopping it before it gets the chance. So that's not as bad as say letting someone live till 10 or 15 and then killing them. But when he said that they really want to live, that sort of excludes it from being that fetus anymore. And
Yeah,
that's
sure.
where it was like, well, if someone has a will, is it your choice to go against it?
Yeah, because I mean, sure, but at the end of the day, that person having a will and going through that suffering and not, there is no there's no opposite of that being pumped in their life, physically or mentally, then they're going to blame you, and they're going to see you as being immoral for allowing it in the first place, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Haha, got you. You're pro-life. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, I'm
kidding.
pro-abortion.
So I'm kidding. But yeah, it's not. You know, I again, maybe it's
The person's
my
choice.
bias,
Sorry.
right? I'm pro-rest. I think that even if someone who's perfectly healthy and they don't want to live anymore for whatever reason, right? If their death is not going to be a burden on society and on their loved ones, right? Then go ahead, pay for your euthanasia out of your own pocket, right? Pay for your own funeral, and tell your loved ones like, hey, listen, I'm sorry, blah blah blah. Make sure that they're good, as possible with you not being around, and then go ahead and go and rest. Get your rest.
Yeah.
Pretty sure
I,
someone's like, Batman is promoting death. Thought Batman
No,
didn't kill.
I actually agree with that. If someone's of sound mind, and obviously an adult,
Yeah,
um,
that's important too.
I think that they should have the right to do with their life as they see fit. But no one else can sort of have a say in that.
What are your thoughts, I guess, Serb and Richard?
There's no law against being dead, so they do have the right.
Yeah.
It's not like someone kills
And-
themselves, thereby the state gets a portion of their will involuntarily. It doesn't work like that. It's against the law to try. It's not against the law to do it.
Okay, we're going to
Which
go to Congress and
does-
change that.
And doesn't that right sort of push you to try and actually make sure you do a good job?
Yeah, do a good job the first time.
which is-
Don't suffer
which is-
and disable yourself. That's horrible.
Yeah,
Which is a bit
this is why you have a
counterproductive at the
medical
same
professional
time,
do
like,
it. See, doctors
punishing
are so
someone who's wanted to end their life is such a barbaric concept to me, and so ignorant of human suffering and mental health. And
Oh, wait. You think laws are based on preventing human suffering and good mental health? I thought they were based on property.
yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much all
They're
property.
based on property. It's about protecting investment. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
It's not about the mental wellness of the person
Of the person.
or
Yeah.
or what they need. That's not what it's about.
then how can they make laws against hurting people's feelings by saying words?
Because it drops production.
Well, I was going to go more literally than that because your body is your property.
Yeah, but more importantly, it's the property of your effort, your energy, your human energy is owned by corporations. They've depended on it. The United States gets loans based on that sort of thing. Future tax collection.
Do you think that the law, though, this spirit of this law that you're describing about property, is designed to stop you from damaging your own property, or to give you the freedom to do with your property as you see fit?
No, you can do with your property as you see fit until it interrupts the viability of you to produce as a functional, taxpayer and slave, essentially.
And how does a disabled person that's a drain on the economy wanting to end their life, how's that not the opposite of what you're saying?
Well, they need to update the laws. I agree.
Well, it's
Yeah. Okay.
things like Medicare, right? Social Security. These are things that go against the general theory of law, which is why people have to fight so hard to get them into law and then to keep them into law. It's not about getting those systems in place. Really, isn't about the regular law. It's about some moralities people have.
So it is about morality.
Yeah.
But didn't we
Some
just
of
say
it.
that it's not? It's about property?
But it is about property. Right? There's a fundamental ethic that people own their own property and they have a right to it. And that's the ethic that the theory of law is based on. Right, so once you get into the realms of like social services, now you're stepping outside of that. You're going to always have to violate someone's property to make programs like that. Now, and whether that's justified or not, that's always to be debated. But there's no voluntary way to create a social service system.
Yeah, people are selfish assholes in the first place, so obviously not all of us. Some more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if everybody was a saint, then you wouldn't have to worry about having the program in the first place.
Exactly.
I remember one of my first real times I realized this was when I was in the cesspool we call Twitter, and there was a bunch of young Trump supporters, and I stupidly got into the discussion of Social Security and society's looking after those less fortunate. And the discussion ended when I gave up and left. I'm sure they saw that as a victory, because it got down to that they would rather see a disabled person on the street and then die than have to pay for them.
I don't know. It's two levels, right? Most people don't want to witness the disabled person die. Right?
Because, the
someone
point was that it shouldn't be their
They're okay with
responsibility.
it. They just don't want
Their
to see it.
families, yeah. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
But it's more that, like, if just about anyone, except for maybe a psychopath, see someone fall and get seriously injured to the point where they might die, most people are going to do something, even if it takes them a little bit of time. Like, you get past all the psychological barriers and everything, someone's going to do something. But when you abstract the problem and you make it the pain and suffering of people very far away that you have zero connection with, now it's a different question.
Yeah. And I guess that's a huge part of the problem is people who lack understanding without personal experience. This inability to experience things vicariously or through empathy, sorry.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why the average IQ is 100. Because half the people's below it.
Sorry, John's leaving. Bye, John. Love you. Yeah.
I don't even think you need empathy. I think you can intellectualize your way to wanting Social Security systems.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. It's just most of the people that are against Social Security and things like it, generally aren't against the program. They're against who's running the program. Right? They don't trust the government with the money to actually make the program work.
Really, sir? Yeah. I don't know, man. I've seen people straight up say, even if they privatize it, they wouldn't contribute to it. Like, you should be responsible for your own social security.
Yeah, but I don't think they would trust whatever company it was given to either.
I mean...
Right, I think those people sort of work on the level that they would prefer if the money went specifically where they sent it to. like voluntarily. Like, okay, so my area has people that need food. Well, then I'm going to donate my money to the food bank. Like that sort of thing.
Oh shit. Sorry about that. Sure, but is that efficient? Right? Like, is that a consistent way to go about it to get the results that I guess they claim they want? I personally don't think folks who have that ilk have that mindset, to be honest. My skepticism, unwarranted probably.
Oh, simply gun. I haven't had to, in aggregate, summing all the inflow and outflow together. I haven't had to pay into the system for like 8 years. I would prefer not to have to pay taxes.
I think
I was gonna
everyone
say, I
prefers to
don't-
not pay
I don't
taxes.
I don't like paying taxes. I understand the need, and I do it because I'm forced to. But honestly, would I if I didn't have to? My God, I think I stand here and preach like I would, but
Admit it.
Let me ask you a
screw
different question,
guys. I'm
Sam.
going home.
If you were tax exempt and could create a viable standard of living, would you, do you feel like you would be willing to, or even socially committed to, giving away some of your income to the tune of the same amount as the taxation to people in greater need than yourself?
Yes, if I knew that's where the money was going,
Where you get
I
to
would.
choose where it goes.
yeah. I
Okay,
would.
then you're not immoral.
I
That's
would be
good to
slightly
know.
more strict than that. I would never give money to anyone. As a
But you would
general
give
rule.
goods.
Well, yeah. What I would do is I would go to areas, since I'm tax exempt, right? Purchase property and make that property productive in such a way that people could either have jobs or get food or
Yeah.
help with
Like-
whatever problems happening.
Sure, but
Like,
what
get
about
it-
the people who are alive but unable to work due to their disability?
Yeah, well, I mean, if that's an issue, right? For example, they need, like they say, they need in-home care. And what you need to do is lobby the government to collect
Or
taxes from
lobby
other
you.
people.
Oh shit!
No, you could start a business, hire people, sell products, and then take a portion of that money. Whatever portion is safe to take from that, right? Because you need it to reinvest in everything. And then just pay for healthcare of people. Given the option, I would always prefer making the total system more robust than just handing money out.
Fair enough. I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of boomers, eventually Gen Zers, would be fucked without social security.
Do you, if you had to choose between the two, sir, do you believe in a set percentage that applies to all taxpayers and no sort of tax exemptions, but a lower percentage, much lower percentage than it is currently, so that even big corporations and that can't pay accountants to figure out how they can get out of tax and whatnot? Or do you believe in a sliding scale where the more money a corporation, say, makes, the higher percentage tax it should pay? If you had to
So-
choose.
Only between those two options, or what would I prefer
Yes.
overall?
No, if you had to choose between those two.
I don't like flat taxes. They tend to just shift the burden onto poorer people.
What?
Fair enough.
including a sliding scale.
Well, he
A
said
flat tax.
Flat tax.
Oh, so okay, you
Yeah,
prefer
a sliding scale
yeah.
takes the burden off of lower incomes more. So shifts the burden to people who can usually afford it more often.
What do you
So I
think
think
of this,
that's
Serb?
preferable, but that's not what I want specifically. So
What do you think of this, Serb? A higher tax rate across the board only on sales.
I think that's the most burden on poor people.
No. It just means poor people wouldn't buy things they don't need,
Why?
which is what they should be doing already.
Yeah. I don't know if that would actually really work. I don't think that would actually force people to do it. I mean, it's going to make me sound like a Republican to say it, but most people are poor because they don't know what they're doing.
They do know what
They're bad managers, right? This kind of instills an automatic form of management.
I
Like,
think it makes the consequences worse for poor management. I don't know if it actually manages the money.
Manages it better. Fair enough.
I'm sure there's a portion of people who would see that the consequences are way worse now, and they would probably manage themselves better. That has to happen. I almost think.
See, but I'm talking about getting rid of yearly taxes, property taxes, all of those things. It's just only a flat tax when you purchase something based on its perceived value price as a percentage of that perceived value price. So it doesn't matter who you are or what you're purchasing, but the more stuff you're purchasing, the more taxes you pay effectively. And actually, people do not need big screen TVs. And they shouldn't be able to leverage the future against thinking that they need a big screen TV. And if that were all eliminated from the system, then you'd have people buying with real, what could be, possibly, real money, things they need. And everything above that would be luxurious, and they would be paying a luxury tax, but at the same flat tax. They just got more crap.
I mean, that might be side effects, but the issue is I've never seen a way of a flat tax, this is not necessarily flat tax, a consumption tax. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've never seen it laid out in a way that doesn't shift the greater burden of paying the taxes to the poorest people.
See, but now wait, how are you looking at that statistically? Are you saying that the poorest 15% of the population, I'm sorry, the poorest, crap, got my brain on backwards. I hate it when that happens. The poorest people will be paying the most taxes, but is that taking into consideration that they're also 99% of the population?
No, this is a per capita. The individual's tax burden in the system.
Why would that be so? That it's shifted onto poorer people at the same rate?
Because the extra, let's say the extra $1 it costs to buy the turkey burger in the store is a much greater portion of a poor person's income than the rich person's income. Right. All you're doing is levying a bunch of different flat taxes.
No, you got a point. I concede. It's just an idea I heard. I never planted my flag there, but I concede.
But it's all a balancing game. It's not like you can just tax the rich people at 100%. They'll just leave. They won't want to be a part of your system. Will just fall apart. There's no more incentive. Right. So you have to have a a progressive scale of tax, but it also has to be still relatively low.
What do you think about increasing taxes on luxury items, cigarettes, alcohol, airfare?
Yachts,
There's a
houses
lot of.
that
I don't know if I would do it to cigarettes and alcohol anymore. They tend to have a lot of taxes on them.
actually,
Yeah,
yes.
well, they're about
But
to go
I
up.
wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't think even rich people would care that much if you put like a 2%
Yeah.
tax on a yacht. Right. I think that would be an okay tax to have. I don't know how much money it would actually bring in. I don't expect it would be that much.
I think
Right.
the only thing that you can really do to tax rich people that would make them complain is to tax their actual wealth, like the actual amount of money they have.
Yeah. If you had a straight up wealth tax, that would be.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it would actually be devastating to rich people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like you
I
would
think
literally
you're-
be able to cap how rich someone can become.
I think you're actually better off getting rid of the tax deductions for like property devaluation than increasing taxes. A lot of rich people end up paying no taxes because the government allows you to write off a certain portion of the
Yeah.
commercial property's value every year. So what you have is a rich person buys a property and they deduct 10% of it every year until it's in the eyes of the law zero, and then they sell it to another rich person and they get to repeat the process, and it's just a big swapping around of property. If you got rid of that, that would be the same thing as effectively raising the tax. And it would also free up property and drop property prices for businesses.
Why don't individual landowners have that same opportunity? Why is it that?
It's just because the law is just set for commercial property. That's the
Commercial
only reason.
property.
Well, holy crap! I'm not saying that wouldn't bring business into your local area of control, but then it just seems like it's shifting it again onto the poor person.
Wait, how did it?
Because we rent. I mean, you know what eminent domain is, right?
Yeah, as we're
Yeah.
through the power of the state, someone seizes property for some better purpose, hopefully.
Yeah, essentially, you don't own it no matter what.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
This isn't eminent domain. This isn't saying they have to sell the
They have
property
to
that
sell
they're
it.
holding.
No, I didn't say that. But when it comes to individual land rights, there's no such thing as owning land in the United States. And yet, you have to pay increasing taxes on something that you can't ultimately is not yours. You just get to use. It's like permanent rental.
I mean, does a deed? I think the deed.
Wait. I think you're confusing something. I'm not talking
Maybe.
about like the deduction you get to pay, the deduction you get like on your income tax for owning a home. Right. I'm not talking about those deductions.
Okay.
I'm talking about specifically on commercial property.
No, you said
Or-
that in no uncertain terms, very clearly.
Yeah,
I just
for the-
made a kind of a free association and looked at the opposite end of the same thing.
Oh, okay.
This really only affects rich people and a handful of poor people that really spend time gaming the system.
Yeah.
It should actually have a net positive effect on the lives of poorer individuals.
Well, at least give them the opportunity to get more resources. See, that's how I think having social safety nets aren't necessarily just there for those who are unable to be fully productive or efficiently productive, right, due to disabilities or whatever. I think it allows for those people who might be in situations where they are they can't be as productive as they could be because of their circumstance, right? But however, if you were to alleviate at least the financial burden, right, they'll be able to put more that or that resource towards becoming even more financially independent and more productive. Obviously, people do this, right? Lazy asses, right? I think that there should be a time limit set on how long, probably depending on the person's situation, pretty short time limit that would force people to really do right by themselves. Because I understand what Richard's position in that people have to, you know, take an accountability for your life. You know, is necessary for you to be successful and productive and get the things that you want. And unfortunately, people can't really do that by themselves, and maybe forcing them kind of indirectly could do that. I think a major part of having good mental health is having access to resources, as far as you know, right? The reason a guy
Sorry,
giving,
Batman. Can you hold that thought for 1 sec? Can I leave you holding the fort if I have to step away for a minute?
yeah, sure. What are my powers? Tell me. What are
Um,
my powers?
o- um, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent.
All right, got
So
it.
do with my channel as you wish, sir. I trust you implicitly.
Will behave.
Okay.
Um, shit. What I was saying again. Um, yeah, I think forcing accountability or people to take accountability is extremely important. I think that leads to people bettering themselves, because I think, you know, for example, someone living in the bushes in the Amazon, right? Their idea of having a good amount of resources is literally just having the free access to go out and hunt and, you know, have their little, you know, farms in their village and having enough to eat and to maybe, you know, having the time to worship their gods and stuff like that, right? No one's like running in and trying to burn them down or whatever, right? And so, you know, of course, that meaning having enough resources is relative to the person based on what they're born into and the economy that they live under. But I think Richard does make a really good point. I think a lot of people are unhappy, and part of that unhappiness stems from not having resources that they want, that they know is available.
You know what that is? It's called Grandma's savings plan. The heart don't want what the eye don't see. But instead, what we have is commercials bashing us in the eyeballs 24/7. And we go, oh, I need that. No, you don't. No, you really don't need it.
Yeah,
If you
and
can't afford to pay cash for it, you don't need it.
yeah, and you know, as someone who's experienced, you know, actual poverty and know what it is to actually literally starve, um, you know, all of I would say that 80% of the things that I have now are luxuries from my perspective. 80% of them.
Yeah. I mean, I have a few luxuries. I worked fairly hard for them, you know, and paid cash for them. And I don't owe a thing on anything. I just don't. Wait, now I know Assembly of God's a troll. Check this sentence out. Regulation in any industry is a key to social progress. I mean, if that's not a copy paste, that's really well written. What the hell's up with that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
He's
not
just
an actual
trolling
case.
us. If he can write a sentence like that, everything else has been a troll.
Right.
I call bullshit.
Copy pasta.
Now, if he wrote that, he's nothing but a troll, because that was an intelligent, poignant. It had meaning. It had structure. Spelled everything correctly. If that's not a copy paste, you are a troll, sir, and nothing more. If you wrote that, everything else has been a troll.
Hey, sir, I got a question. It's an economy question relative to state taxes in schools, right? So, in most states, from what I understand, a lot of the school funding comes from property tax, right?
I believe in almost every state. I think there's a couple that don't.
Okay. Now, if a state's if it's a situation where in a state, right, the value of the property can go up, right? But the tax on it, right, based on that value, doesn't go up. Wouldn't that just result in less and less resources being put towards like new schools that they want to build or improving schools?
It depends on why the property value increased. Right? If there's no major changes in the economy, and the only reason why the property value increased is because of inflation, then yes. But if the property value increased, let's say because Starbucks opened 3 blocks away, and the school built on a new wing, so rich people want to move there to get to the better school, then no, it doesn't remove resources from the school.
Okay, fair enough. But what are your thoughts on this then, right? Do you think it's a good idea to not adjust the amount a property is taxed, right, based on its value, whether it goes up or down, versus just having one flat, static thing based on one assessment?
So you repeat, what was the first part again? Instead of having the static assessment, what was the first part?
The first part is adjusting it based on an assessed value.
Oh, so you have the assessment over and over again. Which one?
Yeah, you have the assessment at, like, for example, every 2 or 3 years or something like that. And let's say the assessment demonstrates that, hey, within this particular market, the value has gone up significantly. Maybe the taxes should the taxes go, the taxes associated with that value increase, or should it just remain a flat tax?
Well, because property tax is percentage, it has to end up going up, right? If you reassess it and the value has gone up. But I think it's better to just kind of, I don't know if it's better in all circumstances, but I think in aggregate, it's better to just, instead of paying people to go around and assess property over and over and over again, just tax it based off what the property was sold for, and then pin it to inflation.
But the problem is, okay, I understand what you're saying, right? But the problem is the U.S. doesn't have a federally funded organization to even address or assess inflation, right? Like, for example, there are some countries, right? They adjust their minimum wage based on inflation, and of course GDP and shit like that. Like, there's an overall assessment that's been done, right? The U.S. Congress decides that, and that can be decided arbitrarily.
I mean, oh, you mean
Right.
to increase minimum wage? Is that what you mean?
Not necessarily, not necessarily minimum wage. I'm just referring to the having an organization that is just solely dedicated to looking at that aspect of our society, right?
Oh, well, I
Like,
mean, the government does actually keep track of inflation. It's
I mean,
just,
sure, but it doesn't do anything to address
yeah,
it.
nothing. It doesn't do anything with it automatically. But
Sure.
you don't actually want to have no inflation.
No, I'm not saying we shouldn't have no inflation. No, that's not what I'm arguing for. I'm not arguing for that. What I'm saying is, in terms of because remember, right? You were saying that the adjustment to the taxes should be based on inflation. What I was just kind of saying was, well, that makes sense, and I agree with you, right? However, we don't have an organization dedicated the consistent assessment of that while having the power to make necessary adjustments, combat it if it's like too bad, or to even activate it, so to speak. Right?
No, we do. That's what the Federal Reserve does. There are multiple parts of the
They
government
do that
hold-
by increasing or decreasing interest rates for loans, and whatchamacallit. Yeah, but that's not the only
Quantitative
part of
easing,
the
that's the other
economy
one.
that can increase inflation, right? One of the main reasons inflation took place was because a shit ton of people got free money, essentially.
Yeah.
And, right? And so now they want to buy more, which increases the demand, right? And so in order to meet the demand, companies have to increase production, which costs more money, right? And which means they're going to have to charge more.
Well, it does. Generally, it doesn't. There are very few products that are sitting on the dividing line of making the product cost more to produce more. Right. It usually. It normally only happens in like niche products. So what happened is demand didn't keep pace, or not demand. Supply did not keep pace with demand. But like our current inflation isn't actually mostly that. It's mostly the increase in cost of energy.
Yes, I understand that. But again, right? Like that's something from what I see that it is something that that the government didn't really even address in a meaningful way, right? And so just kind of got into this. We just kind of sit and just accept the situation for what it is, and then the politicians will complain and says, "Hey, it's this guy's fault," and it's that guy's fault, even though they damn well know that this particular, because of the raise of gas prices, for example, right? It's have a profound effect on a lot of production, for example, right? They don't address it for what it is. Instead, they blame people. And so what I'm saying is maybe we need an organization that would be able to give us the information, right, for what it is, independent of the politicians and the news media.
Okay, 1 second. I want to get the numbers right. I'm going to have to dig for them because it's been too long now. Okay, well, I mean, I know the general numbers. I'll have to fact check myself later to see exactly how close I got. So, the people in the government have this theater going on where they're blaming each other for, oh, the people got free money, so of course we're going to have inflation or this or that and the other thing. And if you go back and look through inflation rates, right, over the years, you're going to see that government spending, at least as much as it's been spending, is not very well correlated to inflation. It's
Right.
not that it doesn't cause it. It's not that it can't cause it. It's that, and the example I want to give is for the 2008 crash. Right, the government spent about like $700 billion, like buying up bad mortgages and bailing out banks and stuff. But the Fed loaned like something like $1.2 trillion at zero interest.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they actually also did like another 600 billion through a different program, and I don't remember what the other program was. It's just the vast majority of the increase in the money supply is not from government spending. It hasn't been that for like 50 years. So whenever you see a politician screaming about government spending and how it's going to ruin the economy,
It's bullshit.
you're not.
I-
You're not
yeah.
looking at. You're not looking at the right thing.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that.
But yeah, I mean, as far as targeting goes, yeah, we don't have any system in place to target sectors or target states.
Do you? But
Right,
the
or
question is, do you think that's something that we need? Because listen, listen. I'm perfectly fine with having the market as it is, right? I guess whatever regulations that might exist. And to be frank, right, most of these executive branches, that is supposed to regulate a lot of industries, it's people who used to work in those industries that find themselves as being, the heads of those branches of government in the first place, which is just asinine to me, right? Because if he worked in an industry that presented a particular problem, right, and he participated in that, why would you hire him to manage the organization that is supposed to regulate him in the first place, or
Well,
the
I mean,
industry he
it
participated?
depends, right? So a lot of the people, not a lot of people, there were many people who contributed to the 2008 crash.
Sure.
A lot of basically the reason why the crash happened when it did and didn't happen like 3 or 4 years later is because there were people that saw what was happening and then betted the system would fail. But while those people were betting the system would fail, they were actually running around trying to warn people that the system was going to fail.
Gonna fail. Yeah.
Yeah, so the people that accelerated and exacerbated the system were the people that knew it was going to happen, and while they wanted to make the money, they took the steps to make the money, they also went outside of that and tried to get the government to stop it from happening.
Yep.
It's not, so you hire those people, right? You make it in their best interest to run those systems.
I mean, sure, I get what you're saying, but I think
the other side of the coin is there just isn't anyone else qualified. There just isn't. Political scientists are not qualified to run an economy.
no. No.
And neither is anyone else except for the people in finance.
Yeah, and I mean,
And economy.
but here's the thing, right? Like, there are people who work within the federal government, who understands finance just as much as the people in the private sector.
None of
right.
them hold office.
Huh?
None of them hold office.
No, none of those people
Yeah,
hold
yeah.
office. And to be fair, right, I think when it comes to running the executive branches that are supposed to deal with regulation, right, I'm not even arguing and saying, hey, this person's, just because someone worked in the private, like, take for example, right, housing, right? If the executive branch has to deal with housing, I'm perfectly fine if they hire a private, extremely successful, you know, real estate agent or well, not agent, broker or property manager or whatever, right? I'm fine if they do that. If his background demonstrates that you know he's focused on doing the things that um, the executive branch that he's running is going to do. And I
Latent
think it's
misogyny. You just said he.
okay, he or she. he or she. Thanks for your for the correction. Um, so like with that in mind, right? I think it would I think both peoples should be taken into consideration, but I think the person who should get priority are the people who already work within that particular um, executive branch, right? To maintain regulation because for one they understand the rules and statutes, laws or whatever that the branch operates under in the first place, right? They understand it from that particular perspective. Not saying a person in the private industry in real estate wouldn't be able to or don't, right? But it's most likely that someone who works within that executive branch already does that, right?
Yeah.
And two comes to experience too as well. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was saying,
Okay, so I'm rude if I don't say goodnight, and I'm rude if I do say goodnight. So I choose to be rude this way. Peace and respect to you all.
All right. Good. Good.
so the the only issue with that is industry practice does not match regulatory knowledge. Most of industry practice is unregulated,
Sure.
right? And it constantly changes, and there's always something new going on, right? So you could have someone that's been in the regulatory part of the government, knows every top of the top, knows every regulation up and down, has seen
Yeah.
how it's violated in every which way it could possibly be violated. And for example, like the subprime mortgage swapping, where they were rebundling
Yes.
bad loans and all that stuff, wasn't
Yes.
regulated.
Yes.
Wasn't regulated. And not only was it not regulated, the people in charge of regulating it didn't even understand what it was. They had people, those people that I said that were sounding the alarms, went to the people doing the regulating and gave presentations, and they didn't understand what was going on because it has nothing to do with the regulations they were trained to enforce.
Do you, uh, okay. So to be fair, like I'm taking what you're saying as granted, right? But
You need
I
both,
think
is what I'm trying to get at. You need
yeah,
both.
you need both,
Yeah.
right? And so I do understand like private contracting is necessary to get information and um, you know there are companies, private companies at that actually collect a shit ton of data on market trends and stuff like that, particularly in real estate, right? Um, but the government doesn't necessarily seem interested in doing that.
Yeah.
And I think that's largely, I think, and this is my skepticism here. I don't have any physical evidence just that I'm right, but it's my impression that the reason why that's not happening is because there is a lack of interest because of what because if they got a hold of that data, they'll be forced to address it. And the people who are in charge do not want to be forced to address it.
I don't maybe. I mean, most of the addressing, right, is not done by the people in charge. Most of the
I know
time,
it's done by Congress. I get it.
well, no, it's, I'm talking about like regulations already in place. Are you talking about like having new regulations?
Enforcing what's in place if possible, or creating new ones, depending on the situation.
Because enforcing what's in place basically involves no one in charge. Right, all that stuff's already set up. It can go by it can operate on its own.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? I mean that's what the right wing calls the deep state.
The deep state. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. But new regulations that would take Congress.
Hmm. Unfortunately.
There is some leeway the way a lot of these bills were written that form these regulatory bodies give the regulatory bodies a little bit of leeway in like how to enforce, and they generally have the ability to sort of stretch the law a little bit, right, to make what is hopefully logical entailments from what the law is to see if that applies to new things happening. Right, so there's wiggle room there. For better or worse, there's wiggle room there. But there are still so many things happening that's just way outside the bounds of regulatory practice, and a lot of those things they're not even on the radar of not just Congress, but they're not even on the radar of the people doing the enforcing.
The people doing the enforcing. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
it's funny because after 2008, right, and this is obviously something that I had found out, being older, because I was really young back then and had no idea really about these things. What had happened that no one talked about was that there were a few property management companies that bought up an insane amount of real estate for like pennies.
Yeah.
Because the value of a lot of that real estate literally just completely tanked. So it was like super cheap. Not only that, a lot of people had tax liens, for example, right? Because they weren't paying the property taxes or they couldn't afford it, right? And so a lot of local governments actually made deals um, for property management companies to buy up all of those houses that had liens on them. And so not just houses, but also land in some situations. Not every state.
that was most of the $700 billion the government spent was buying up liened property. They didn't actually spend that much money on mortgages. Most of the mortgage coverage came from the Federal Reserve.
In front of yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, shit! I just got knocked out. I don't know. I think that's part of the reason why there are so many private homes that are for sale, right? That are just completely empty and they can sit there and stay empty because the prices are like fucking insane. Right? Because companies can afford to just, basically write them off pretty much, and not have to worry about adjusting the price until I guess they found someone who can afford to buy it.
Well, I mean, some of it's that, and it's usually what's done is bigger banks, not usually like your small local branches, swept up a lot of these properties, made a subsidiary company that was like a rental property business.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they just wrote it off. They just wrote it off repeatedly every year.
And so
they can just sit there empty.
So you
But
said, I'm just saying.
they're not even interested actually in selling it. They're
No, I know.
barely interested in renting it.
And renting it, right?
Yeah, it's mostly just there to let rot and then take a deduction on your taxes.
Yep. And so it's funny because it's like people, you'll hear people say, "Hey, there's not enough, there's not enough homes available for people," and it's like, yeah, there is. It's just that the people who have those homes, they can literally afford to keep them empty, right? If I can afford to keep it empty, right, which that means I'm gonna be able to ask for more and wait even longer to get more.
Yeah.
Working in real estate has opened up my eyes to a lot of things. A lot of them, you know, a lot of them, is kind of good because I see that there are a lot of programs out there to help people own homes. Um, you know, but there's the other side of it where it's like, holy shit, you know, this Matchbox apartment is going for like $2,000, right? And it's like clearly everyone knows that it's not worth $2,000 because typically in real estate, right, one of the first things they teach you in classes like location, location, location. And to keep it a buck, most of the locations are not, they don't generate that much value to warrant that type of pricing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Right. And so when you look at the data, right, and you see the trends, and you're like, you look at how many homes were purchased for a certain amount of time by private individuals and companies, and you see the increase, and you see it's obviously there are correlations, right? Um, you know, but it's borderline causation, in my opinion, as to why um, housing is pretty much almost impossible to really get into nowadays, especially New York. It's funny because real estate in New York um, can be extremely lucrative, right? And it's very strict. However, um, there are um, there are a lot of people that own property who do extremely well to where they can afford to just like wait forever and charge whatever they want because they can afford it.
Yeah.
Like private people, these are not like
Yeah.
companies.
Holding on to property is just too cheap.
Huh?
Yeah, holding on to property is just too cheap. Currently.
Yeah. And it's funny because companies that buy and build homes or even like really large buildings, right? They actually get paid. Like they'll get cut. They'll cut deals with the local government, for example. And like, okay, you can build this insanely tall building of luxury apartments that are matchboxes, right? And charge whatever you want. We won't even regulate it, right? But in return, we want you to build this what do you call them again? These affordable housing units, right? And after a while, what started to happen, what I remember, was that they started to those affordable housing units that is supposed to be, you know, partially federally, state and federally funded programs. What happens is that after a while, the companies that built those units, they decided that, hey, we no longer want to take any money from the government. Basically, we don't want poor people in those apartments anymore. And what they'll do is that they'll basically, wait until your lease is up, and they'll charge you an insane amount of rent that's like, triple what you pretty much used to pay, right? And you'll have to move out. And what they'll do is that they'll clean up, the building or whatever if necessary, and they'll put apartments up for rent at extremely high prices.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so crazy, and it's funny because the local governments they don't do anything, right? And there are situations where contracts were actually broken and nothing was done, right? Like you're supposed to hire a certain amount of people with programs, right? That's a part of the contract. That gets broken and nothing gets done.
Well, it's really hard to force number of employees and clauses in
Sure.
contracts, right? Because you're always going to have exceptions for like, well, if you need to fire someone or this and that, right? Breaking that clause would have to be really blatant. Like,
Sure.
let's say you had to hire 10 people, but you only ever hired one, and then you never hired another person for 3 years. Then you could enforce the clause. But if they're just like swapping out people and keeping the number down to half, right? It's going to be really hard to enforce because they're just having job turnover. That's the argument.
Yeah, but I mean, this is. I understand the analogy, but these are like people, and people who live there, and so with the current income setup that's in New York, right, and the cost of living setup, the whole purpose is supposed to make cost of living easier for people. That's the only reason why they agree, to basically say, hey, I'm going to basically make it easy for you to build where you shouldn't, right? And um, as a consolation, I just need you to build more apartments that are not luxury, and we will pay half the rent of every single person that's in that apartment. Basically, we're going to give you money. It won't be a high amount, but you'll still profit from it. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, it's just the majority of that program is not subsidizing low income apartments. The majority of that
Oh
program
yeah,
is subsidizing the construction of apartments. That's the problem. They're subsidizing the wrong thing.
yeah,
They hope that more apartments will lower the price. And if you were producing apartments at the rate that would catch up to demand, that would be the case. But they don't spend enough money for that. That's a lot of money.
yeah.
The only program that works in already developed countries that are, or not just countries, areas that have a, a level of demand for apartments so far above the supply is to, by law, enforce each apartment building to have a certain number of low income
Of
apartments.
low income, yeah, they do that.
Yeah, they do some places.
Yeah,
It actually works out pretty good too because it stops ghettos from forming too.
yeah. Hold on 1 second here. Let's see. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Um,
Is Sammy ever coming back? I think he just abandoned you.
bastard. Just completely dipped on me. Like, he knows that I bore people to death. I put them to sleep. You know.
Oh no, you made me yawn.
Oh shit.
Like crap. You're magical.
It's funny because like people think I'm joking. I'm like, dude, like it's not a joke. I will literally put people to sleep, especially like especially if I'm like having a conversation with them and I'm like being all reasonable and shit, right? Like I'm not getting their blood flowing, right? I gotta be all uppity is not the word. I gotta be all ironic, like so to speak.
I gotta be an ironic.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good descriptor.
Yeah.
Like I don't even know if anyone's still watching. Anyone still watching?
I have the screen open. Yeah, 4 people, probably including me.
Exactly, and me too. So no one's fucking watching.
Van's watching. Hi, Van.
Who is Van? Van de Man? I remember that name.
Oh, he's talking to someone else though. He's not really even paying attention to the stream. It doesn't look like.
Exactly, because we talk about boring shit. Shit motherfuckers should listen to, but it's boring shit.
It's not boring shit. It's the most interesting shit ever. The reason why everyone looks around at their life and thinks it's a complete pile of crap is because they don't listen to this shit.
Yeah, that's true. That is true on so many levels, man. It's not
Yeah.
even funny.
That itself should be the reason why this stuff's interesting.
Yeah, but unfortunately, again, I don't know. Maybe I have this. Uh,
Yeah. But no one went, hey, why all of a sudden can I not pay my mortgage? And why is the bank taking the property even though they can't sell it to anyone?
right?
No one ever goes, oh, that's right, just boring shit. I don't care.
I don't really care. Yeah, man. Like, it's funny. There's a lot. There is a lot of shit, especially when it comes to a lot of like local laws and shit like that. Like, people don't pay attention, or even when it works to their detriment, like heavily, right? Even when it's just straight up highway robbery, no one pays attention because as far as they're concerned, excuse me, as long as they have enough money in their pocket to be entertained and buy shit, right? Buy little shit that they like, then they're good. Like they're good. Like that to me, that's settling. You know, like I think people should always want to improve and want to make more money. Like, okay, if you're interested in making money, why aren't you questioning the fact that someone who's making, billions easily hand over fist is basically not even paying any taxes compared to your ass, right? Like, why is it that, you keep, the government keep essentially giving not just these people, but, corporations that don't give a fuck about you, what is essentially, I call it rich people's socialism, corporate socialism, some pundits would call it, right? Like, why is it that the conservatives aren't saying, hey, let the market work out for itself, man. If a large company is supposed to fail, let it fail. The government shouldn't bail it out. Don't see that type of shit again. It's like, you know, the idea of even like shit like forced obsolescence, like that's a thing. Like no one should force you to buy or upgrade a device, right? You should just do it because either you just like the new one or it can do better. Like some shit. Like force them to fucking innovate and do better.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
Apple really shouldn't, like Apple devices are okay. They're not top of the line.
oh no,
They're
like,
okay.
Apple exists purely because people like to spend more money than they need on something.
Then they need on. Yeah,
Yeah, it's literally part. Apple is more fashion than product.
yes, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, there's something inherently underhanded about designing something that's not. I mean, it's not even that it's just going to be replaced by something better, rather quickly. It's that it's built in such a way that it can't actually function very long on
Yes,
purpose. But then you're still charging the amount of money as if the product is built to function for a
it's
long
built
time.
to function exactly. And
Yeah.
see what that's one thing, right? But it is another thing to literally push updates to a device that make them perform worse than they were before you sent that
Yeah.
update.
Yeah.
Dude, when that became a thing and people became aware of it, like people don't understand it was something that was happening for years. That's how a lot of these companies made their money. Samsung included. Like they did it to one of my headphones recently. But they were really good headphones, right? And my dumbass made the mistake, I was half asleep to be honest, right? Of accepting an update. And those headsets that I paid, $200 for, like, stopped working,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I mean,
Like,
need to
out of
really
nowhere.
see, but the issue is at before you bought them, you should have looked at it and went, "Why does headphones need software?"
See, that's the funny thing, because I don't think they need any more updates once you buy them. If they're working perfectly fine once you buy them, you do not need to update them.
Well, not
You
even that.
absolutely do not.
Why do headphones need software?
Yeah. Well, I guess for some features, some luxury features, like for example, some Sony headphones that I had, they had this interesting feature where it's noise canceling,
Yeah,
really good.
ambient
But
noise cancellation.
yeah, but the way how you had a way of making it directional. So if you're in an area, right, and the people to the right of you, they're talking so loud that the noise canceling isn't canceling them out. You could make it more directional, and it'll basically cancel them out.
Okay, but
That yeah, like
so
that's
ambient. Yeah, but the thing is, ambient noise canceling is done by having some sampling device, fancy term for a type of microphone,
yeah,
right? That microphone receives electrical signal from being shooken back and forth.
and
It's
back and
basically
forth.
just a speaker in reverse,
Yeah,
right? And that signal makes the inside of the headphone produce the opposite side
the
wave.
opposite. Yeah,
That can all be done without a software component.
yeah,
That technology has existed for decades without software.
yeah. That's true. I'm just saying when it comes to application, right? To be able to use like the descriptor that I just gave of one of the features, right? That requires software, but that software you get that all of it right out of the box. But the issue is, right? If you accept an update and that feature stops working all of a sudden it is not a hardware problem. It is it's a software problem that they created. Device, you're not fucking downloading viruses and shit like that on your headphones, right? It's not a computer, right? Like it's not software is not just gonna arbitrarily stop working as long as the hardware is good. See what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
so, you know, but it was just one of those moments, sir, where I was just really mad at myself because I was just not paying attention and I was just stupid. And when I hit up Samsung and let them know, like, yo, listen, you pushed this update to my device and now it's not, now it's not working. Like the person basically told me, fuck off, send it in, pay $100 and get the new version. Like, fuck off.
yeah. I mean, do you still have it?
Oh yeah, I still have it. I didn't send it in.
I mean, let's remove the battery from it and then reinstall the battery.
I considered that. I'm gonna probably try it one day. Shit, I gotta find my kit. But yeah, I might actually try that one day. Hopefully that erases the. I wish there was a way for me to just connect it to my computer and just like reverse the update. And you know what? Maybe there's a website that allows you to roll back updates on these
Oh, yeah,
devices.
there might be. There might be. I mean, worth
Holy
looking.
shit!
Yeah.
Uh,
In a modern world, people should have either a separate checking account for a debit card that they use only on the internet. So the only money that ever goes in the checking account is the money you're going to spend. And then you need to just follow the age-old advice. Don't fix what isn't broken.
what isn't broken?
Right. And as long as you're using that air gap for your money, you don't even have to worry about security features.
Mm-hmm.
Right, your Windows updated because there's security feature. Yeah, fuck them. Doesn't matter. They can't get money from me. I don't care. They can have that card number. They won't get anything.
Yeah, I think my bank offers that actually.
Yeah, my bank
It's
offers.
an online. Yeah, an
Yeah, my
online
bank
card.
not only offers getting a separate account, they also offer immediate the in an app in the app that they have. You can immediately turn your card on and off.
On and off. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's real. I've actually like that. I mean, I actually do that.
My card,
Like-
yeah, my card stays off until I go to a store. When I pull out my phone and
Yeah.
turn it back on.
And to be fair, right? Like if any payment that's for like my utilities is coming out of my account, right? Or off that card, it doesn't go through. And what happened is that my bank kind of puts it on hold, right, and lets me know, hey, this payment is trying to be taken off your card. Do you want to allow it? Type thing, right? Do you want to unlock your card and allow payment?
Yeah, all that stuff just goes to a third account of mine.
Oh, yeah?
I have 4 checking accounts.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's
I'm a power user.
I'm seeing. I see you, sir, baller. When are you gonna send me some? When are you gonna sell me some of that land, man? Fuck.
Never. I got more acreage I have to buy before I meet my life goal.
God damn it, sir.
I've made a deal for all but 7 acres of it. I need to figure
All
out a way
but
to get
7 acres.
the other 7 acres.
Hold on, didn't you already own the whole thing? What was the condition?
No. I mean, I own the whole thing, but my life goal is to get all the property back that was on the original deed.
Oh.
Right.
How?
We ended up losing isn't the right word. my family during the Great Depression broke off a bunch of little chunks so people that couldn't feed themselves could have farmland.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So now you're
So,
like, fuck
yeah.
those people. Give me my land.
Well, I mean, all those people are gone. Most of what's happening now is like the old farmers are dying and the kids don't want to farm.
The kids are. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm getting it all back. It's the whole thing. I think, and it's not even like a matter of some sort of pride or something. It's just really cool because the original deed is signed by Lincoln.
Ah.
My family got it for their service during the Civil War.
Okay. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Right. So I'm trying to piece it all back together again and just have it be. When someone asks me for the deed, I could show them the original deed and it's completely accurate.
That's really cool. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That's all right. I don't feel too bad now that you don't want to sell me land. Because that's like one of the things that I do want to do sometime soon is to buy up a bunch of land. But I want it to be land that's actually like useful,
Productive.
not like, dog shit land.
Yeah.
Right? I want to get like a really full assessment, see if there's any what do you call them again? Like what are they call them, wells and something else.
Well, well is a hole in the ground that gets water.
Like natural.
Do you mean an artesian well? Is that what you want to have?
That's it.
Okay.
I think so. I don't. You're the fucking landowner, dude.
An artesian well is a well that's pressurized because of natural forces under the ground.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Those are only possible in certain areas. So you have to make sure you're going to an area that you can have it. There's plenty of those areas around. You just have to do your research.
Or just pay someone to do the research for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's people that've already done the research. Just pay them to tell you the information.
Yeah, because you know what? Ideally, what I want to do is that I would like to buy up a bunch of land, build properties on them, and rent them out. I will not sell those properties.
Well, you shouldn't. The whole point of getting land is to not lose it.
To not lose it.
Yeah.
I
mean, I would say
I would
though,
build
it's
whole
easier.
communities if I have to.
I would say it's easier though to. So this is my advice for starting to owning land. Are you relatively agnostic to where you live at, like the environment you live in?
Let's just say yes.
Like urban versus rural.
No, I am not interested in urban. More either rural or suburban.
Okay, so farmland is really easy to rent. Right? You can rent out a lot of it to like a single person even. Right? So you don't have to worry about having to replace a bunch of tenants and stuff. So it's like compared to having a house that you rent, the income is way more guaranteed. It's way more secure.
Yeah.
Right. It's easier to take, and if you do it right, you can go across your farmland and parcel it out, so you can take like mortgages on just parts of the land.
On just parts of it,
if you need to, right? And then just build a tiny house on it and just live there, rent out the farmland, and then you're more or less than living for free on that land. So that any money you make anywhere else, the farmland pays for the property taxes.
Pays for the property
and
taxes.
if you manage to get enough of it, maybe it pays for your electricity too or something. But you can very easily work that into a system to where all the money you make is just money you have to spend.
Yeah.
And then
what
you
I
can
would
worry
love,
about building houses or buying houses and renting them.
I think what I would love is to have a decent piece of land and a company approaches me and be like, "Hey, we want to build a plaza or shopping mall on your land." Good lord.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's about anyone's dream for purchasing land is to buy land and have it become immediately, you know, have its value sextuple.
Basically.
Yeah, like this. Good luck with that, though. Like,
You know, and you know what's
Right.
funny too, because well, at least in New York, right? Typically, how those contracts work is that after typically the leases last decades, but when they're up, right? If the company is, you know, they're no longer really interested in keeping that property, you like own it, whatever that's built on it.
also, like you're essentially trying to. This is the model the trailer park works on.
Yeah.
You own the land, but they might own the thing that's on top of the land.
Yes.
It's a very easy way to not have to worry about forgetting the word now. Evict people.
Evict people. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not evicting them from a house or their trailer park. You're not evicting them from their residence. You're evicting
Yep.
them from a parcel of land
From
that
a
their
parcel.
residence is on,
Exactly.
which is why the trailer park runs on that model.
Yep. Dude, man, trust me. Once I get certain things out of the way, that is one of the first things I'm gonna do. I'm going to start looking into buying up a bunch of land.
Yeah.
And I mean, sure, it's good to leave money behind for your, for your kids or whatever, right? But I think a large part, at least how I was raised, a large part of legacy is wanting to, um, is leaving something tangible behind, right? That's in your family for your family, right? And I'm perfectly fine with setting certain um, rules and stipulations in place that will prevent them from squandering it, right? So yeah, that's one of my things that I definitely want to do.
Yeah, the squandering part's going to be hard.
Yeah,
But
I don't know. People are idiots because, like, so I was looking into one of the main reasons a lot of black-owned farmland basically went back to the state government was because the farmers who owned that land, right? Their descendants basically just abandoned it. No one paid taxes on it, nothing, and the state just fucking took it because no one's paying taxes on it or anything really, right? And it's just insane because these are not like tiny parcels of land or anything like that. These are like acres, like an insane amount of acres of land, and a lot of people don't even like give a shit. And it turns out that a lot of those descendants are broke and living shit lives and all of that stuff. Now, to be fair, in some places in the country, due to lynchings and basically fearing for your fucking life, right? I understand the urge to want to move the fuck away. That is perfectly logical. But it doesn't necessarily mean you shouldn't fucking maintain your land and keep your land. Like a lot of that land was just it changed ownership because the owners didn't want it really. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, it's not. They didn't even get a fair, essentially a fair payment for the land, probably.
Yeah, they didn't even. A lot of them didn't get no money because again, no property taxes were being paid, right?
Yeah.
And so as far as the local or state government is concerned, okay, there's a lien on this property. We're just, sure, we can send you a bill, or we can just take the land, right?
Yeah.
If we can't get access to you, we'll just take the land, and we'll just sell it.
Yeah, it's weird. People in that situation, well, usually people that get into that situation aren't smart enough to know what to do. So I guess I can't blame them. But really, if you ever find yourself in that situation, you are better off selling the land, letting the lien, happen. Right, so whoever has the lien on it gets their amount of money off the top, and then just walk away with whatever's left.
Yeah,
Yeah, why are you handing whoever has a lien on your property more money?
more money.
Doesn't
Exactly.
make fucking sense.
Exactly, dude. And again, I'm probably being a pessimistic asshole, but I'm sorry, man, but you have to see things for what it is. People are saying, hey, people of color, land ownership is like, basically 0%, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, no one's buying land, so, what do you expect? And the people whose families who did own land, they just abandoned it, and it got fucking taken away by the local and federal government. Like, what do you expect? You know, I don't know. All I see a lot at the time from people is that like it's a lot of complaints, and no one actually makes the effort to actually figure out why shit happens to them. All they do is complain and say, "Oh, you know, um, the government or the people in power is against me." Some stupid shit like that, or they hate poor people, or they hate the middle class, or hate people wanting to join the middle class.
No, it's not that. Yeah. A game is in place to where you're in competition, and if you're a big old dummy, you're just going to lose. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, but you know what's funny? You can still be a dummy and win. The only thing you need to at least have the brain cells to do is to hire someone who is smarter than you, right?
Yeah.
To give you
But
information and help you make
that's
decisions.
still a minimum amount of intelligence, though. Right? That's an intelligence check that not everyone's going to pass.
I mean, like people give Trump shit, but I'm sorry, you have to give credit where credit is due. This man, by I guess normal standards, is not very intelligent, but he's intelligent to do certain things, to get people in the right positions, to get him what he wants, right? And he's intelligent enough to fucking game the governments that basically gave him free money, right? Um, because he said that, hey, listen, I want to do this, and just decides to not do it because he knows that they're most likely never going to come after him, and even if they do come after him, right, they're probably just going to give him a slap on the wrist. Like he knows those things, inherently, right?
Yeah.
So you have to give credit where credit is due. Like if you're going to be a dummy, at least be the dummy that to get people smarter than you around you.
Well, yeah, but be the dummy that understands they're a dummy.
That understands you're a dummy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. There's just like a few statements that if you told people, I think it would change their perspective on everything. Right? People are stockbrokers and investors or investment firms because they make people more money than it costs to pay them. So even if you don't know how to trade stocks or any type of investment commodity, right? The simple fact of knowing that you can, in general, pay these people to make you more money than you're paying them.
Yeah.
That should make everyone's brain go, what?
Yeah.
Same thing with accountants,
Mhm.
right? They accountants justify their existence by saving you more money than you're paying them.
Yep.
Every dummy's brain, right? And admitted, and high schoolers, right? Basically every high schooler's a dummy. You should tell that to every high schooler, that there are those types of jobs out there that by the simple fact of putting your money in their hands, you will be richer.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you could do it better than them, but you need to be honest with yourself to know that you can do it better than them. And if you can't do it better than them, then let them do it.
Then let them do it. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it was more recently that I learned about this thing that they call a Roth IRA,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I'm like, is this some conspiracy type shit? Like, bro, I don't want to hear this shit, right? And he's like, no, man. Like, I need, watch this YouTube video. This is a good explanation as to what it is and why you, right now, should start investing your money every month in this. Dude, I watched that video. My mind was blown. And I'm like, dude, I should have fucking known about this 15 years ago.
There really needs to be a class in high school that talks about investment. Yeah.
Dude, and you know what is even more mind blowing? Once you hit retirement age, right? All of that money is tax free.
Yeah, because it's taxed beforehand.
Exactly.
Right. So as long, well, that's the trade-off, right? You have IRAs and you have Roth IRAs, and which one you pick is basically trying to predict the future.
Yes.
But it seems like, in general, from this point that we're at now, taxes are probably going to increase.
Mm-hmm.
But even if they don't, even if in aggregate they stay the same, let's say, right? Normally, people over the course of their life will increase the tax bracket they're in.
Yes, that's true.
And that's not going to be any different from your retirement fund. Right? Your retirement fund's going to be somewhere near, as long as you did it appropriately, it's going to be somewhere near what you were making before you retired.
Before you retire. Yeah.
Which means you will get money tax free at a higher tax bracket.
Dude, once the dude broke that, like, you literally repeated word for word what this dude said in that video, and after that, I was like open. I called my bank and I was like, why wasn't I told about this? Like, why am I not paying into this? They're like, well, yeah, we offer it to specific people who need it. But I'm like, you guys make money from doing this, right? There, this person's like joking. It's like, yeah, we make money from everything we do. We're a bank. I was like,
yeah.
But do you hate money? Because if more people know about this, why aren't you selling it? Right? And I didn't press the person on it because the person, he didn't want to say, hey, it's really only for rich folks type of shit or whatever, right? As far as he was concerned, right? But again, it's $6,000. $500 a month, 12 months. That's $6,000 a year, right? not everyone can afford it, right? But dude, if you do that for like the next 30 years, just alone, that's not, take into consideration um, the obviously they're going to invest your money and um, you know th- you're going to gain interest on it and stuff like that, right? But over all those years, building up all of that interest, right, while saving up all of that money, like, dude, you're going to be a millionaire easy when you retire, right? Non-taxable.
Yeah. I mean, in most of the people that go from lower middle class, upper working class into being a millionaire in retirement that way, it does take allowing whoever's managing your IRA to make investments.
To make investments, yes, that's true.
Because you can tell them they can't. You don't want them to do that.
You don't want it. Yeah.
So
But
there's
who's going to
still
say
risk
no?
in there. Yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah.
still risk in there, but you can actually tell because they have like pegged investment funds,
Yes.
right? To where unless the whole system collapses, you're not going to lose all your money.
Yeah.
Right? And that's like the easiest choice to make.
Yep. Like, do you not like money, people?
Yeah.
Right? And again, comes back down to what you said earlier, right? People should really enjoy these conversations because if someone's watching, they in their head they should be like, oh shit, I can be a millionaire by the time I retire. Like, what the fuck, right? And the cool thing about it is that I don't believe all um, IRAs offer this service. I'm not 100% sure, but even if you hit that retirement age, right, and you don't want to cash out right away, right, they can increase the amount that you pay a year from 6,000 to 7,000 a year under specific circumstances, from what I remember.
Yeah.
Right, but it's like it's such a fucking cool concept and idea.
And not it's even better than that. So people that are thinking about investing in stocks, right? And usually they think about investing in stocks before they realize there's like a billion other things that are similar to stocks that they can invest in. But maybe if they're smarter, they think about going to the investment firm. But if they're a simple person and they don't want to have to ever do research in investment, but they still want their money to grow like it's invested, you go to your bank, you get a Roth IRA, you pay them $25, $50 a year. I think 50 is about the average a year. Is that right? Did they tell you what it is now? But mine's 40 a year. But they will make all the safe investments for you without you having to do anything.
Exactly. They're smarter than me. Right?
Yeah.
These people are smarter. They know more.
Yeah.
And I have a bunch of money that I want to grow. I want them to grow it. I'll pay them.
Yeah. And you'll pay a bank $40, $50 a year instead of paying an investment firm $500 a year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? And it's funny too because even the idea of dividend stocks and buying into companies that are like extremely stable, right?
Looking at you, Johnson and Johnson.
Huh?
I said I'm looking at you, Johnson and Johnson.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's a really good stable one. Even that, dude. Like, if I save up 100 grand, right? Obviously depends on the stock or whatever, right? But minimum, like if you're gonna do this and you really want to profit from it long term, right? Like minimum, you got to put 100 grand into it, right? If you want to really benefit from dividend stocks. And of course, what you'd want to do is that you want to diversify, right? I understand that it's the long money game or whatever. Just not financial advice, people. Me and Sir are idiots. We don't know anything. We're just speculating.
But I'll give you financial advice, but we're signing a contract and you're paying me.
Yeah, right.
Anything I just spout my mouth off about on here is not financial advice. Do at your own risk.
Yeah. So it's like it's just one of those things where it's from like, okay, keep it real with yourself, right? You have to spend a lot of money in order to make a lot of money. That is a fact of reality. None of this luck bullshit. Put your money in it, right? You want to make decent money from dividend stocks, you have to put minimum 100 grand in it, right? And obviously you want to diversify. Clearly you don't want to put your all your eggs in one basket, but that does and you hire a professional to do it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because if he gets any insight, for example, that that company is going to tank, right? As a professional, he's going to pull your shit. He's going to sell all of your shares and reinvest in another company that's stable.
Yeah.
Because ideally, he wouldn't want you to lose money. Because if you lose money, he loses money.
Yeah. He makes a commission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it's, I don't know, man.
Oh my god! And you made me think of this, and I need to bring this up more often. Because socialist ideas are really common amongst young people, right? When you're telling those high schoolers all those other little things, you need to tell them, look, if you think the relationship between an employer and employee is uneven in favor of the employer, and that's why the employer makes a bunch of money, then you should invest your money. Because then you are by proxy gaining employees.
Yeah. Literally.
Literally,
You get to be
that's
the
why
boss.
you own the company. You own a portion of the company. They are your employees.
Yep. Like it's crazy because when I was I was sitting with one of my buddies and we were watching these videos and we bust out the calculator and you know you'll see YouTubers make these videos and be like, hey, you need to invest in this and that, right? And they'll tell you how much money you're going to be making a month, right? You're going to be making $1,000 a month, but it's like you're not really talking about how much shares you're going to have to buy in order to get that amount of dividends, right? And how much the commission is going to be with the company that you're working with that is handling all of that shit. That doesn't get talked about. And it's unfortunate because it's like you're not keeping it real with people. Right? Like keep it a buck. You're going to have to put 200 grand up. Right? I don't know. Take out do a reverse mortgage or take out equity or whatever. Right? Do whatever. Right? Just like here's the thing, right? So you buy. So one of the things that I am going to do, right? I'm going to purchase a condo, right?
Okay.
And the reason why I'm doing a condo, yes, it's condo, not co-op. Co-op basically you buy shares into the company, right? But a condo, you're purchasing real property. So you buy the condo. Now the cool thing is that typically they're a little bit more on the cheaper side when you purchase, right? The downside is the amount of percent that you put down to take out the mortgage on it is higher, right? Up to like 15%. So if it's like 100 grand, you're gonna have to put down 15 grand, right? Which is fine, but your mortgage, if it's a traditional, I think 30-year or whatever, right? You're only paying like maybe $500 or so a month, right? But your HOA fees, depending on where you live, right? That HOA fees are basically maintenance fees that, and then sometimes that might include amenities like pools, gyms, or whatever, right? You pay for all of that extra stuff, and typically all of the maintenance associated with the apartment is included in that. So the amount of money that you would normally pay to own a single family home, for example, that's on a piece of land, is going to be way cheaper for you. And so what I would, what I was thinking about doing too was to basically rent it out, because even though I'm paying, let's say $1,000 for the insurance, mortgage, and HOA fees, right? I could rent that bitch out for 2,000.
Well, you know, all those fees associated with owning the property that you're renting are deductible on your income that you get from renting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if it costs you $1,000 to maintain the property, you get to deduct $1,000 from the amount of money you make. Right. So if the taxable portion per month of the money you're making is $2,000, but it costs $1,000 a month to keep it going, then the income the only part of the income that's taxable is $1,000 of it.
I don't know how much.
I know, but that's just an example.
Yeah. But like, even with that in mind, right? What I would then do, right, is that I would the Roth I already have. There's this other one that's kind of like it, right? I wouldn't hit up my bank. I would hire a private firm for this. Every single extra $1,000 that I get is going to be reinvested to make even more money. And once that once once that reaches like, another 15 grand or so, I'm going to, within probably a year or two, I'm going to buy another condo, and I'm going to do the same like I did the first, and I'm going to rent that out, and I'm going to invest that, all while having a job, because I like working. I guess some people actually like going out and earning money, right? So I'm not even including whatever savings that I might be getting from my paychecks, my job, right? And once I hit 100 grand, I'm investing that again, right? I'm going bigger and bigger. It's not an immediate thing, right? Getting rich, if it comes fast, you're lucky. It takes time. It takes consistency. It takes sacrifice. Because I could splurge whatever extra income that I'm getting on bullshit, right? But that would defeat the purpose of the initial investment in the first place.
Well, yeah, at that point you're just squandering your investment.
Exactly.
The
Right.
whole point of having investment is to have your investment snowball.
Yeah. Right. And so having, the using the snowball strategy, right? Like, now I'm understanding why some people are just well off while others aren't. Even though those people aren't smarter than me, they don't know any fucking like ancient secret or some exclusive shit. They're just patient, and they just put their money in the right places to where it'll be able to make money for them in the long term. Right? They create a snowball.
And actually, I mean, as long as you're willing to spend the time on making sure everything's working properly, you'll make way more money off being a landlord than you will investing in your Roth IRA.
Yes.
That doesn't mean you should. That doesn't mean you shouldn't still also have a Roth IRA. It's preferable if you could do both at the same time.
Because again, right, one of the But what I could do is maybe have some of the money from that that rent that I'm generating, the rent income, right? I could just use that to just pay the Roth IRA. But you see, I want to separate that, I think, and let the real estate money keep generating more real estate money until I generate enough to move up to another level of investment that's going to give me more consistent growth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, that's what a lot of people do when they start to invest. Like
Yep.
if they're making investment basically their primary job. Like that by primary I don't mean that's what they spend most of their time on. Is that's their goal.
That's their goal.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
They pick something that they can make more money from by putting effort into it. And then they diversify into things that are low effort.
That are low effort. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Dude, there are people who make close to six figures or six figures who are not living better than me. Right? Like because their apartments are so expensive because of where they live, because their car note is so insane because they decide to buy a luxury car even though they really don't need it and no one cares about them driving a Benz, right? Or they go on these unnecessary fucking trips and waste all of this money and then complain about being broke. Like, dude, if you're making $100K a year and you're not a millionaire in the next 10 years, you're doing it wrong.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I would agree in general. But
Come on, sir, keep it a buck,
yeah.
man.
No, I would agree in general, but there are. Let's say you live in New York. Most of New York is just going to be so prohibitively expensive for any sort of work that isn't like top tier work for you to be able to save anything.
Yeah,
Right?
sure.
So, yeah. So it's not that they still can't become a millionaire making $100K. It's that they have to be willing to fucking move.
To move. Yes.
Yes.
And they aren't.
Yeah, they're not.
It's crazy. Like, dude, like if your income monthly, right? If half of your income monthly is going towards your rent, you're doing it wrong. Right? Like you're doing it wrong.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's way more than what you should be paying for rent.
Right?
I mean that's actually half the reason. That's a big part of the reason why rent's so high in the first fucking place.
Yes.
Is people are willing for some reason to spend like 20 hours a week on their fucking apartment bill.
Mhm.
I wish people would look at it in the amount of life it costs.
Yeah.
I think
And then they complain.
way more perspective.
Then they complain about being slaves for landlords, for landowners. Like fuck you, man. Right? Like go make better choices, bro. Like go move.
Yeah.
Like it's a market for it's a reason why like you have to just sacrifice something to make more money. You have to. Like to get to the point where you can make money without sacrificing little or nothing, you have to sacrifice a lot starting out. You have to take that risk.
Yeah.
You gotta be bored. You gotta, drive a fucking shitty Corolla. Like, sure, you can afford to spend, take chicks out on $1,000 dinner and impress them, right? But, bro, you really don't have to. If you got to spend $1,000 on a dinner to take out a chick just to get laid, then even that you're doing wrong. But that's just me.
Yeah. It's yeah, I mean, if your only goal is to get laid, but you're gonna take a chick out to dinner first. Just buy a prostitute.
Yeah.
Like, and I do not condone breaking the law. I'm just saying on a cost benefit analysis, just get a prostitute.
Yeah, like it makes sense. Not only that, you get discretion, right?
Yeah,
You won't
you get discretion. It's probably cheaper,
probably.
depending on what type of money you think you might have to spend to impress a woman enough to have sex with you.
Also, there's a time factor.
Yeah,
Right.
there's the saying that you don't pay the prostitute for sex, you pay the prostitute to leave.
To leave. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure if Sammy's like watching, he's like, these motherfuckers are talking about whoring on my channel.
But yeah, it's probably cheaper. It's probably cheaper overall.
Right? It is. I'm sorry. Depending on what point you are in your life, it is not cheaper to keep her. Not time wise, not money wise.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make your job investment, to start with, you can't afford to have a real girlfriend.
That's true.
What you need to do is work on investing so hard that you don't actually end up having to look for a girlfriend. They just start finding
They
you.
just start finding you. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like you know what? Like people ask me, like countless times, like you're you're tall, nice looking guy, or whatever. You're smart. Like why don't you have a girlfriend? I said, I can't afford it. They're like, aren't you working and making money? I'm like, yeah, right. But they're like, then are you just being cheap? I'm like, no. I'm looking at the amount of money I'm gonna have to spend to entertain, right, and the time I'm gonna have to spend to entertain a woman, right? And I'm sorry, that's what's the term I'm looking for? Shit, I'm a little bit tired. She is not a net. It's not a net positive on my life at that point for
Yeah.
my goals, right? I'm actually losing money, right? Because she's not paying for them dates, right?
You know what? I don't even think Andrew Tate explains this to people.
No.
I think he should.
But you know what's funny? What's funny is that a guy who's in his position. Not saying some of the things that he says, isn't true, right?
No, some of them are outright like heinous.
Yeah,
But yeah,
right.
you gotta understand him. He's not like that.
Yeah,
Actually, that's I get on camera. Andrew Tate.
yes.
That him talking like that is literally a business.
It's his business. His image is his business. It's the same thing with Trump, right? His image is his business. Like if you want people if you want to build an apartment complex and you want people to pay more, right, without actually justifying it, pay Trump some money to put his name on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he don't need to own shares. He can even lie and says, "Yo, he owns the shit. Who gives a fuck? You're making more money by his name being on it."
The only possible person that would ever sue him is you, and you don't want to because he's
And you
making
don't want
fucking money.
Yeah, right. It's yeah, man. It's crazy. Like, dude, unless I can find a partner who's of the same mindset as me, right? Who are doing the same things as me, right? In terms of my goals, like I'm not gonna waste my time.
Yeah, that's like that's how you start off every date. Let's make it clear. I'm here to make money and fuck. Are you here to make money?
Right? Right? Like,
I would love to hear that conversation.
right? There are more eloquent ways to put it, right? But
Yeah.
you know, I think
but
you
I
got-
think it'd be a good filter because I think
Yeah.
someone that really is there to make money and fuck wouldn't care that you phrased it like that.
yeah, they wouldn't care. That's true. That's true, and it tells them, you know, their mind. It tells them my mindset, right? And it's not this situation where, you know, I'm like some money grubbing dude who loves money. No, for me, a lot of this is really because I want to eventually live a pretty comfortable life, uh, right? And I want to leave something behind for my descendants and family that's like tangible that could make them, you know, make their lives easier. Hopefully, they would do what I did and keep using, you know, keep the snowball going, right? Because if you don't, you're a selfish cunt, right? And I, you know, not that I would raise my kids that way, but most you can do is do your best, right? But you know, again, it's just one of those situations where you have to have somebody around you with that mindset.
Yeah. Or the from what I see and how my family sort of always teaches the next generation. Like so, like when I graduated high school, I went from being upper middle class to poor. I was taught how to make and manage money. I was never fucking given money.
Yeah,
Right. So if you want to teach your kids how to invest in Snowball, you don't give them money.
you don't give them money.
Make them do it themselves, and then when you die, give it to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because again, right, like all of this shit that I've been through in my life, all of the knowledge that I've gained over time, right, I am going to put that shit to use. I do not want to, you know, get old and be uncomfortable when I've been uncomfortable pretty much my whole life, right? And so for me, you know, that's how I gotta go. You know, if there's another way to get it outside of making a bunch of money, shit, I don't mind, right? The money's just a tool, right? The money is just a tool as far as I'm concerned. So it's just, you know, it's just one of those things, man. And you know, people don't fucking understand. They're like, you know, yeah, but you know, maybe you know, maybe you should make enough money to, you know, to eventually get a housewife or whatever. And I'm like, first of all, if I have a housewife, that doesn't mean she's not working. They're like, what you mean?
She's not really a housewife, but she's still a
Listen,
wife, though. Yeah.
she will have to, like, because at that point, right, chances are I'm going to have a bunch of shit going that's going to be generating income left and right. And if she's not, you know, if she doesn't have a job outside, you know, a traditional job working, you know, for a different company or whatever, right, she's going to have the job of growing that snowball.
Oh yeah, no, you're going to. First off, don't marry her. That's a terrible idea for snowballs. Uh,
There's that.
Secondly, what you do is you pay her to go to school to become an accountant. That's what you do. You send her to a 2-year college, like a community college, and teach her how to be an accountant.
Yeah, I mean, we
That-
can
that-
do
that's her
spiritual
housewife.
church marriages. There's that.
Yeah,
Because even that, man, shit, I don't.
yeah.
as
But
a man,
you can have the church marriage. You just don't get the piece of paper.
I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it honest with you, dude. Like I've been raised in a traditional family, so like marriage is it has significance to me, right? Um, and I'm looking at, you know, for example, just the women that are available to me, like in New York City, and I would not marry any of them. I would rather
Oh yeah, no.
like find, you know, go into the bushes in the countryside, or fucking go overseas in the bushes.
What you want is a 7 and up woman that lives in a trailer park that doesn't have an attitude. That's what you want.
There you go.
It's going to be real hard finding that woman. But if you
Hey,
find
listen,
one,
if you have enough money, you can find it. You can pay
That's
someone
true.
to find it, right? No skin
yeah,
off my
you can
back.
pay someone to find it. I'm just you paid this guy, and his whole job is to drive around in a very nice black sedan with tinted windows, where he's just taking notes at what women live where.
Yeah, I mean, shit. It's probably a thing, dude.
It probably
Right?
is a thing.
Because I mean, look at those freaking, what do you call them again? When you like buy brides or whatever, right?
Order brides.
Mail order brides. Yeah, like those dudes, like they make sure the women meet the criteria that those men want, right? Now, to be fair, some people might consider that to be a form of trafficking, right? But again, I think it if if it's a situation where both parties are want something from each other, right? She wants a better life. He has the financial and resources um, to offer that, right? And he wants a wife who's not a typical modern chick, I guess, right? Who can cook, clean, and do all of that stuff. Don't talk much because she don't know a lot of English, right? Then
For
shit,
some men, that sounds like heaven.
yeah, right. Like
It
that's
doesn't
heaven.
matter if she speaks English or not. I think I want to hear her.
Yeah, and you teach her a few things to manage the money, right, and the household, right, and you do the spiritual marriage or whatever because she might be religious, right. She might want kids, so you got to give her kids, right. But you're getting what you want out of it, and she's getting what she want out of it, right.
I got the ultimate plan for a dating service.
Shit.
I should say arranged marriage service, because you couldn't turn these people out repeatedly and have it be profitable. You arranged marriages between millionaires and mute women that are 7 and above.
Dude. Holy shit. You would make a lot of money.
Oh, that's so gross, though. I don't
You
wanna
would
do
make a lot of money. People made money off worse shit, bro.
That's true. I don't want to be that guy. That's like feeding into some sort of like just really misogynistic like narcissism at that level. You just
You know what? So I understand it from the perspective of, okay, if you're the type of guy, you're the hard worker type, focus on, earning your money, right? Your job is stressful, right? Um, and you're drained when you come home, right? Sometimes to the point where you want some pussy, but you can't even smash because you're just too tired, right? To hear a bickering woman is probably one of the worst experiences that you can have.
well, that's probably true, but if you're working on such a level that you have to pay a premium to get a woman that can't talk, you don't need a wife. You need a maid that lets you, pay her to fuck.
That lets you pay her to fuck her.
Yeah.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah.
To be fair, I've heard dude, people are assholes. Like I've heard dudes say, "Hey, listen, a wife is basically a maid you pay to fuck, clean and fuck," and I was like, "God damn, bro, you guys just ruin everything."
Yeah. Now, I mean, if we're only looking at the physical, like the household physical functions, okay, I guess. I'd like to hope there's like love and children and all that other stuff in there too that you're not going to get from the maid. And even if you could get it from the maid, you probably wouldn't want it from the maid. That's just like
Yeah,
a recipe to get drugged through court and
To-
child support.
yeah,
So
yeah.
wives are more than that, definitely.
Definitely,
But
people. We're not saying wives do not have other things that they have to, that they offer. This is just shitty banter, shitty witty banter.
but if you are a guy and that's the only part of that relationship you're interested in, a wife is not for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because again, right, like my mom was an amazing wife to my dad, right? And my dad was a really fucking good husband to my mom. So like I saw what a good relationship, or not necessarily a relationship, what real commitment looks like. Because commitment in working towards a singular idea and supporting each other, um, to me that's like beautiful, right? And yeah, it was a situation where at the end of the day, my everything falls back on my dad, right? He's willing to take responsibility for everything that everyone does in that house, good or bad, right? But he was never like unreasonable or disrespectful, right? When they have conflict, sure, like anyone else, they'll argue, right? But it was never to the point of like disrespect in front of the kids or anything like that. Like no physical fighting, you know, shit like that, right? And they trust each other with a lot of shit. You know, eventually, unfortunately, he ended up getting extremely sick and passing away, right? And um, it's like after a while, um, my it's my mom found it like really hard to like even consider other dudes. Not necessarily because he missed my dad or anything like that, right? It's just what he had to offer as a husband. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like in terms of his
Yeah.
duty and his responsibilities, the men that were that were being attracted to her didn't match up to that. Some of them had a shit ton of money. She didn't really care because she understands that that's not what it's about, right? Because again, my family wasn't rich. You see what I'm saying? Like um, when they were together, whatever, we did okay, probably slightly below okay, right? But again, you got to start from somewhere. Um, when he passed away, everything just kind of like went to shit from there. But it's just one of those things where no one else was matching up. And now, like being counseled by them growing up, right, and setting certain expectations for a wife, it's like I don't see any of that stuff in these chicks. Like I said, like I'll never forget, dude. Like my mom asked, she's like, like aren't you interested in family or whatever? And I was like, Mom, have you seen these bitches? It was like, yeah. So with that in mind, right, there's this conflict between what it has to offer as an institution, marriage, right, versus um, the cost. There's a lot more pros now, and the pros isn't necessarily the institution itself. It's based on the potential women who could be wives and their mindsets. I think that's where the con comes from. Fucking Sammy abandoned her asses.
Yeah, he was watching for a little while because he made an extra comment, but I think he gave up.
He gave up.
Yeah.
Oh, really, Sammy? That's how you feel? Okay, bro. Fucking abandon your guests. But yeah, how long this has been going for? 6 hours? I don't know. I think I'll just end the broadcast at this point.
Yep.
I don't think anyone is really paying attention to the shit that we're saying, anyways, including the host calling you out. But I don't know if you have anything to say before I shut it down.
It looks like the kangaroo got splooged on.
Fucking guy.
Just, I thought that a couple times through this whole entire hangout. It's like, why is that a picture?
You're right. Sammy has some explaining to do. Yeah, people. I guess thanks for watching. Like and subscribe, and hail Bob, and join the hive mind.
Help up.
Hail Bob.